just came in.
Please stand by for air. We're going live shortly. Please stand by for air.
Joe?
Please stand by. The meeting's about to start shortly. We're going live in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Morning. Thanks for coming in. Good to see a lot of people here already. Thank you to my colleagues. To get started, before we get to the Sutnick Hour, we're just going to ask the clerk to read some of the... Mayor, unmute. I'll start again. Good morning. Thanks for everyone for coming in. Thank you for my colleagues for being here, and this is the hybrid meeting, commission meeting. Before we start Sutnick, I'll ask our clerk to read the Zoom information.
Good morning, everyone. During this hybrid commission meeting, the City Commission is physically present in the temporary commission chambers located at Miami Beach Convention Center, 1901 Convention Center Drive, meeting rooms 222 through 225, Miami Beach, Florida. Members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide public comment in person may appear at the temporary commission chamber at the Miami Beach Convention Center. To participate or provide comment virtually during the commission meeting, the public may join the meeting by visiting the Zoom app on their smart device or on the web at zoom.us. I'm going to repeat the toll-free number twice. You can call by telephone at 1-305-224-1968. The toll-free number is 888-475-4499. Again, toll-free number 888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Again, 813-928-576-71#. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app or *9 on the telephone to raise their hand. Thank you.
So you want me to hold the glue up? Or do you want to?
Oh. Guess we're waiting for the mayor. Alex Fernandez.
You know where the mayor.
Oh, he's on.
Should we start the Sudnick, or do you want to wait? We gave the go-ahead, so let's start the Sudnick. We're going to start, everyone has 2 minutes. Please state your name as you approach, and go ahead, sir. Oh, go ahead,
Man
ma'am.
first. Good morning to all of you on the dais. I am Wendy Joseph Rugg, Vice President of Bell Plaza Condominium, sometimes known as the Mayor of Belle Isle, 20 Island Avenue, Miami Beach. I am here this morning to wish you all a Happy New Year and to reflect on the past years as to what makes Miami Beach such a great city. Gary and I have owned here since 1989. I think you could all see this from the dais. This is generic Elmer's glue. And it is symbolic of what we have in this great city of ours. It's our administration, together with your commission, with our commission rather, that hold this city together for the betterment of all its residents. And I believe all of my residents, and that's 400 of us just in Bell Plaza, feel exactly the same way. Miami Beach, remember our motto, is a wonderful place to live, work, and play. And it's because of you guys that has happened and will continue to happen. It is our administration, as I said, and our commission that is the glue. I just want to mention certain jobs that are held by particular department heads in this city. Gary and I admire all of our department heads, and they have our utmost respect. But I have to single out a few for a particular reason. Our fire department, headed by Chief Virgil Fernandez, not only takes care of our fire business, but they also were responsible during the COVID crisis to vaccinate thousands of our residents. They were there at Surfside. And everything they do is done in a pleasant way. They were also, some of our firemen were in Israel also to help out. And I just want to remind you, because this is a most important fact.
Ms. Rugg, I truly apologize, but you're over time and there's a huge line.
Okay, I will wrap it up, Raphael. Our fire department is one of 13 that is the best in the world. So I would like us to continue along this vein, and I know that you will do your best working together, the glue that holds our city together. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go virtually to Karen Revo. Karen, please state your name and your address, please.
Good morning. Karen Revo, 4566 Prairie Avenue. I'm Chair of the General Obligation Bond Oversight Committee, and today I'm speaking in reference to item R7E on the Fire Department. When our city voted in 2018 to support the GO bonds, life safety projects were considered high priority, especially the fire station, given the condition of the existing facility. Staff worked diligently to identify potential sites for the new station and finally landed on the building at 833 6th Street. One of the most important advantages of this site was the faster response time to communities in South Beach and the MacArthur Causeway. After years of due diligence, including determining that the building was non-contributing, approving 10 building waivers for the building to be built on the site, approving the design of the new building, approving the certificate of appropriateness for demolition, and approving the final GNP for cost of project, and yet, here we are today, still discussing whether this site is where the fire station should be built. Over the past few years, our committee has passed not one, not two, but 3 resolutions dating back to 2021 in support of moving the fire station project forward as soon as possible. And so today I ask you, commissioners, do you respect the professional opinions of high-level senior staff and the oversight committee that you elected to serve, as well as the previous commission, including some of you who voted for the project? As chair of the General Obligation Bond Oversight Committee, I implore you to move forward today and build the most amazing new fire station to serve our residents in South Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Revo.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Yes, I'm Gary Rugg, 20 Island Avenue. You all know as my wife is my spouse. I'm here today to talk about the city manager and his staff, the praise that is coming to them. When our former city manager, Jimmy Morales, resigned and left us, the commission voted to have a nationwide search for the next city manager. Lots of people were interviewed, and it was great that the residents could listen in on those interviews. And when it came down to who would be selected, Alana Hudak came out of the county after many years of experience. And she was offered the position and took it and quickly got together with her aides and turned their attention to the commission and spring break. How many things did they do over the years, both the commission and city manager? They took down the road on Ocean Drive and had one-way traffic. They closed it. They went back to opening it. The commission also had curfews when things were not going right. And the city manager was authorized to stop alcohol. There are 3 new commissioners now. We have a new chief of police. It is time to get together, and I know it's on your agenda today, to plan out the coming spring break. Tomorrow is February 1st. You have only a short month to get everything in place.
Mr. Rugg, I need you to start.
Thank you, and please get busy.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and your address, please.
Well, you already stated my name. My name is Mr. Roberts. I live south of Fifth. I just wanted to say 2 things. One, my thoughts and prayers go to our military and the folks in Israel and our friends across the globe against the Islamic radical fundamentalism that Iran has perpetrated on this world, and that we find the right decisions and the right defenses against death and destruction that is being applied for many decades, but it's become critical at this point. And I hope our leadership finds answers. Secondarily, as to the South Community Center, 2 things come to mind. It's true that we absolutely need a new fire station. The original GO bond, I think, had a $15 million allocation. And subsequent to that, we received, I think, $12.5 million in aid from other jurisdictions towards that project. Now, does that make it 27 million, or is it really our obligation at 2.5 million? But now, I think we're at about 50 million. And that's not necessarily my problem. My problem is we're giving 50 million to these 12 or 20 firemen, but our kids are getting what was promised to us, and that's why it passed, was our kids in daycare were going to get a state-of-the-art daycare center. And now they've been thrown to a much lesser facility in a park with a trailer for a couple of million. So we're giving 50 million to the fire department, we're giving 2 million to the kids. That isn't really good policy for public policy for any jurisdiction with that disparity. And until that's fixed, I can't support it. I don't care about buildings. I care about people. And until that's worked out, I don't think this should go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Micah Plummer. Address is 1521 Alton Road, but I actually live on a boat on the bay. I've earned my master's captain's license 50 times with a towing endorsement, so I have some perspective on the latest laws and decisions based on the dock. I'll read from this just so I make it quick. So you aim to clean up the boats in the bay, but so far I've only passed rules and restrictions that make it hard for the responsible boat owners to be law-abiding. I had to break the law just to get here today by parking illegally on one of those docks. In every population of people, you've got a few bad actors. This is inevitable, but it is not illegal to own, operate, or live on a boat that is old or in need of a paint job. Legally, there is very little you can do about these boats. Maritime towing law is complicated, and your law enforcement officers have to protect themselves legally. Some of these maritime laws have been around before the car was invented and are not likely to change. I live on my boat in Sunset Harbor, and I'm an active member of my boating community. I've noticed the last few years that social norms on the water are being broken. If a social norm is broken for long enough, we end up with new and creative ways of being invented that make life harder for everybody. I propose you tell us about the complaints you've been getting. We educate and pressure these boaters better than law enforcement are allowed to. Basically, let us contribute to society and help you repair the social norm to your liking. Give us a chance to play by your rules. Just tell us what you really want. But you don't evict an entire skyscraper just because one floor doesn't pay the rent on time. We have lots of ideas to help, and we want to keep contributing to Miami Beach's economy and prosperity in any way we can. Hopefully you find it in your heart to let us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're going to go to Alicia Casanova. Ms. Casanova, please state your name and your address, please.
My name is Alicia Casanova. My address is 4775 Collins Avenue here in Miami Beach. Good morning. The MBNA represents the interests of condos and hotels from 24th through 63rd Street with over 60 active member properties representing more than 12,000 units. The MBNA is concerned about the environmental and quality of life impacts that charter vessels have on the Indian Creek waterway. We have witnessed unruly behaviors, excessively loud music, dumping of trash, including plastics and balloons, oil and sewage spills, parking on Collins Avenue blocking traffic, and parking on the sidewalks and on the grass swales. We also have concerns about the 63rd Street Bridge opening schedule and the loud horns at all hours of the night for bridge openings and closings, these disturbing the peace and quiet of many residents. We support Commissioner Suarez's efforts to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Jana, and I live in 900 Jefferson Avenue, but most of the time we stay on the boat. I've been living in Miami Beach for a little over 5 years now, and me and my husband have legally anchored our boat in Biscayne Bay. In fact, we even celebrate our marriage on that boat. During these 3 years we have this boat, we became part of the Miami Beach boaters community. We have never complained from the city. The police have no issue with us. That's fact, that's proof. You can ask them, there was never issue with us. I'm here to bring to your attention to a recent series of action that deeply affected our lives. In the last city meeting, it was decided to destroy the dock. We have the only access to food and water and go to the work, doctors, and other stuff we should be able to do. People used to leave their dinghies there to go to work, doctors, and other. There was a platform for disabled people. The cities just took it away in 3 days, don't even give us notice. 3 days before Christmas, before holidays. And that's not just about the dock. The city also placing crazy amount of numbers of throwaway sign. David Suarez personally coming and telling them where to put the sign to make sure he's gonna tow us away. I understand in the recent commissioner meeting, not all of the commissioners have the knowledge about the dock. Maybe you didn't even know there is a dock like that and it's being used, so I understand the decision was made without knowing. And I just want to say I came from Czech Republic and I'm from Prague. That's very Jewish city. And I want to share a little bit of my family history. Stephen Miner is for you. So my great-grandfather, Ludwig Wittler, he died in Auschwitz in 1944. And you know how the Holocaust started? They start separating people. They start making them criminals, cutting food and water to them, and that's what the city doing to us. That's how I feel. Like, and it's such a shame for the city. Like, you guys let this guy he contact my husband, ex-employer. He reposts my dog on his Instagram using my photos,
Jana,
not even
I appreciate
asking.
it, but you're over time. If we can wrap it
Thank
up.
you. I have my husband.
Thank you so much. The next virtual speaker is M. Leek. Please state your name and your address, please.
Good morning. My name is Michael Waite.
Please speak up. We can't hear you.
Okay, just a moment.
Mr. Leek, we're going to go to the next one, and we'll call you right back. So PJ will call him next. Johan Moore, please state your name and your address, please.
Yes, good morning. Johan Moore, 717 Jefferson Avenue. While I know the subject is coming up at 11 this morning, I'm just calling to advocate for support for environmental justice in siting of urban infrastructure. And I think we all know what I'm talking about, which is that we need to save our South Shore Community Center, prevent all that embodied carbon from being released back into the environment and, in fact, focus on the indicted Rishi Kapoor's eyesore abandoned site on Washington and 11th as the best siting for our fire station. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with my other hat on, justice for Palestine. But thank you for focusing on our community's needs rather than shoving a fire station into our neighborhood that we're trying to protect. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Hi, good morning. Before I begin, I wanted to ask a quick question. My wife is here with me, and we saw online that she could donate her time towards.
We don't do donations.
Oh,
Just
you
go
don't do
ahead and
donations?
if she wants to
Okay.
put in line, she can speak.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'll start the time again. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. My name's Aaron Grader. I'm a Miami Beach resident. I've lived here for 15 years now. I attended school in Feinberg Fisher K-8 Center, and then went to Beach High for my rest of my formative years. As a Miami Beach resident, it's nerve-wracking to come up here right now and speak, because I have seen and heard from other people how Commissioner David Suarez will go ahead and target your personal life. You know, go into your background, contact your ex-employers, contact your current employers, name drop your parents. This is something that is not permissible, in my opinion, for someone in public office. I have various testimonies and irrefutable evidence going to this fact. But I digress. I'm here regarding the previous bill mentioned by Jana and Carlos about the dock that was removed and his plight to remove the people from the bay here in Miami Beach. A lot of these acts seem discriminatory and segregative to take these people out. Miami Beach is an inclusive mecca for people of all walks of life. This is why it's important not to discriminate and take certain people out of a community and take them from their lifestyle. Commissioner David Suarez mentions in his last meeting that sailboaters' anchors scrape miles of seagrass in our bays here. I've dove and fished my whole life here in Miami Beach. Have you ever dove Milloy Channel between Venetian Island and the 395 Causeway? Every day, yachts pass through, blow up dust, mud, miles of our seagrass on a daily basis. Properly anchored boats in our bay do not destroy the seagrass. As long as they're properly anchored, they're not causing any problems. I have a lot to say and not enough time, but I thank you for your time and would love to come back later to be able to say the rest of my time.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Michael Groves. Mr. Groves, please state your name and your address, please. Michael, please unmute yourself.
Yep, my name is Michael Grouse. I live at 16 Island Avenue on Belle Isle.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I've been in the community for 20 years. I've lived on Belle Isle, not just 3 years. And in this time, I've seen an incredible proliferation of boats in the bay. And they don't come and visit and leave. They just stay and live. In the 3 years that I've lived by the water, I see that the boats don't move, but yet 2, 3 people live on the boat. And I just wonder, where does the sewage go? We just underwent a huge, expensive project to fix our sewer pipe across the islands to the mainland. And what's the point of that when they just dump their sewage into the water? I don't go swimming in the bay anymore because you don't know what you're going to run into. My quality of life has been degraded. I get awoken at night by rattling and clanging of what sounds like cowbells, but it's rigging on their sailboats, I suppose. I don't know. It's been very windy, and you can imagine it just goes on and on and on. Have to close your windows, and you can still hear it. These people come up on private property. Grand Venetian has just decided to put up a fence because they have people coming up onto their private property, and they don't follow the rules. And I thank David Suarez and the city for enforcing the rules that we have for the citizens that pay the property taxes. Where does all the rubbish and trash go that these people generate on their boats? It's not meant to be a campground. Everybody has free reign to come and go as they like. They can go to the marina and get their services there, but they shouldn't come and expect a city to change all of their rules. They're camping out there because there are no rules and they don't have to pay taxes. So we should not accommodate this, and they can follow the few rules that do exist. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, name and address, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle Grader. Please bear with me. I'm not good at public speaking. I wanted to quickly go over a couple of things. Commissioner David Soros has been creating false narratives, and he's not properly informed in all of these claims that he's making. If you look at the last council meeting, he speaks about bilges. A derelict vessel, by the way, isn't what you would call the people out on the bay. They've bought their sailboats and they've chosen Miami Beach to live their lives. I also wanted to ask Commissioner David Soros if you could please take down the photo that you posted about our boat. You said that there is an oil spill or gas. That's seaweed. It happens a lot on the ocean. You would be surprised. Okay, and Commissioner David Soros clearly states in the last council meeting, and I quote, cutting off their lifeline, and then they're going to be forced to do illegal trips to the seawall. Commissioner David has set up the underprivileged Miami Beach taxpayers to break the law in order to purchase food and water, which is an inalienable right. This makes everyday necessities illegal. People are forced to decide if they're going to go to land and get food and water and break the law, therefore becoming a criminal. I wanted to know, what solution can you give to us as a resident? That way we can continue our boating lifestyle, and for those that can't afford a $3,000 boat slip down here in Miami Beach. How can we compromise and encourage the city to pursue or come to an agreement? From what I've seen from you, you don't want to work with the people out here. You've attacked them, and there's a lot of proof on all your social media. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Raquel Pacheco. Ms. Pacheco, state your name and address, please. Ms. Pacheco, please unmute yourself.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I am calling in support of the boater community. It's no secret now that I've been active in speaking out for these folks, and I just want to say a few things. First of all, these folks are residents. They are voters, and they are taxpayers. They are not derelicts. They are not squatters, and they have every right under our law to live on their boat or on land without being harassed by their local elected official. Commissioner Suarez's act of cutting off access to food and water, along with him publicly attacking individuals for speaking up for their own rights, is beyond shameful. Dock boats are not the issue. As another speaker before me said, dock boats that are properly docked are not damaging seagrass. He should instead focus on the yachts and the cruise ships and the sewage and the sewage drains throughout our city that are left unchecked, allowing all types of garbage and debris and chemicals into the bay, as well as our failing infrastructure. And I feel his efforts would be best used focused on that rather than targeting individuals, and not just targeting, but viciously targeting them, which is completely out of character for an elected official. So I urge you please to come together and find solutions that are productive and that help these folks, including folks with disabilities, have access to food, shelter, and water, which are basic human rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker, I'm sorry, in person. Go
Good
ahead.
morning. My name is Carlos Leon. I want to take the time
Carlos,
to
your
say
address,
thank you to Alex Fernandez, Tanya, and Laura Dominguez for sitting down with us and kind of understanding our situation. For the past month, David Suarez has harassed us personally, okay? You called my ex-employer.
Please do not mention commissioners by name.
Is my right?
It's a commission rule.
Wow. Okay. So one of you guys, okay, contacted my employer, okay, to find out who I was when I didn't tell you who I was. Okay, that's illegal for you to do that, okay? Another thing, he's been ordering FWC and the police department to raid us, okay? At nighttime, at 10 o'clock at night, we've been raided, all of us, 80 boats, okay? They came and raided us to check our toilets. Thank God they did. So now we have evidence that we're not pooping in the bay, okay? Only 2 people, only 2 boats, you didn't want to say it in your social media, okay, got tickets for the waste, okay? And 1 was from Canada, okay? So they weren't from here. So when you're speaking about us, okay, be careful because you're defaming us, okay? Like you did to change the Herald, the Miami Herald title that said dwellers and you put it as squatters. And for you, City Attorney Rafael Paz, I believe you need to put your mafia boss in a leash because he's literally.
I'm just going to ask you to really watch your language. I'm happy you're making your points, but
Stephen, he's been harassing us. He comes to the dock. He comes and laughs at us. He's been winking at me all this time. You can see everybody. Everybody saw it. You know, this is not a commissioner that representing us well. And we don't want another Miami-Dade situation that has been looked at
Thank you,
all
Mr.
over
Leon.
the world and is not letting us not representing us well.
Thank you,
okay,
sir.
we don't want another mini Carollo in this.
Sir, I didn't
city.
catch your address when you started.
920 Jefferson Ave.
Thank you. I'm going to go virtually to Liana Vasur. Please state your name and address. Liana, unmute yourself, please.
Good morning. My name is Liana Vasser. I live at 4301 Collins on land, but I'm an avid kayaker. My partner and I used to use the dock that was recently closed. So I'm not a part of the boating community that is in the bay, but I did recently lose access to the dock that we would use on our trips around Miami Beach. So I wanted to express my disappointment for that, which is perhaps an unintended consequence. I don't know how many other land-based people use that dock, but it's changed my routes dramatically. And I believe that the city shouldn't be taking away public access to land. We should be encouraging water-based travel. This is something I do to avoid the traffic in Mid-Beach and instead of discouraging it. So just wanted to voice my perspective. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Isla, state your name, address.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Luciano Isla. I'm a resident and a member of the Carriage Club North Condominium Association, 50005 Collins Avenue, apartment 1418. I'm also a registered lobbyist for the Florida Waste Haulers and Recyclers Coalition, who are not bidders in the current RFQ that is out, that was passed, adopted, and approved by the former commission and this new commission. My client is not a bidder on that item. I rise today to speak against agenda item R7H because it is not legally substantive. It attempts by resolution to trunch an existing city ordinance under which the RFQ was granted, and it attempts to then impose a new ordinance without following the legal process. Furthermore, since the last meeting, and at the initiative of Commissioner Bath, we would like to know when are the disclosures going to come forward as to how these items got on the agenda. That was the Commissioner Blatt's motion and was approved. And the attempt on the R7H, to create a monopoly, a solid waste monopoly in the city of Hialeah is contrary to city ordinances, the city charter, and the responses that are already of record with the city. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We're going to go virtually to Juliana. Juliana, please state your name and your address, please.
Juliana would be me, Julia Zishid Pinar. Good morning, everybody. I wanted to wake up and listen. I'm not on your timeline. I'm behind your time. As far as I'm listening, I am hearing harassment by elected officials or the city employees done towards the residents, which is unacceptable because they must understand they're elected and their elections in 2025 and 2027. I will also change my mind about Maurice Lapidus. I'm joining Kristen Gonzalez. I'm against any kind of demolition, which will create a domino effect. And any city official who will harass residents will not be re-elected, as we saw with Góngora, Grieco, or Rodi. Thank you very much.
We usually do this for 30 minutes, but there's so many people in line. The mayor has asked me to give everyone else a minute, so we give everyone an opportunity to speak. So I'm going to try to be as close to that as possible. So, sir, please state your name, your address, and you have 1 minute, please.
I'm David McKinney, and I live at 1020 Meridian Avenue. And for the record, this is not your okay boomer moment. What I would like to just ask you to do today, when you look at the alternative site for the fire station, is to recognize one thing with me, is that we've had a failure in planning for this. Not trying to put blame on anyone, but right now we have displaced a social program. We have spent almost $1.9 million on a daycare there center that will be a temporary and not permanent fix with no evident permanent solution. So what today I think I applaud the commissioner in bringing forward sites, and I ask you just for an open mind, because I think if you look at these sites, may I just finish my point, please? There you will find a win-win solution that makes a new day for this commission, in that we work together with the neighborhoods and the administration and the commission to find a solution.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We're going to go next virtually to Melissa Razuri. Melissa, you have 1 minute. Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Melissa Razuri. I'm a Normandy Owl homeowner at 2131 Cali Drive, and I'm supporting the Morris Lapidus South Shore Community Center. I am hoping that you listen to. I'm sorry?
Sorry.
Okay. I'm hoping you listen to residents and we don't want a demolition. Our residents use that center, and I hope we voted for you. I hope you listen to our voices, that we would rather you find another alternate solution for the fire station. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Next, please.
Good morning, Mayor Minor, commissioners, and staff. My name is Bill Warren, and I'm a longtime resident of the city of Miami Beach. I reside at 810 11th Street, and I'm the owner of the insurance agency Benefits Design Resources, located at 407 Lincoln Road. Also, I'm an active member of the Miami Beach Black Affairs Advisory Committee. I was here last month to express my support for the renovation of the Barclay Hotel. The commission decided to delay the vote until this month. After considering the advantages of this project, hopefully this board has come to the conclusion that this project would be advantageous to the city and residents of Miami Beach. The developer, Legacy, is ready to partner with the city of Miami Beach and the Housing Authority to turn this abandoned property into a vibrant living community that would further enhance the ambience of College Park. I believe everyone would agree that Miami Beach needs more affordable housing because many people working and providing services on Miami Beach cannot afford housing at their pricing. I think of teachers at Miami Beach High School who would be within walking distance of the Barclay. This could be an opportunity for teachers to have housing that allow them to work and live close to their job. As a resident of the city of Miami Beach, I hope this commissioner would approve this project.
Thank you, sir.
And work jointly with the Legacy Development and the Housing Authority to move forward. Thank you.
Next virtual speaker is Michael Leake. Michael, you have 1 minute. Please state your name and address.
Good morning. My name's Michael Lake. I live at 1300 Monad Terrace. I have been a resident there for almost 2 years. And what I have observed of Biscayne Bay is boats, many boats that sit in the bay that never move. Some have never been occupied. There's a boat out there in the bay that has been sunken for over a year. Police, Coast Guard drive by it, no attention. I can't imagine the liability of something like that. I've witnessed waste, buckets of waste being dumped in the bay. And I have noticed dinghies chasing ducks and birds that float and swim around in the bay from these boats. And I know that we have we have parking enforcements for automobiles up and down West Avenue. Why don't we have more enforcements of these boats that randomly float in the bay, unaccountable? I just hope that the committee, the
Thank you,
commissioners
sir.
will stay committed to enforcing these laws and
Thank you, sir.
discourage.
You're over time. I apologize. Sir, next. State your name. You have 1 minute and address, please.
Hello, yes. My name is Roberto Salcedo. I live at 1121 Crandon Boulevard, Key Biscayne, but I work at 1691 Michigan Avenue in Miami Beach. Esteemed members of the City of the Miami Beach Commission, my name is Roberto, as you know. I extend my sincere appreciation for the opportunity to address this esteemed committee today. Our organization, Legacy, responded to a request for proposals. The Barclay, in early 2023, ultimately emerged as the sole bidder for the development of the Barclay. Over the past, we have dedicated ourselves unwaveringly to this project, demonstrating our commitment through active participation in commission meetings and ongoing engagements with the City of Miami Beach staff. Our singular focus has been the realization of the Barclay, a project that could provide mixed-income housing and contribute significantly to the overall development and the overall aesthetic of Collins Park community. Through our collaborative efforts with the City of Miami Beach community members and the Miami Beach Housing Authority, we have sought to exemplify our dedication to this venture. In our interactions with the city officials, we have consistently strived to align our plans with the city's vision and objectives. The Barclay, as conceived, is not merely a development, but a testament to our commitment to fostering a thriving community. We are committed to the Barclay project, and we are confident in its success. Thank you.
Thank you. Next virtual speaker is Mark Needle. Mr. Needle, state your name, address. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. My name's Mark Needle. I live at 914 Lenox Avenue, and I want to draw your attention to an email I sent to the mayor and commissioners citing 3 Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association resolutions from 2021 to 2022, urging that the city compare the current site for Fire Station 1 as chosen, which would require demolition and relocation of public services whose permanent location still has not been identified, and the cost for that has not been determined, making a real cost-benefit comparison between that and a site that would be more appropriately located on a major transit corridor. You can see the unanimous resolutions of the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association asking for that comparison. Speaking for myself, I'm particularly interested in the Washington Avenue site as a comparison, and I feel like we really need to see the pros and cons of these lined up against each other in order for the commission to really know which is the best public benefit for public safety and the residential neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Dr. Louise DiPodesta, and I live at 5 Island Avenue. And I'm here this morning on behalf of the Commission for Women. I'm the vice chair of the commission. And I just want to, I'm not going to say anything about sailboats. I just want to draw your attention to proposal CH7, which is otherwise known as the date drug bill or the date drug proposal. We, last year, the commission proposed that this commission do a proposal to hand out papers that would allow people to determine whether or not their drinks have been drugged. This is not just a women's issue. Sexual assault and assault after drugging happens to both men and women. It's a very underreported problem in our community, and we feel that by the City of Miami Beach passing these out and publicizing it, it will be a big deterrent, and it will go a long way toward saying that we are a city that does not tolerate this type of crime. Thank you very much for considering this.
Thank you. Next, please. State your name, address, and 1 minute, please.
Okay. Good morning. Sean Patrick Bryant of Belle Isle, 21-year resident of Miami Beach, 18 years in West Avenue, founding member of the West Avenue Neighborhood Association, have since moved to Belle Isle. I'm the president of Belle Isle Residents Association. I'm also president of my condo building at Bell Towers, all high-paying jobs. I did want to just briefly talk about Biscayne Bay. It is something that we worked on. We've worked on in WAVNA. It's a big concern in Belle Isle. I go way back. I used to walk my lab going down the bay walk behind the Flamingo. I used to count the boats, the sailboats. At peak season, the very highest, there were 25 boats. Usually there were half that. These were boats that would come and go, stay about 4 or 5 days. It's changed. I think other speakers have talked about it. We now have a parking lot out there. There's probably over 250 boats. Many of them don't move. I look at a boat every morning, every day out of my condo that has been there for 3 years, hasn't moved. People live on it full time. I have never seen sewage removed from that boat, and in 3 years, I think that's a huge problem. I'll wrap it up quickly. I do appreciate the work that Marine Patrol is currently doing on enforcement. We have speeding dinghies out there. I'm concerned about the manatees and the environment there.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Please.
Good morning.
Name
My
and
name
address.
is Lucas Bond. I'm the founder of the Bond Party Supplies here in Washington Avenue. Over the years, we have done so many events for the city of Miami Beach, for commission events, Ocean Drive associations, and we hope to keep doing more. We went through the pandemic thanks to a city of Miami Beach residents. While all the hotels were closed, beaches was closed, we had so much support from them. And I must tell that commission here today that is proposing this ordinance will devastate our business. And as a Miami Beach resident and the father of two, I know how much difference makes these balloons for celebrations for the kids and for the families. And it not only will hurt us, it will also hurt the families that rely on the parks as an affordable, scenic, and special place for celebrations. And I run our company as corporate citizen of Miami Beach. We educate all the time our clients. We have a huge sign in our store regarding the best practices.
Thank you,
and
sir.
I'm just one more second, please. I'm willing to work as much as possible with the city and the commissioners, but please reconsider this thing, banning the balloons from the parks and stuff. We can try to do best practices. We can try to do as much as possible, but please
Thank you, sir.
think about this. Thank you so much.
Mr. Breslin, can you raise your hand? He is the last speaker. So so let's just point that out. Please go ahead. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, my name is Maria Stockham. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Responsible Celebration, a national organization of celebration industry businesses promoting environmental stewardship. We're concerned about Ordinance R5M prohibiting balloons at public marinas, marine facilities, parks, and beaches. While well-intentioned, it may fall short of the goal to change behavior and instead adversely affect families, community events, and small businesses like Bond Party Supply. We suggest amending the ordinance to include more specific geographic limitations and consider a permitting process for certain large events, similar to existing requirements for community, culture, and arts special events. This approach supports safe balloon use, would provide resources for education and enforcement, and avoids driving business away. We request a vote delay to amend the ordinance and implement a regulatory permitting process ensuring compliance with safe use and disposal practices.
Thank you, sir.
Balloons can be enjoyed responsibly while protecting the environment. Thank you very much.
Our next virtual speaker and our last virtual speaker is Mr. Michael Goldberg. Mr. Goldberg, go ahead, please. Mr. Goldberg, please unmute yourself.
No, I'm sorry. That was a mistake.
Got it.
I apologize.
You are the last one. Go ahead, please. Come. Yeah, please. Morning.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Julie Basner. I reside at 5931 North Bay Road. I'm the PTSA president. PTSA president of Miami Beach Senior High, and today I'm here with Alex Zaldivar, who is the president of the Beach High Athletic and Activities Booster, and we believe that on your agenda today that you will approve by consent or on consent a donation to complete the installation of the scoreboard for the field at Beach High. And we're here today not only to thank you for your continuous support of Beach High, but also I'd like on record to thank my predecessor, Melissa Delisle, for brokering a partnership between PTSA, the Miami Dolphins, the Miami-Dade County Public Schools, and the City of Miami Beach, of course, to fund this scoreboard, which I believe will be a huge source of school pride for us all. And I also want to thank Alex Zaldivar for contributing the final piece of the puzzle, and hopefully we can move ahead for installation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm Alex Zaldivar, as Julie said, president of the High Tide Activities and Athletic Booster. Just want to echo her sentiments, and I think this is a great example of collaboration between the city, the not-for-profit that is the PTSA, our booster club as well, and it's a collaboration of the efforts to raise money individually from corporations. Most of our dollars that come into the activities booster are done through fundraisers at the school property and through corporate contributions. And there was a final piece of the budgetary process that was missing. We were asked to participate. We were more than happy to. So I think we were joking that, we're going to be a ray of sunshine compared to the rest of the commentary here. So we, again, wanted to thank everyone involved in the process, and hopefully we'll see a nice, new, beautiful scoreboard up in short order. But,
Thank you so much.
Go High Tides.
Next, please. You have 1 minute. Name and address, please.
Professor Patrick Farley, 5 Island Avenue. First of all, I'd like to thank the commissioner for bringing up the mooring situation. First of all, but let me also say I embrace the sailing community. I've been a sailor for 40 years more. And so here is the point. The point is, yes, indeed, boats have holding tanks. But what we need is to see pump outs. We need to see, and I look out at the bay. I have never seen a pump out boat come. Now, I lived in the north, Chesapeake Bay. We had Long Island Sound. We had comparable problems. We cleaned it up. We have fish back. Why? Because municipalities had to install in every marina, well, actually at the expense of the marina, pump-out stations. So I look out and I see, and I've lived at the 5 Island for 2 years. Never have I seen a single pump-out boat come. And by the way, it's Coast Guard regulation that you not only have a holding tank, but you have a lock on that holding tank until you're 12 miles out at sea.
Thank you.
So, okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Next, please. Name, address, and 1 minute,
Good morning,
please.
Mayor, City Manager, Commissioners, thank you. My name's Liz Elert. I think I've talked on this subject perhaps 4 times. I'm very encouraged that I feel like this team is coming closer to a move forward. My key point here is that we were promised workforce housing, which really benefits, I think, all of the community that works in Miami Beach and loves it. And so we really hope that you come to a solution. I think watching the Barclay disintegrate in front of us, there's another drug cell that's sort of taken up in our neighborhood, which is really disturbing. But I really hope that you fulfill your promise. And I thank you for all of your time. And I, of course, think the legacy group that is bidding on it and is coming this city's direction deserves to get this project. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Breslin, name, address, 1 minute.
Good morning, Mayor and Commission. Ray Breslin, 2395 Lake Pancos Drive. And I'm here today to talk about the fire station. In 2017, it was passed that we're going to build a new fire station. It seems like everybody wants a new fire station, but not in their backyard. Almost 2 years ago, it came before us. I sat on the Historic Preservation Board and passed. And we spent a lot of money to finish it. We now have a home for Apollo from the Versailles. And to me, we can't keep kicking the can down the road. It's time to make a decision and move forward. Where has everybody been for the last 2 years? Literally, almost 2 years ago, it came through Historic Preservation. They are saving many of the parts of the Morris Lapidus building. And I don't understand why we can't finally build a fire station. 6 sites, I believe, were looked at ahead of time. What's going to happen? We're going to finally have a fire that Virgil and his crew can't handle because we're not properly with the proper equipment? Come on, it's time to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, that concludes Sutton.
Thank you. So even though Sutnick is from 8:30 to 9, I think it was important to hear from everyone who came, and I know my colleagues on the commission agree. So thank you for your commentary. It's important that we hear it. We are now going to do hear an inspirational message from our police chief, Wayne Jones.
Well, thank you. I feel like a rock star this morning. Thank you. Just a few words I'd like to share. And for me, it's actually a prayer for today. Today, I pray the mayor, commission, and our city manager be blessed with the wisdom to make informed decisions, the guidance to lead with purpose, the courage to face the city's many challenges, the empathy to understand the struggles of others, and the insight to envision a better future for the coolest city in America. Thank you.
Amen. Beautiful. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. We could do it together, but I'm going to ask, I didn't even tell him and give him a warning, Ken Capel. If you can start us off, and we'll all do it together.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Pretty good for no warning. Just beware, if you're here in person, you should know the Pledge of Allegiance. I may call on you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any announcements?
Yes, sir. All the addendums have been approved by the mayor. No additional votes are required. As far as the separated items on consent, everyone has a list of those items. However, there have been some modifications, and I'll point those out to you. Mayor Minor is separating item C7AB. Not on your list, which the mayor is also separating, is C7AD. So Apple Dog on that one. So he's separating C7AB, C7AD. Commissioner Bott is separating item C4R. Not on your list, Commissioner Bott is also separating item C4I. So Commissioner Bott is separating C4R and C4I. Commissioner Dominguez is separating item C4C. Commissioner Fernandez is separating C7N and C7W. Commissioner Suarez is separating item C4P, as in Paul, and C2H. So if we could have the consent agenda, well, before we do that, we need to set the agenda. Commissioner Fernandez has 10 new items on the agenda pursuant to our code. No more than 8 discussion items and resolution items combined can be had by one individual. So what Commissioner Fernandez is doing is has notified us that he's going to defer items C7U, C7V, and R9W. V as in Victor, yes, sir. Yes, so he's deferring C7U, which is Direct Police Department Report on Crime Data, so C7U. He's deferring C7V, Hall of Fame. And he is deferring R9W, which is discuss the reallocation of South Florida seniors in actions from South Shore community. He's deferring those to the February meeting. Also, I'll bring to your attention that on item R7C, which has a time certain of public hearing time of 2:05. Originally, the administration had requested to open and continue that item. The administration will be presenting that item today, so the item is not being open and continued.
But did we publicly notice it as being open and continued?
We publicly noticed the item. We had listed that it was open and continued on the list, so.
But it was properly noticed.
Okay, we'll address that during the lunch break. I'm a little concerned about that.
Okay. So back to Commissioner Suarez, back to Commissioner Fernandez. So that would leave one extra item. Commissioner Fernandez is requesting that we please add via 5/7 vote, item C7W, which is urge the legislature to oppose State Bill 1054, the gambling licenses, the expansion of the gambling license.
What's the ask?
The ask is to put it on the agenda. It is a consent item. It has not been separated. It's just a matter of it being on the consent agenda.
He did separate it, yeah.
Correct, but it's still, okay, it still requires a 5/7 vote to add.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to add it to the consent agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So said item is added. That agenda is set. Now for Commissioner Suarez, he has 9 items. He is requesting to please get approval to add item C7B, which is reduced continuance of special magistrate hearings. That would require a 5/7 vote, C7B.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
So the agenda is set. If, having stated the consent pulled items, if we can have the consent agenda approved.
We have a
Move
motion.
the agenda.
I'm sorry,
We have a
Fernandez?
motion?
Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Bott?
Yep.
So, all in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
So all items have been approved except for the separated items.
And Mayor, I have an announcement as well. We will be, when we break for lunch, we will recess the city commission meeting and we will convene as the RDA for the purpose of allowing me to call a closed attorney-client session on a pending case. I have a required statement that I need to read into the record. Pursuant to 286-011 of the Florida statutes, I, as your city attorney and general counsel for the Miami Beach RDA, hereby advise the chairperson and members of the RDA that I desire advice concerning the following pending litigation matter. Miami Beach Redevelopment Agency versus Cubiche 105 LLC, 11th Circuit Court Case number 2023-025452. Therefore, a private attorney-client session approximately 45 minutes in duration will be held during the lunch recess of today's meeting on January 31, 2024. A quorum of the RDA will be present at the Convention Center, 1900 Convention Center Drive, room 220, to discuss settlement negotiations and/or strategy related to litigation expenditures in regard to the above referenced litigation matter. The following individuals may be in attendance: Chairperson Stephen Miner, Vice Chairperson Kristen Rosen Gonzalez, members of the board of the Miami Beach RDA, Tanya Bott, Laura Dominguez, Alex Fernandez, Joseph Magazine, and David Suarez, along with Miami-Dade County Commissioner Arlene Higgins, City Manager, Executive Director of the RDA, Alina Hudak, or if she is not available, Deputy City Manager Eric Carpenter, City Attorney Rafael Paz, Deputy City Attorney Rick DePico, and Senior Assistant City Attorney Yoey Lopez. A certified court reporter will be present to record the time of commencement of the meeting, the time of termination of the meeting, all discussions and proceedings, the persons present, and the names of all persons speaking. The transcript will be a public record at the conclusion of the litigation. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Any more announcements, Mr. Clerk?
We are done.
Okay, so at the last commission meeting, I proposed and our commission adopted a special rule of procedure with time limits for debate. I didn't cut anybody off. I think everybody had ample time. We heard 90% of the items, worked, I think, very well. We have even more items today, so I would propose that we adopt a similar procedure for today, see how it goes. Maybe we'll make this more permanent, but I'm proposing we just do it for today. And if anybody needs a refresher what the rules are, our city attorney can go through it.
I'll move the item.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Why don't we hear C7W? That's your item, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll let the clerk, I guess, introduce it.
C7W is urge legislation to oppose Senate Bill 1054, gambling licenses.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for calling this item earlier in our meeting today. As all of you already know, SB 1054 has been filed, which would allow the expansion of and the relocation of existing gaming permit holders to a new location within 30 miles. And certainly, this is concerning to our city because it does place our city in the threat of having a casino operation within our community. It's a blatant preemption of the 2018 voter referendum, which gave Florida voters the exclusive right to authorize casino gambling in our state. So our city has had a long-standing policy of opposing this type of casino gambling expansion. This item seeks to continue opposing gambling. It seeks to oppose this bill or any prospective legislation filed by the 2024 legislative session in this regards. That's this item, Mr. Mayor. As part of this item, I think it's also important for us to consider, making sure that our opposition continues to be heard in Tallahassee. Our lobbyists have been working hard on this, and I know all of us have been communicating to Tallahassee. I've heard from legislators up there that have heard from so many of you. So as part of this item, I'd like to make a separate motion to be able to accept the donation of a plane and accept the donation of funds to be able to transport stakeholders from our community to Tallahassee to support our city's official position in opposition of the expansion of casino gaming. Mr. Mayor, perhaps first we should do a motion on C7W, which is the resolution, and then if you allow me, I'd like to make a second motion for the latter part of what I just discussed.
I think that's wise to separate the two. If I can make, does anybody want to speak about the gambling? I think it's,
I do.
okay.
No, go ahead.
Usually I go last, but I think we all feel very strongly about this. This is, we're united on this. I literally have not spoken to one resident that is in favor of this. And this we get so many, we get pulled in so many different directions on issues, and sometimes our city is split, and we hear pro-development, anti-development, whatever. I hate those terms, but it is what it is. On this one, there's no disagreement. It's across party lines, and we're just gonna keep fighting. Unfortunately, this keeps coming up, and so far we've prevailed, and we'll have to continue to prevail. What's surprising about this time is it's actually unconstitutional, the bills.
Mm-hmm.
We, as Commissioner Fernandez alluded to, Florida had a constitutional amendment. 71% of Floridians, including 80% of Miami Beach residents, said that an expansion of gaming has to go through a voter referendum. So here, transferring license 30 miles, which is an expansion. I don't care how you term it, transfer. It's an expansion of gambling, and it's not just one location. That's also the issue here. We're talking about, everyone talks about the Fontainebleau, but there are 6 other licenses at issue here. So a total of 7 that would be impacted. So we're going to continue to battle this, and again, we're not just talking about being anti because it's bad legislation. It's unconstitutional legislation. Commissioner Bott?
Next time, I'm not going to let you go first because you said everything I was going to, almost everything. In addition to what my colleagues have said and what all of us, I believe, feel, this is the fundamental home rule concept where if you are, the phrase, I am the master of my domain, or I'm the king of my own castle, right? And so we are a city who is best positioned to know what is right for our residents. We might not agree on everything, and we might have some bumps in the road getting there, but if you are then preempted from making informed, thoughtful, nuanced decisions for your own city what's the point? I mean, you know, we should just throw up our hands and go to Fiji and hang out. But so it is not just, listen, if you enjoy going to Vegas, great, more power to you. But we don't need that here. We are a thriving, incredible global destination. And what this will do, with a possibility of up to 7 gambling licenses, and I can assure you, not all of them would be upscale like the Fontainebleau. One of them is a disaster. 7 of them is game over. So if you were on the fence, if you weren't sure, if you don't know how to get involved, email any one of us. Email me, Tanya, Tanya, at miamibeachfl.gov. We can send you talking points. We can send you information on who to call or email. There is a plane that is going up there, which Commissioner Fernandez addressed. All hands on deck. We are not kidding around. So if you got no plans on Monday, come on up to Tally.
Commissioner Magazine.
I am proud to be part of an all-hands-on-deck effort to fight against gambling in casinos in Miami Beach. In addition to that, what my colleagues also alluded to, we have legislators in our state, at both the House and Senate, that pride themselves on being conservatives. I urge them to follow the will of their electorate, who overwhelmingly passed resolutions against casinos, the expansion of casinos in this area. So also what we can all do is, our reach is going to be limited, but we are incredibly well positioned in Miami and Miami Beach with some of the most resourceful people in the entire country, the entire world living in this area, and almost all unanimously against casinos. So to the people that have above and beyond resources, connections in Tallahassee, please join this all-hands-on-deck effort because this is mission critical, and we implore you all to use whatever resources possible to reach out and apply pressure, not only to reject casinos in Miami Beach, but perhaps just as importantly, to follow the will of your electorate. Thank you.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
I have one question, legal question. Let's say that Tallahassee imposes this on us, like we've been preempted many times and had laws imposed on us. Do you feel that we have a sound legal case to take legal action?
Absolutely. The mayor and Commissioner Bott and Fernandez's comments are correct. The bill, we believe, violates the Florida Constitution in multiple respects. There are two separate provisions of the Florida Constitution that require voter referendum approval prior to any expansion of gambling, and so we believe that this is very problematic, and there are other issues with the bill, but we don't really want to telegraph that while the bill is still pending, because those deficiencies could then just be fixed before the bill is adopted. But absolutely, we've consulted with various law firms. I know that there will be an effort to litigate this vigorously with multiple parties and stakeholders throughout the state, and we will join in those efforts, and we'll be prepared to do that should and hopefully it doesn't come to that, and this lobbying effort will succeed. But if it doesn't, we'll be prepared.
Who's vice mayor? You are. You're the vice mayor.
Anyone else like to speak on this item? Oh, here he is.
Commissioner, we'll go in order. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you for bringing this forward, Commissioner Fernandez, and I am one of the co-sponsors as well. I'll be going to Tallahassee on Monday to speak against this bill, and I appreciate what all of the community has done to rally together and help us fight this in Tallahassee.
Yeah, I'm just echoing what our attorney said. We want to make sure that we don't divulge too much information, so I make a motion to pass this item.
Okay.
I'd second it.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All right, and I'd like to make, Mr. Mayor, if I could be recognized?
Yes.
All right. So I'd like to then make a separate motion, and I'd like to ask our city attorney to put me in the proper position for the acceptance of the donation of the plane, as well as donations to be able to transport stakeholders on Monday to Tallahassee.
Thank you. So if I may, Commissioner Fernandez's motion is to accept an in-kind donation of the use of a plane, a donation to the city from Mr. Norman Brayman for purposes of the transportation to Tallahassee next week. In addition, and separately from that, the motion would accept cash donations to the city from Mr. Brayman and Mr. Armando Codina for the purpose of allowing the city to charter a flight for up to, I believe, 183 people to residents and community leaders to support the city as part of its efforts in opposing Senate Bill 1054, which you just adopted, the resolution opposing that. Opposing gambling has been a part of our legislative priorities for many years. This is unquestionably a public purpose, and none of the donors are vendors or lobbyists to the city. And so with that, if you approve this motion, we would prepare an after-the-fact resolution.
And Mr. Attorney, if I may, through the Vice Mayor, if there are other donors, do we need to put there and others?
Then we would come back for that separately after the fact.
Okay, so I move the item as stated by the City Attorney.
I second it.
All in favor?
Oh.
See, I don't know. Nobody said to me, take
That's-
over.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Any other items on this, Commissioner Fernandez? Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues.
And this will require an after-the-fact resolution.
So in the spirit of hitting on the very important issues, and obviously preventing gambling in our city is of utmost importance, why don't we get to spring break? There are actually 6 items related to spring break. I'm sponsoring a couple. Commissioner Fernandez, you have 4. Some of them do overlap a bit. I think we're on the same page for the most part, but I'll let the city clerk call it up.
Thank you, sir, and I may need your help on the last one. C4C, referral to Planning Board, hours of alcohol sales in March 2024, south of 23rd Street. We're going to hear that item. We're also going to hear item C7AH, which is, I'm sorry, AH, reaffirm Reso 2023-32557, endorse spring break 24-hour curfews messaging. That's C7AH. We're also going to hear R5AJ, which I'm going to read the title shortly. We're also going to hear R7, is it N, Mayor? R7.
N as in Nancy, yep.
Okay, so R7N, Comprehensive Spring Break 2024 Strategy and Action Plan. We're going to hear R9H. R9H is Discuss Act Referral to the Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, Art Family Friendly Event with secured spring break perimeter. And I believe the last one is R9X, Mayor?
Correct.
R9X, Discuss, Take Action, Implement Law for double fines, towings in event zones. That is R9X. I'm going to read the title on R5AJ, if you could give me 1 minute. R5AJ is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 82 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Public Property by amending Article 5 entitled Beaches, by amending Division 1 entitled Generally, by amending Section 482-443 thereof entitled High Impact Periods within High Impact Zones in order to modify the high impact parking rate to a high impact parking rate of up to $100 with an exception for residents and employees of local businesses, and by amending Appendix A of the City Code entitled Fee Schedule to reflect the amendment in Section 82-443 and approving for repealer servability codification and an effective date. This is a first reading. The item requires a 4/7 vote. And just for communication purposes, we're going to do all these items under this ordinance under R5AJ for the TV.
Great. So I'll tee it up just briefly, and then Commissioner Fernandez, since you're also sponsoring a bunch of items, then I'm going to turn it over to our city manager, Alina Hudak, to address. There's a whole slew of items, and I have a resolution here that in some ways incorporates a lot of what we had, some of which we have done in the past, some of which we've contemplated doing in the past, and the key is to do this on the front end instead of being reactive, to make sure that we're being proactive. And it includes, I don't want to steal your thunder, Commissioner Fernandez, but it includes parking restrictions, closing down parking garages at 6 p.m. I know we share increasing the parking rates to $100, DUI checks, traffic loops. I also would like to, I've talked a lot about a perimeter, which it's getting late in the game, but I've actually mentioned to our, and just literally just now, but also looking into potentially limiting capacity on the beach. We are shutting down our beach at a certain earlier than usual. We just have to make sure that the incidents that have happened, it tarnishes our brand, and it's literally just a couple of blocks on Ocean Drive. But people don't know that, and it's also it impacts our residents in a big way who live in that vicinity. But people who hear this news internationally think that Miami Beach is sort of in some kind of party zone that's unsafe, and it's not true. Nothing could be further from the truth if you're not in that immediate vicinity. So we need to correct these issues. We need to do it now, and we're going to be very proactive. And if somebody thinks that we're doing too much, well, that means we're probably doing it right. So, Commissioner Fernandez, I'll turn it over to you, and we can go through the specifics when our city manager discusses it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is something that we as a body initiated, in fact, last year. Last year, when all of this that occurs year after year during this period of March was fresh in our minds, I brought a resolution to this commission asking us to take proactive positions. So that we could communicate proactive measures that Miami Beach would be doing to once and for all shut the door on spring break. And why do we have to do this? Because year after year after year, as a collective body, we fail to take tough decisions in advance. It leaves our public safety officers, it leaves our businesses, it leaves our residents dealing with horrible situations. And then what we end up seeing happening is the same pattern of people outnumbering our police, stampedes, shootings, deaths, national headlines, followed by state of emergency and curfew. And what we do know is that data tells us year after year that there are 2 weekends in March that we're going to have a certain set of unruly, unlawful, dangerous behavior that helps guide our policy-making decision for the upcoming month of March. And one of the things I just want to put on the record, 2019, 5 shootings, 2020, 2 shootings, 2021, 4 shootings, 2022, 8 shootings, 2023, 4 shootings. The data tells us we can predict that there will be 2 weekends in the month of March that we will be dealing with certain unsafe situations. And I think as an elected body, it's incumbent upon us to follow the recommendations of our public safety experts to adopt the policies that they feel that they need as a tool to keep our residents, our taxpayers, our businesses, our visitors, and our employees safe during this period in March. I don't know if we're going to go into the substance of the items now, if you want to count them individually. I defer to you, Mr. Mayor, on how we proceed.
Well, I'll
with the
turn it
items.
over to Alina, and I know our police chief has been having conversations with making sure also we have county police. We're obviously going to be on Alpha Bravo, which means our fullest deployment of police officers. I know we were going to have state officers. I've actually had a number of conversations at the highest levels in Tallahassee to ensure that we have an extremely robust presence of Florida Highway Patrol. And again, being proactive, not waiting till the problems happen, but making sure that we're at the front end. We mean business.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commission. Good morning to everyone. Obviously, we're on the eve of spring break. Our administration has been preparing for March for quite some time, following the direction that was given by the prior commission, and we are prepared to implement all of the items that are being discussed today to some level. There are some new items that are being introduced for discussion purposes, and it would certainly be helpful for us to have direction. We have a package ready to go, an LTC that is almost finished, and we want to use that as the basis for communicating with our residents, communicating with our businesses. We have a full outreach program ready to go in February. So I think, and to quote, I love some of the words that Commissioner Bott uses, and she used the word cross-pollination. And I think that the best way to frame the conversation is to really use the item That is the comprehensive approach, Mayor Minor, that you've sponsored, R7N. That item highlights, and if everyone would turn to that item has 13 items that it highlights in the resolution that incorporates some of the other resolutions, and I think it's probably the most organized fashion to go about having the discussion and to discuss the things that we are already contemplating implementing, and then have a good conversation about the things that are pending.
Could you, Madam Manager, could you just repeat that item number?
It's R7N. It's the
Thank you.
Comprehensive Spring Break 2024 Strategy and Action Plan as proposed by Mayor Minor. It incorporates several of the resolutions already either approved by prior commissions, sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez, or it also includes a reaffirmation of many of the things that, for example, are in C7AH, R5AH, it incorporates that also. So I think it's the most organized way to go about having the conversation, and we can certainly discuss each of them one by one. The very first item, and I think the important thing to clarify, is that we consider March, the entire month of March, a high-impact month, but by definition, there's a mechanism in the high-impact ordinance that gives the manager the power to impose certain things. There are 2 weekends that this commission, this prior commission, and obviously, hopefully this current commission, 2 weekends that have been identified to be high impact according to the definition in the ordinance. And that allows the city manager to implement very specific things. Those 2 weekends have been identified as the weekends of March 7th through the 11th and March 14th through the 18th. I'm sorry, through the 17th. And the logic for those 2 weekends are that, again, historically, the data that was mentioned prior to my introduction, and the data not only from a police perspective, but from our total picture of spring break and what we know in terms of intelligence, the number of schools throughout the country that are on spring break, we know that those are potentially the highest impact weekends. And we want to obviously prepare for the entire month, which we do, but we want to be balanced in our approach because we have a lot of things happening in our city and in our community that we want to support. February, March, and April are the highest grossing resort tax months in our city, and it's important to balance the needs of our businesses, obviously our residents and our tourists. So focusing on R7N, the first item that we're being directed and asked to implement, which was always a part of our plan, is the adoption and execution of a heightened law enforcement staffing plan. The department is prepared to do that, and the department has already begun the assignment of that, including Alpha Bravo staffing in partnership with law enforcement agencies, providing additional resources to the Miami Beach Police Department, including the Florida Highway Patrol, Miami-Dade Police, City of Miami, Coral Gables Police, and among other jurisdictions. That is well underway. Those commitments have been made, and that staffing plan is in full operational mode. I don't know if anybody has any specific questions. I think it might be good, Mr. Mayor, for me to stop after each one in case there's any discussion.
If I could just ask a process question, how this is going to go about. Will we go line item by line item and vote on each one individually, or are we just voting as a comprehensive package? Because what I don't want to happen is, to the extent one of us disagrees with a certain portion but agrees with 95%, we're kind of left in a quandary about how to vote. So
I think we should do it as a package. I don't think most of these are controversial. So, and if anybody has an issue with one of them, we can discuss that separately, and we can vote separately on that if it's an issue. I think most of these we're probably all going to be in agreement. Does that work for everybody?
I have a different view on how we should handle spring break. My colleague, Commissioner Fernandez, named the last 4 years of shootings, year after year after year. And as elected officials, we are, for all intents and purposes, normal people. We're lay people. We're not professionals in public safety. I think we should leave it to the professionals, our police chief, city manager, whatever recommendations they propose, those are the ones that we should adopt. I don't think we, as elected people who are part-time, should be advising on certain public safety measures for spring break. It is solely the responsibility of professionals who've been doing this for decades to make recommendations. And so, you know, during my spring break briefing, I told our Madam City Manager that whatever you propose, I'm going to agree with, because that's going to be your responsibility to make sure that it works. What I want to avoid is putting forward ideas and initiatives that, in case that backfires, you know, we are going to be held responsible as an elected official or as an elected body. And so I want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that, you know, we all have great ideas, but in reality, the professionals who run our public safety of the city should be responsible for making those suggestions, and we can simply approve them. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank my colleague for his insightful comments. I think we kind of see eye to eye on that. I know a number of the items I brought forward, and Mr. Mayor, I suspect a number of the items you brought forward is all in consultation with our public safety experts, with our police department, with our code enforcement, with parking, with our city administration, because a lot of these things do require policy. Some of these things, you know, while the administration may have a desire to implement them, do require a change in policy, an amendment to the high impact ordinance, a land development regulation amendment, and ultimately require our vote and our referral to like the planning board for instance, or a high impact ordinance amendment or otherwise. And so I'll just put that there, that the policies I brought forward in my individual items have generally been guided by the recommendations of our staff, as well as the feedback we've gotten this year from them, but as well as in the past years. And just wanted to make sure, since we can't talk outside of this setting, that you know and you have the confidence knowing that these policies are crafted with that in mind.
Commissioner Bott?
Nobody elected, and certainly nobody in the city, wants to do anything that will add to the chaos of spring break, as I call it, March Madness, with apologies to the NCAA. That being said, I think it's disingenuous to disavow responsibility for policy decisions, because we obviously take into very high consideration the decades of experience that our senior staff, our city manager and her direct reports, our chief of police and his direct reports, our chief of the fire department, his direct reports, and people we're not even thinking about, head of sanitation, head of code, head of all these people who have since last year been keeping notes on what's worked and what hasn't. And it will never be perfect. As well as we can plan for it, it's never going to be perfect. But to stay, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to choose my words very carefully, so please forgive me if I'm not being precise or fast enough.
You're doing great.
We, as elected officials, the second you file to run, February 15th, 2023, the second you file to run, you are expected to be a subject matter expert on everything in this city. And I can tell you, I do not have a master's of public policy administration, nor have I been a firefighter or police chief or a city manager or a sanitation worker. So of course I rely on these people to give me their best input and their best ideas. What I bring to the table and what my colleagues bring to the table is the connection with residents who say, that's a great idea, here's a little piece of information you might not know from our neighborhood and how it affects us. Or from business owners who say, yes, but please consider this as you're making your plans, or my lived experience, or my way of thinking. But to say on this item, we completely trust the staff, the city administration to do everything. We're not going to weigh in. and it's on you. And then on the next item, to then say, we don't trust the city staff or the administration or the people with decades of experience, and we're not going to support you in your best recommendation. I'm not saying that there is never room for improvement. I'm just saying that to put that out there for this item, which is the highest stakes item in our city for everybody, businesses, residents, visitors, our brand, our media coverage, is disingenuous, and I take exception to that. And you know I love you, but I take exception to that.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head. We're not subject matter experts, no matter how much we claim to be. We haven't seen decades of public safety data, and we're not experts in that field. As an elected official, I don't think it's our responsibility to give specific advice on what to do for an issue that's been going on for the last 5 years that has only gotten worse. I think we need to hand it to the professionals, and so, I would through the chair, I'd like to bring up our police chief and ask him, are there any proposals from the commission that may seem contrary to what you would expect for spring break plans? So, for example, I think one of the items is closing the beaches after 6 p.m. What's going to happen when you go to these people and you tell them to leave? Where are they going to go? And so, I just want to make sure that we don't have unintended consequences in our policy decisions, and I want to make sure that everything we have, we're providing to city staff, is they're in 100% agreement with, and there is no pushback, so to speak, from staff.
Sure. Good morning, Wayne Jones, Police Chief. So the plan we have in place has been vetted up and down with my senior staff. I've been spoken to with the city manager and the city senior leaders in administration, and we're very, very comfortable with it and confident that if implemented the way we would like to implement it, will make a positive difference this year, a vast difference from last year and what we saw on our streets. To the question about closing the beach at 6 o'clock, we've done variations of that over the years, and our plan this year is not to push people off the beach at 6 o'clock, but rather restrict people going onto the beach at 6 o'clock. Those who are already on the beach will be allowed to just sort of navigate the beach as they see fit, leave throughout the evening, but we're not going to push or force them off the beach. We've tried that in the past. Didn't go quite well for us.
Through the chair. One more question through the chair. Are there any items on this agenda that you disagree with?
As it relates to spring break, you mean?
Yeah.
No, not off the top of my head, no.
177 items.
No.
Any?
No.
Thank you. So it's a good conversation. This is obviously in big policy discussions. I see this item as no different than most items that we bring, whether it be speeding or we are providing policy direction to the administration, and you, police chief, our city manager, can at any time tell us you disagree with us. Ultimately, though, we could vote and overrule. We obviously take your expertise in strong consideration. I think for the most part, we're on the same page. I don't think there's a lot of disagreement here. So I'm actually very comfortable with these items. I think it codifies a lot of what the administration was going to do anyway. Maybe it pushes in a certain direction and a couple of additional items, but that's what we were elected to do, and we do have a problem, and we're going to fix it. So I like what you're saying, and actually one of the issues that I don't think we're going to solve today, but in the next month or so, and I was talking to our city manager this morning about it, is because in the past, and I'm reading from our high impact ordinance, was the establishment of occupancy limits for different segments of public beach property and prohibiting access to those areas that have reached such occupancy limits. So we can actually, it's different than a checkpoint in the sense that we can't seclude anybody from coming in if this is what we ultimately adopt. but we can restrict access. We can have some kind of perimeter in the sense that it funnels people through an area where they have to go through. You're looking at me quizzically.
But Mr. Mayor, if I could just, that section of the high impact ordinance is actually the section that we're using for purposes of doing the beach closures and doing the gating.
No, I understand. I understand. But and I'm not putting you on the spot now, but I'd like to understand the exact how you're gonna do that.
Happy to brief you.
Okay. So ultimately, what I'm proposing is that we vote on these items. If anybody has any issue with any of the items, we can discuss that separately.
Can we make a motion for discussion so that we can go through the items? Because I think we have overlap. We have, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sorry I wasn't recognized, but.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Perhaps we should go through the items because there's overlap. I'm happy to withdraw some of my items if they overlap with your items so that we don't have redundancies. And perhaps it might be good to do that, and then we see what's remaining.
Fair. I was actually thinking we do it the other way. That
Okay, sure.
Anything that somebody doesn't have an issue with, we just will be inclusive of the motion. And if you have an issue with something, you just say you want to discuss it.
Yeah.
I think most of these are not going to be controversial. But if you want to go through them, I'm not going to.
No.
So does anybody have any issues with the items in R79? R7N?
The only thing I would say with R7N is that when we're talking about increased code enforcement and fire code staffing and inspection of businesses, I just want to make sure that we have also increased parking enforcement in the neighborhoods.
We have.
Okay.
We will be.
Yeah. I figure as such, but I just wanted to make sure, since we're going to be closing garages early and increasing the rate of parking, we want to make sure that residential parking is strictly enforced in the Flamingo Park neighborhood.
We have, and Commissioner, in the same way that we are partnering with external agencies in public safety, I've actually asked Hernan and I've asked Monica to explore opportunities with fellow colleagues and other agencies that have code enforcement and parking enforcement capability to see if perhaps we could enter into some kind of mutual aid agreement and we could have enhanced, in addition to our own overtime and our own expense and bringing in our people, if we could enhance that level of enforcement through some kind of mutual aid agreement.
Can you also describe for us the steps that are being taken to protect the immediate residential areas, south of Fifth, Flamingo Park?
Sure, absolutely. A strategy we've used rather successfully in the past, not only during spring break, but more so during Memorial Day weekend. That's where we sort of adopted it years ago, where we cordon off the Flamingo Park neighborhood, barricade the finger streets into the neighborhood along Washington Avenue. We do the same thing along Fifth Street, north side of Fifth Street, and then provide limited access to the neighborhood from the west side, from the Alton Road side. As far as south of Fifth Street is concerned, we did the very same thing, allowing only 2 accesses into the neighborhood. That's been quite successful in the past.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Bott.
I have 2 questions, and I'm not sure who to direct them to, so I'll just stare at you, Chief.
Okay.
But they're not necessarily directed to you.
Sure.
One, do we have anything in place, you probably have already thought of this, but enforced towing, which is not a city function per se, but I think that our reputation of the years past where we're scrambling or we're trying to let people live their lives and not be too confrontational may have trained folks that they can double park in lovely neighborhoods or double park on main streets and have no repercussions and have little mini tailgate parties. So the towing thing is one thing, and then sort of a corollary to that, can we just put in the back of our minds, I'm not suggesting that we legislate on it this second, but as, it's a balloon filled with air, and as you squeeze one part of the balloon, the air goes up to the other part of the balloon. And I don't want to tell people who might be listening with plans on spring break here in Miami Beach, where there are really beautiful neighborhoods that they could find some grassy spot to pull up and have a party, or other parts of beaches. But, it's not, only 7 miles. It doesn't take a genius to find other neighborhoods. So as we sort of ratchet down the chaos in South Beach, I would just like to be mindful that we may need to be proactive and be able to turn on a dime to deal with other neighborhoods that we haven't specifically planned for in this plan, but because of this is working so well, that all of a sudden some other part of the city is inundated with folks doing things that they're not supposed to be.
Yeah, so the first part of that, the parking issue, I think I'll defer to my colleague, Monica Beltran from the parking department, who's going to be doing a lot of parking enforcement. The second part of that, I think you'd be happy to know that we have planned for that very same effect. You know, we put a lot of police resources, enforcement, South Beach, people go to other parts of the city. So what we've done is we've staffed up citywide, right? So there's going to be significant police presence, not only in the south end of the city, but citywide for that very same reason.
And to continue that question, we'll have the flexibility to, I'm sure, have the flexibility to redeploy as needs become apparent. You know, like things are calm here, but they're not there, so we can reconfigure things on the fly a little bit. Is there some?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, not a subject matter expert, don't know how you guys do this, but it's magic.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner, as
Commissioner-
it relates specifically to the issue of towing and parking enforcement, certainly I don't want to speak for Monica, and I'd like for her to speak, but Monica and the department obviously enjoy a very good relationship with our towing contractors, and they have a process by which they literally follow each other. And last year, I think by the third week, we had implemented almost 1,000 tows during the month of March. One of the things that we're doing this year, and is included in this, but we were intending to, it's allowed by the high impact ordinance, is the doubling of towing fines, to make it very clear that you come here, you violate our rules, your car's going to be towed, and you're going to have to pay $519, I think it is, to pick up your car.
And just if I can build on that super fast, if I might.
Yes.
And then I'll stop. I think this is a key takeaway for anybody listening. I mean, we are not discouraging people from coming to enjoy our gorgeous city. We are very much trying to get the message out that come and enjoy and have a great time in accordance with the laws of our city. We wouldn't come to your house and trash your living room because it's a fun thing to do. We would respect the fact that you have plastic covers on it and you don't want us sitting on your fancy sofa. Like, that's fine. So just treat the city and the residents and the businesses with respect, and govern yourself according to our laws, and everything will be awesome. And if you don't, then you'll live with the consequences. That's all.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm not sure if we're going to continue on the towing item. If we're not, if we are, I'll wait till the end of the towing item, but I have a question on item 4.
Please go ahead.
Okay. On item 4, we're asking the administration to explore, and we're leaving it, you know, kind of discretionary to them. I think it might be good to, you know, say or hear, you know, is this a tool that they need? And if so, do we support it or do we not support it?
Mr. Mayor, if I could? Or
I think
are you still going? Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, again, just to answer the question directly, this is a capability that's allowed to the administration, to the manager specifically in our contractual relationships with the sidewalk cafes. I've been engaged with the business community because obviously we are all aware, sensitive, and knowledgeable about the business impact or the economic impact during the month of March. And any decision that would impact outdoor cafes would obviously be a very negative economic impact to our businesses. So this is not a decision that I don't weigh heavily, but I will tell you that in conversations with our police department, this particular power has only been used by a manager once prior to my arrival here. We have had conversations with leadership on Ocean Drive. I've asked them to come back to us and tell us, you know, what types of measures they would like to voluntarily agree to for purposes of those 2 weekends to work together so that we can avoid having to use the word state of an emergency, having to use the word curfew, having to shut down and suspend sidewalk cafes. So it is still my hope that the business community and the business leadership will come to me with some kind of a recommendation. Outside of that, and depending on the conditions that we are observing, I will use every power that I have within the high impact ordinance and within everything that you've legislated to me to stop the party on Ocean Drive.
So, Mr. Mayor, perhaps it might be good to, instead of saying support, explore, maybe we should say support. Support if necessary, the suspension.
I'm comfortable with that.
All right.
Actually, Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, I appreciate all the time and effort put in by staff for this, and I do want to rely heavily on the expert opinions there. A couple things I want to address. For 10 years, I've gone down to the spring break area in the MXC to really get a feel. So I think I have a good hand around the situation. The one thing that I've noticed most is the dynamic of how our visitors during this high impact period has changed. It's not just people flying in for spring break. It's people coming in from the surrounding areas and neighborhoods in Miami-Dade and Broward, which means it's often not their first time in Miami Beach when they come here for March during spring break. So where I'm going with this is I think there's some of these measures that do us no good if we just start implementing them in March, because the ground has already been set for what people are going to expect when they come here. We can market all that we want, but the marketing that we're sending out is probably not going to be received by the set of visitors that we expect during this. But what we can start doing is changing that tide today. For instance, things that I've identified, the towing and parking. It does us no good. It's not going to be any type of deterrent whatsoever if we just start enhanced parking enforcement and towing enforcement in the second weekend of March. But we laid that groundwork today, okay? If people are illegally parking in Flamingo Park today, let's go and give them tickets and let's tow them out of there. That provides the deterrent where they don't return in March. If you do it the second weekend of March, they're already here. The die is already cast. That, the strict enforcement of open containers, it does nothing to deter people from coming here for a chaotic spring break experience if we do not have enhanced and strenuous enforcement of open containers in January, but we just start doing that in March. So these are initiatives that we can start today to really start laying the tone for what our visitors should expect in March, which is come here for a good time. But do not come here to drink openly in our streets. Do not come here to park wherever you would like. The other is enhanced code enforcement, and the other is enforce the city's noise ordinance to the fullest extent permitted by law. I suggest we start doing that today. People are going to come here in March if they think they can sit there and blast their music and drink in open containers because that's what they were allowed to do in January. So let's start these initiatives that are kind of the linchpin for any civilized society already. Let's start them today. And that will help us prepare and create the deterrent for people that want to come here for those types of activities. They'll know in January not to come here in March. So I appreciate all the time and effort that's put in. I'm comfortable with the overwhelming majority of these ordinances. We can discuss the nuances, but I would say it doesn't serve us well to just start implementing some of this low-hanging fruit in March. We can start doing this today. So thank you.
Great point. Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
I understand the need to do all of this, and I'm going to be supportive of almost every single of all 13 items that you're proposing. I definitely agree with Commissioner Magazine that you can probably walk down Ocean Drive at any point in time and see an open container right now, and that really should be enforced right now. And we also know that we have not been towing vehicles in the Flamingo Park in these residential areas, and those are things that we can do right now. Here is what I would like to figure out, though, because we have this one problematic area, but we have to remember that March is one of our most successful months in terms of generating revenue. So we have a whole group of tourists that have nothing to do with what's going on Ocean Drive that are going to be arriving at Miami International Airport. Now, with one lane open on each causeway and DUI checkpoints, it's going to take hours and hours for residents and tourists to get on and off the beach. What are we going to do to, number one, inform the hotels of what's going on so maybe they can arrange transportation over a different causeway to get to Miami Beach so that you don't come to Miami Beach with your family. Imagine you're going with your whole family to Faena and it takes you 4 hours to get on. I would like to explore a few services, and I'm not quite sure how we do this. When you go into, for example, okay, it's going to sound shishi, but when you fly into Nice Airport in the south of France, if you want to go to a few other locations, there's a lot of traffic. So there's just an inexpensive, well, not inexpensive, but accessible helicopter service that takes you. It could take you to Monte Carlo. It could take you to Saint-Tropez. I mean, it's just something that's just there all the time. So could we partner, okay, and have a similar service like that and just use Mount Sinai's helicopter pad so that our tourists know what's happening, and residents too, so that they can get on the beach? Because one of the largest complaints we have, and people are laughing, but you know what? If it's $50 a person and you get on a helicopter and you just have a shuttle, that works. If you have a boat service that will bring people over, that works. If hotels communicate this, then people will want to come back, because you can't just impose these draconian measures and not have other options, because you will kill our tourism. I mean, we have 20,000 hotel rooms. The second, what convention is operating during those 2 weekends? Do we know? Is the convention center programmed at all?
Yes, the convention center is programmed, and we have a significant convention in the convention center that involves about 10,000 people. To your question specifically about the hotel industry, we are in close communication with the hotel industry. I personally have met with Wendy Kalergis. Wendy is working with us to convene 2 meetings, one that will be with all the hotel security chiefs and one that will be a global discussion with facilities managers in preparation for informing their guests.
Okay, so then set up a boat service, speak to some sort of helicopter ride, get the launch pad on Mount Sinai, have a service going from MIA directly to Miami Beach for anybody who chooses to do this. Have other options. Don't just close down our causeways with no other with no other alternative, or have some, or just let them know. Make sure that they inform their guests. What else? Let's see. And especially that convention, talk to the GMC, have them understand also that their convention operators are not going to be able to get on the beach. The other thing is our residents. Our residents get really, really angry when they cannot get on and off the beach. I don't think we've done a good job in the past at communicating this to residents. There has to be a way for residents to get on and off the beach. And third, listen, I'm very worried about the impact of this overall. We're going to try this year. Is there any way to measure what we're doing? How are we going to measure this year over year to make sure that we're doing the right thing? Because we don't have that many great months of beautiful weather with climate change. It is getting hotter and hotter, and and March is one of our most beautiful months. So what are we going to do to measure these draconian measures to make sure that while we are imposing this on our commercial interests, that we're actually seeing a change? And that's not in here at all. There's no way of measuring this.
Mr. Mayor.
Like a pre-input, what? I mean, I guess, are you going to measure arrests like year over year? Like, how are you gonna?
We measure crime stats all the time, and we actually have that, and we have significant data over however many years regarding what happens in March in our city. So that's easy to measure. We certainly have revenue information for both, for every form of tourist tax and bed tax. So that is information that is very easy to measure.
Thank you. Anybody want to move the item?
If I could just add 2 comments to Commissioner Rosen and Gonzalez. I actually agree about the boat service. Might stop short of the helicopter ferry, but that's just one person's opinion. But I think a ferry service for our residents and perhaps private hotels, especially in the later evenings when traffic picks up, is a very reasonable alternative that can essentially, as a way to not really put the burden of this holiday weekend on our residents. And the second is, I totally agree with what are the measures of whether spring break is successful or not. I was down in the MXC last year, and whether people got shot or not, that was in no way a city I was proud of, right? That is not anybody's fault, but whether people get shot in the head on video on Ocean Drive should not be a threshold of whether our spring break season was successful or not. Our barometer for success is if our residents and our visitors can go down in one of our most precious and prized months to have a civilized time while we're still maintaining a fun and festive atmosphere, but not feel as if our city is just completely overrun. So I do believe that when we sit here in April and try and measure what we did right and wrong, it shouldn't just be by how many people were arrested or whether people got shot on viral videos. We are a better city than that, and that cannot be our threshold for success, is the number of shootings that we have.
If I can add to what you're saying, a couple of things. Sometimes we get some pushback for our businesses, but let's be clear. When I propose these items, or our city is implementing this has our residents and businesses in mind. Many businesses do agree with these measures, and actually some of the businesses that sometimes push back on us, when it's actually happening, we're getting the emails and the text messages that it's out of control, it's not safe for their employees. And what's sad is, first of all, let's be clear, we're talking about a handful of days out of the year. We're not talking about anybody watching who's not familiar with spring break. I don't even like what happens in March. We're talking about a handful of days out of the year. 99% of the people who come here are here to have a good time and are not committing crimes. But unfortunately, that small percentage impacts it. It tarnishes our brand in a big way, and ultimately does damage to Miami Beach year-round. And not just to that area, because many people, again, we all know this, and many people who don't live in Miami Beach don't realize that we're talking about a few blocks. They think that Miami Beach is having all these issues. So, but I do agree with what you're saying, Commissioner Magazine. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. We've been sued in the past to, and I'm not inviting anybody to do it, but we've actually started winning these lawsuits now, and I think the reason why is because the judiciary is recognizing that there's a problem. They may have thought that we as electeds were overreacting, but we're not. We're not, because the problems persist. And I've challenged any judge who has to consider this, you must go down and see what happens. You cannot explain it to someone. You cannot explain it. I'm glad you mentioned that, Commissioner Magazine. You cannot explain the tension that is on the street, that is happening in our city at any given time. And I'll tell you, and I'll give I've said this before, and it's not completely relevant, but I'll give your police officers a lot of credit. You know, I'm always talking about police visibility and pushing to make sure you guys are out there, and well, men and women. But when you see those videos and there are gunshots going off and people are running away and we have officers running right to it, I mean, it's a difficult situation, but I'll tell you, it makes me proud. It makes me proud of the men and women in blue who put this. But it's not fair to our residents, it's not fair to our businesses, and it's not fair to our officers. We need to correct this. This is the way to do it. It's a handful of days. I'm not buying the argument that this is going to crush our businesses if we implement some measures for 4 to 6 days out of the year.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor, and to all of my colleagues for everything that they have said. I echo most of the sentiments. Spring break was definitely a real problem. I was out there last year and viewed what was going on and walked through the crowds. The biggest thing that I saw was the congregating of people on Ocean Drive. So I'm not in favor of having it pedestrianized during spring break because people were coming with their own alcohol and their own sound systems and having block parties and not participating or patronizing any of our restaurants and businesses. So during my agenda briefing, the city manager explained that there is going to be vehicle traffic, and I think that's important, and to make sure that MBPD is out there to ensure that none of the public takes over the streets, that we continue to have the traffic flowing.
Yes, Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you for recognizing me. So I just want to make sure, through the chair, Madam City Manager, are there any items that we are proposing that you are not comfortable with and you disagree with?
The only item on this list and an agenda item, and Mayor Minor is well aware that unfortunately at this point to explore the possibility of a fenced-in perimeter event is impossible. And we not only are we not budgeted to do that, but that is not something that I think that we can probably acquire or find a production company that would work with us. I am totally committed to finding that type of opportunity for next spring break if it is the will of this commission for us to do that. But that is the only item that is on here. And quite frankly, it's framed from the perspective of continuing to explore, and I am committed to continuing to explore.
Yeah, I'm recognized. Thank you. Okay, so just to be clear, that is the only item that you are that you disagree with from these proposals?
Yes, the only thing I would tell you is, for example, item 13, work with Miami-Dade County. Having been on the other side for 35 years of my career, I can tell you that I don't believe that the county will allow us to close Venetian Causeway, but I have committed to all of you that I will explore everything that's here, and I have been in touch with them. I've asked them to respond back to the possibility of restricting the Venetian Causeway for purposes of resident use only. So every single thing here, from the perspective of how it's framed, I'm perfectly comfortable with following up on.
Through the chair. So those are two things that I guess that you disagree with. It's the perimeter and the
No, it's
closing.
not that I disagree with it. I'm okay with the way that it's framed. It's framed from the perspective of exploring.
Would you guys be okay if I added in explore helipad service? There's nothing against it. Listen, we're laughing at this, but I've already had like 5 text messages. This is the thing. It's an affordable, accessible thing. And by the way, people get really angry, and there are a lot of families that are coming here that are going to spend tens of thousands of dollars on a week-long vacation. And why wouldn't we offer the service? Why wouldn't we at least just explore it? Explore alternative methods of transportation to Miami Beach, both boat and helicopter.
Madam Vice Mayor? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Water taxi and helicopter. That way, it's not ground transportation. It's just other alternate modes of transportation besides land transportation.
Okay, yes, Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, I wouldn't limit it to helicopter because that seems like it's no pun intended, a heavy lift for such a short amount of time. And our city administration is already completely slammed preparing. So what I would suggest is, possibly it's bus rapid transit in a dedicated lane that we can expedite for at certain times. If we want to do some exploring, maybe we can delegate one of our multiple committees to.
Well, this is happening now. All I'm saying is just explore it. If somebody reaches out to the administration, I have nothing to do with this, maybe it happens. That's
Okay,
the one
so
thing
just-
that you don't need any rail, you don't need the county, you don't need any special
So let's just
permits.
not limit it to helicopters.
Alternate modes of transportation, number 14. Is that okay
Besides-
with everybody?
But besides land, because the concern is land that.
Alternate modes of transportation, apart from land, number 14, just add that in.
Why limit it? What if somebody says we have a great BRT prospect?
Okay,
for-
so all alternative modes of transportation. Maybe somebody wants to hire a bus and go back and forth. But
Yeah,
when the causeways are
precisely.
closed, they're going to be closed, Tanya.
Commissioner.
Commissioner.
Can I just ask you just 2 questions for clarification purposes. The causeways will not be closed. The causeways will be impacted in the evening after a certain hour for purposes of implementing a license plate reader. We have a lot of cameras in the room, and so it's very important for the public to understand that the causeways will not be closed. The causeways will be impacted by, again, the implementation of a license plate reader detail and the implementation of a DUI detail on the 2 high-impact weekends. And that is very intentional, and that is, following, quite frankly, a very lengthy conversation about the importance of those details. I think I'm just trying to understand what the goal is, and I think the goal is to facilitate transportation for our residents, which we are completely committed to. And Jose has actually been working on enhanced trolley service within the city. But again, I want to be very clear and very specific because I don't want any surprises. All that we are doing for the 2 high-impact periods, it is very onerous, and it will impact traffic, and it will create a traffic loop that will force people to be in a situation where they're being forced off the island. The goal has always been to keep people that we don't want the takeover of Ocean Drive, and to keep people in a traffic loop in such a way that they are not coming to Ocean Drive. So we are happy to explore every form of transportation available for our residents, which I'm assuming is the goal, and facilitating for residents. And certainly, we're happy to work with the hotel industry in facilitating impacts to tourists that are staying in our hotels. And I just, again, want to be very clear that the goal and the conversation for 6 months was to, in fact, reduce the number of people coming to Ocean Drive.
Madam Vice Mayor, so I support your amendment to that, and I just wanted to also suggest, align with your concerns and with our colleague Commissioner Magazine's concerns about the measures. How do you measure the success of this? I think it would be productive if the mayor who's sponsoring this item agrees to include as part of the approval of this item, a referral to the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, a recap in April of these measures, while it's still fresh in our mind, to be able to do a recap of these measures, see which ones worked, see which ones didn't work, and also realizing that this is not permanent solutions. These are temporary solutions. But I would like to amend your item, Mr. Mayor, if you allow me, separate from the addition in number 4, to support if necessary, is a separate referral to public safety for an April recap of these measures.
Agreed.
And whenever you're ready, I'm happy to move your item. as
While you
amended.
were gone, we added one more thing in, which was to explore alternative modes of transportation.
But before we move it, I have 2 questions.
Okay, and then I'd like to wrap it up.
And I just have one more comment.
So why would we refer to a committee when we are all, like, all of the commission and the public wants to hear that recap? Can we just have it come back as a full commission item?
Through the mayor, if I may.
Sure.
The reason why I think that might be prudent is that you've seen now, I think today was 5 volumes by the time we got here today, the size of our agenda. And our agendas tend to be very hefty. I think we have a well-constituted Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee that could review this and then send back recommendations to the full body of the City Commission. Because these are very
Okay.
time-consuming conversations.
Fair enough. And then the other thing, just to help expedite the execution of this exploration, there's a letter to commission sent earlier this month, 007, which is perfect, 2024. That might be a good starting point for us to review. Ralph, I don't know if you can include that link when the follow-up is sent or whatever the right process is, but so that we're not reinventing the wheel, perhaps that can be a good starting point.
Can I say one thing?
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yeah, when you're closing the causeways, something that really, it costs nothing, we can text out a QR code to our residents so that they don't have to go through that. They just go, they flash their QR code, and they get into the city. They don't have to go through the DUI checkpoint. We could send it out to employees and residents. That way we don't have to wait. Do you understand? That technology is available, it costs you nothing, and it will definitely make a difference. I guarantee you when people start to text us in anger after spending 2 or 3 hours on the causeway, there's got to be an easy way to get residents in and out.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
I'm saying this based on
Sure.
experience, like a decade of experience going through this every single year.
I understood, but I just want, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I just want to make sure that folks know we're not closing the causeways. The MacArthur Causeway will be restricted to 1 lane open. The Tuttle will have 2 lanes open, all to facilitate the implementation of the LPRs on both causeways. They won't be closed, restricted, yes, but not closed.
And I think, Mr. Mayor, it's important to clarify, I'm certainly, and I hear you, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, and I'm going to talk to parking and I'm going to talk to police about what we can do to help facilitate for residents. But I will tell you that there are laws regarding the implementation of these types of details, and those laws are very specific in terms of how people get pulled over. And so we have to be very careful in terms of who gets exempted from being a part of that implementation.
Yeah, and Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, I share your concerns. I don't think we're going to resolve that right now. We do have another meeting on February 21st before March. So I am looking into that as well. It's frustrating because I had, as you know, brought an initiative a couple of years ago that our police and fire departments worked on to have a resident-only lane. It would be a license plate readers, but that unfortunately got nixed by FDOT. But that's one of the issues I'm talking with Tallahassee about. It's not going to happen this year, unfortunately. It's not going to be ready. But I do agree with you. I think that's something we need to explore because when we get emails and text messages from residents that it takes them 3-4 hours to get into our city. Not good. So I'd like to call Commissioner Suarez, and then let's please make the motion. Yep.
While you were gone, I asked our city manager, are there any disagreements with any of our proposals? And one thing that was an issue was the perimeter fencing. And you weren't here. I want to make sure that we cover that because everyone should be on board. If we vote on this today, are we going to, in essence, force our city staff to create perimeter fencing, or?
It says continue to explore.
Continue, okay.
That's the language.
Right.
Okay.
Move this amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you. I'm going to turn to our city attorney. I think there's perhaps some additional spring break-related items, your items, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah.
So that was R7N. There was an ordinance to increase the parking rate for up to $100, which you approved as part of R7N, but we would need a motion on R5AJ. Is that it?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Well, we need to call the item and.
We did.
We did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the one you
Yeah, I called it, I read it.
It's up there.
Earlier, we read it. We read all the items.
All right, so this is the item to increase a high-impact parking ordinance up to $100. I'll second my item.
All in favor?
No, it's a roll call, I'm sorry. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for February 21st. That was item
And
R5AJ.
Mr. Mayor, can I just clarify, point of clarification? I want to make sure that everyone understands that that's for purposes of the 2 weekends that we've identified as high impact. I have the authority to double our current fee, and I do intend to double our current fee for the balance of the month, which would make the fee for the balance of the month 30. But for the 2 high impact weekends, it would be 100.
We
Thank you,
still
Mr. Mayor.
have to
Thank you,
do
colleagues.
C4C and C7AH.
Mr. Mayor, C4C is the rollback of alcohol hours. It's a referral to the planning board because it is a land development regulation amendment for 2 weekends, the two most problematic weekends in the month of March. For purposes of a referral, only four votes are necessary. But to ultimately adopt this item at the city commission, it will necessitate 5 votes. Out of respect to the time of this body and to the time of the planning board and staff and everyone that has to work on this, I do not want to refer this item to the planning board if there are not 5 votes to initiate the referral to the planning board. And so I would only move forward with the item if we can get 5 votes in its support. And with that, I move my item.
Happy to speak or discuss.
I guess, I mean, are we ready to vote on it?
I
You have
don't
any
think-
anybody have
I mean,
any issues?
If we're going to vote on it, I guess you kind of almost want to do a straw poll through discussion.
Sure, yes.
Yeah, just, I'm on board with everything that we've laid out collectively. The rolling back curfew-wise is something for 10 years that I've never supported and remain in that boat. So I'm all hands on deck with every other measure that we have put forward. I'm not in favor of rolling back alcohol hours.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I had pulled this item for a couple of reasons. First, I feel the same way as Commissioner Magazine. Also, it's late to bring this item up. This was a leftover from Mayor Gelber, and it would require an emergency planning board meeting, an emergency commission meeting for us, and it's been voted on before and hasn't passed. So I wouldn't be supporting this today.
Commissioner Suarez.
Madam, through the chair, Madam City Manager, do you agree with this proposal?
We do. We have a long history of going on record that we will take every action from this commission that would assist us in controlling the crowd.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Last year, after last spring break, the city commission met and discussed a number of measures that we should be proactively communicating. Amongst those measures was the possible communication to businesses that to proactively help them program themselves, avoid them from hiring performers or overstaffing themselves during certain periods in March, or avoiding them buying too much inventory during a certain period in March, and to help them reduce their losses. We sent a notice to all the businesses, and we communicated through a resolution that was mailed to all the businesses south of 23rd Street to expect certain impacts during this period of March that may be necessary to maintain public safety and order in our city. That was in accordance, in part, with the direction that we got in a court ruling. my first spring break here on the dais. In advance to that, I brought forward a similar ordinance. It was approved. It was challenged in court, and what the court said at the time was that you didn't give proper notice. In part, that's what they said. Well, we started communicating this last year. We started telling the businesses, hey, listen, as a government and as a community, we have a responsibility to protect public safety and order in our city. Expect there to be certain impacts, certain earlier closures even, and we transmitted that. So I think this is properly before us. I don't know if this will have the 5 votes or not, and I understand the hesitation of those colleagues that are uncomfortable with it at the moment.
Okay, and then I'd like to call it, do you want to call it for a vote?
Well, I'm not sure if we have 5 votes or not.
Commissioner Suarez.
So this is, thank you for recognizing me. So this is south of 23rd Street. Why was 23rd Street picked as a street for that cutoff? And what would happen if there was an issue above 23rd Street where everyone understands, hey, we can't drink alcohol south of 23rd, let's go to, I don't know, the Faena and drink there. Doesn't it seem like we're going to be spilling a problem somewhere else throughout the city? I think legally, I don't know if Rafael can speak to this, does this set our city up for a legal challenge, and are we at risk?
So you've asked, Commissioner, there are a couple of questions there, and I can address all of them, but ultimately, whatever you do, if you do anything on alcohol hours, no matter what you do, we will be challenged. And we have always said that a citywide rollback is our strongest position to avoid any issues of treating any area or establishment different than any other. However, we do think that there is a rational basis for supporting geographic boundaries south of 23rd Street, where a majority of the issues that we've experienced with crowd control problems reside, and where a majority of the establishments are located. We previously litigated a south of 5th rollback, and we won that case. So geographic boundaries is something that we can certainly you can certainly adopt if there's a rational basis for doing so, and we believe that there is. But we've always said, so I just want to be consistent here, that a citywide rollback is always our strongest position.
Just to follow up on that, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, but I'm gonna cut this off in about 2 minutes.
Sure. I'm going to make a motion to extend the alcohol sales citywide. I don't think it should be south of any boundary. I think if we're going to be serious about spring break, we need to be serious citywide. So I'm going to make a motion to extend it to all of Miami Beach.
And extending, for purposes of the referral to the planning board.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor, on the motion?
Yes.
On the amendment to the motion. Mr. Attorney, in 2022, there was a similar item that was adopted. And in its ruling in Judge Betty Butchko's court, the court advised about notice. With the notice that we've provided right now, would we be complying with, is it aligned with what my colleague is proposing to amend? What notice has been provided under what was prescribed by the court?
Right, so the court said a number of things, because her ruling was predicated on a number of factors. Number one, she disagreed with our position, and we respectfully disagree with the court, that this can only be adopted as a zoning regulation on a 5/7 vote and not as a general ordinance. But this item would be to refer the citywide rollback under the LDRs with the additional safeguards that provides with planning board review and a 5/7 vote. So you'd check the box on that issue, you would not have that issue. To the extent there would, that the court also, she did say that there was a burden on the business community planning for months and not having notice of closures, and that the city could have adopted the measure earlier. And that's, you know, a fair point. We don't believe that it's legally, that alone is the basis to invalidate, you know, a lawful ordinance adopted by the commission. But she did say that.
And so I'm just wondering, Mr. Mayor, because again, out of respect to ultimately the process and this body, this is ultimately going to need 5 votes to be adopted. I know of two of our colleagues already that are not supporting this. Are there any other of our colleagues that intend not to support this? So that, okay, all right, all right. So in that case, you know, we're a body. This is not personal. This is all that we do is for the good of the public and the good of the city. I withdraw the item because I just want to respect the planning board's time and our commission's time in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. City Attorney, do we have any more spring break items?
You did, Mayor. There was the R9H, which was yours. You also discussed that in terms of perimeters already, so I'm not sure. There's just
C7AH, according to my notes.
Yeah, I'm going to defer R9H since we discussed it as part of the R7N.
Well, R7N has been approved as amended.
Correct. So I'm going to defer R9H.
Okay, deferred. But you, Mayor, you had on your list C7AH, which was approved via consent. I just want to make sure that that's been taken care of.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, R9X is the last one. If
R5AG. Raphael, R5AG.
we voted on that.
Yep. R5AJ, we voted on that.
Yeah.
G.
G was not one of them.
No. Okay, let's move on. We could always get back to it.
So R9X is been discussed?
Before, yeah.
Done, okay.
Before we get to our time certain for 11:05, there's a couple of second readings. Let's see if we can get through those quickly. R5A.
R5A is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Resiliency Code of the City of Miami Beach by amending Chapter 1, Generally Provisions, Article 2, Definitions, by amending Section 1.2.1 entitled General Definitions, by amending the definition of electric vehicle charging level, and by amending Chapter 5, Off-Street Parking, Article 2, Vehicle Parking, Bicycle Parking, and Off-Street Loading Requirements, by amending Section 5.2.12 entitled Electric Vehicle Parking to increase the minimum
I move the
requirements for
ordinance.
electric vehicle parking spaces and charging stations and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is R5A. It is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote, R5A.
So moved.
We have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Roll call?
Hold on. It is a roll call, and it's a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom. Let me check again. I see no one on Zoom. Well, I have one person on Zoom. Lisette, you have your hand raised. Are you speaking on item R5A? Lisette? Okay, Lisette's not available. There's no one in the audience. I have a motion and a second. You wish me to call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
He stepped out, but he advised me he's voting yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion passes. The item is approved. R5A.
Let's call R5B. We have 6 sponsors.
Okay. So R5B is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Miami Beach Resiliency Code at Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 5, Supplementary District Regulations, Division 4, Supplementary Use Regulations, Section 7.5.4.13, entitled Accessory Uses at subsection D entitled Permitted Accessory Uses in Single-Family Districts to permit the rental of accessory dwelling units to a family unrelated to a family occupying the primary dwelling unit within the Palm View Historic District in specific criteria, if specific criteria are met, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5B.
So moved.
Second?
Second was Commissioner Dominguez. It is a public hearing. I have no one in the audience. I have no one here at Zoom. Do you wish me to call the roll?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez?
He stepped out. He advised he's voting yes.
Commissioner Magazine advised also that he is voting yes on this item. Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
R5B, the item passes. It is approved. R5B.
R5C.
R5C is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the resiliency code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, article 4 entitled Amendments to Comprehensive Plan to the text of Land Development Regulations by amending section 2.4.2 entitled Amendment to the Text of Land Development Regulations to require an affirmative vote of 6/7 of all members of the city commission prior to any future increase in the floor area ratio, FAR, of any property in the city, and providing for repealer, codification, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. I have one person in the audience who wishes to speak
Can
via
I-
Zoom.
Moved.
It is.
Seconded.
Okay, so it's, so may I open up the public hearing?
Yes.
Mr. Seraldo, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, please.
Yes, hi, Daniel Seraldo can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, with Miami Design Preservation League, 101 Ocean Drive. I just want to say thank you to the mayor and commission for proposing this ordinance. As many know, in the Florida legislature last year, some language was written into a bill, SB 718, and a related House bill that stripped the power of our city voters that's within our charter to vote on intensity increases. So this action to increase the threshold for the city commission seems like a very good plan, given that our powers continue to be eroded by folks up very far away from here. So we're supportive and thank you for the vote.
No one else on Zoom, no one else in the public.
Thank you, Daniel, and appreciate that. I initiated this. There's now 5 sponsors to this, so presumably we have the votes. And this is an important item to raise the FAR. The density in our of buildings in our city will now require 6/7 commission vote if this passes instead of 5/7 commission vote. We have a motion and a second. Want to call the roll?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Suarez is out, but he stated that he is a yes on this item. Commissioner Bott.
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Magazine is
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5C.
R5D.
My item. I'm a yes on that item.
R5D. It is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the resiliency code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, article 1 entitled General to all zoning districts by creating section 7.1.10 entitled Procedures for Increasing Allowable Floor Area Ratios, FAR, to establish policies, procedures, and requirements for the review of future increases in floor area and/or floor area ratio, FAR, and providing for repealer, codification, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5D.
I move it.
There's no one on Zoom for the public hearing. There's no one in the audience. I have a motion and a second.
Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Dominguez on item R5D.
There,
R5D, that's the
Mayor,
process
Mayor,
to
my
increase.
apologies. Just one, there's, on this item, there's a question. There is an existing proposed FAR increase that went to planning board and was, they considered it yesterday, and there's a recommendation coming back to the city commission. It was Commissioner Dominguez's item. It would require, if this is approved, unless we have an applicability clause, that it would apply to, any item, any FAR increase that on and after a date certain, then Commissioner Dominguez's item would need to start over the entire process with all of the procedures in this ordinance. So we just want to clarify if that's your intent or if you wanted to carve that one item out.
So you're saying that we couldn't just consider that item coming from the planning board subject to a 6-7 vote?
It would be subject to a 6/7 vote. However, these processes would apply unless, as the city attorney indicated, you adopt an applicability section that would accept those FAR increases that have been transmitted by the planning board prior to the effective date of this ordinance, which would basically be 1.
Doesn't impact the threshold of the vote for FAR increase?
No.
What is, having been on the planning board for 3 years and reading both agendas for multiple years, this is such a pet peeve of mine, and you guys have heard it before, that it is absolutely not feasible for a land use board, whether it's planning or HPB or DRB, to have a meeting before the commission, literally the day before the meeting. I haven't even looked at, I barely know what was on the agenda, and I just looked at the agenda only because I happen to be interested in it. But now you're asking us to make a decision based on a recommendation that we haven't even seen. As we go through the calendar, and maybe we can't fix it for this year, but we have to fix it going forward. It is not a fair question. What's the FAR recommendation from, is it 30 stories? Because then it's no. Is it 3 feet? Then maybe, but how are we supposed to answer that question?
And all that.
Sorry, it's not you, Tom.
The only thing that you're answering is whether that item would need to go through the additional planning board review and all of the additional steps for that you're adopting now in this ordinance for review of an FAR increase.
I understand that's all we're being asked, but if the planning board is recommending, this is great, it is one additional story, but, then probably we would say, let's just let it go through. If it's something that's more controversial, it is our job to take the recommendation of the planning board and then opine on it and ultimately make a decision. And we can't do that in a responsible way.
I think one thing I would say is that now that there is a 6/7 vote requirement, the ordinance that was transmitted by the planning board yesterday, if this applicability provision is included, would likely come to you for first reading on February 21st. If you or any of your colleagues felt that there did need to be more study, you could certainly request that, and with a much higher threshold for voting, it's likely that that would be required at that point.
Right, but that's then not fair to the applicant, because like I said, if it's a 3-foot difference, it's not a big deal. If it's 30 stories.
And there is no I believe this is one for incentivizing conversion of.
Yeah, this is not a private application.
Hotel
This was
to
something referred by
residential.
the full commission in October.
I don't know. Where is everybody?
Well, you could move it for deferral if you get a second. That takes precedence. You'd have to vote on that first.
I'd second if you move it for deferral.
Okay. So we'll defer it until
To February 21.
till February.
Okay.
So
Okay.
item R5D is deferred by acclamation to February.
Before you take that action, because there's now a requirement in the LDRs that you follow the zoning cycle for adoptions, technically, second reading would need to be deferred to the April 3rd meeting. However, you could, as part of your motion to continue this item to the February meeting, also indicate that you want to do that as an exception to the requirement that the LDR cycle be adhered to.
Can I make a proposal? Because I do agree with your sentiment, and it's true. A few of the planning board meetings have occurred right before the commission meetings, which makes it difficult. Perhaps during the break we can maybe look at this, and no pressure if you still feel strongly that you want it deferred. But perhaps we can try to get more information.
Do we have the documents here or could we get them here enough to?
Well, the planning board referral was an ordinance. We could get a copy of that ordinance. It's a very lengthy ordinance because it involves a number of different zoning districts
Okay.
because it's an incentive ordinance.
I'm sorry. Good governance, transparency is not a life safety issue unless I'm mistaken. With all due respect, I think the right course of action, please correct me if others don't agree, is defer it until February with the exception so that the consequences don't affect this because we're trying to do the right thing. And please, can we change the calendar so that land use board meetings do not happen before planning commission meetings?
Is this Commissioner Fernandez's item?
Yes.
Yeah, he stepped out for a moment, so I would like to give him the opportunity at least to, I don't think and I'm not asking you to change your mind, actually will probably agree with you on the vote, but I would like to give him the opportunity since it's his item. So why don't we, if we can just punt this, we'll pick it up later. Is that okay?
Yeah.
We have a time certain, I'm looking
Do we even have a
for.
quorum at this point?
Yeah. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez here. If not, I'll take another item. R5, well, that's our item 2. Let's take R5F.
R5F is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code at Chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 5, Rezonings and Development Approvals to establish Section 2.5.5 entitled Development Approvals under the Live Local Act to establish regulations and procedures for the review and approval of developments pursuant to the Live Local Act, including Section 166.04151, subsection 7 of the Florida statutes, and providing for codification, repeal, or severability and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. I have no one in Zoom, and I have no one here on the dais in the convention center wishing to speak.
I'll move it.
Motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. Is there any discussion?
No, call the roll.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez? Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez? Yes. Commissioner Fernandez is?
He stepped out, but he advised he's voting yes.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion carries. This is item R5F, which is approved.
Okay. In the spirit of calling early this morning some important issues, let's call R7E.
R7E is Save the South Shore Community Center. R7E, I believe that has, so it has a companion item, R9W. Oh, was withdrawn? Okay.
Okay. Are you recognizing?
Yes, correct, yeah. So R7E is the item up.
Are you recognizing me, Mr. Mayor?
Did you read it into the?
Yes, I did.
Okay, yes. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, this is your item.
Okay. Since 2015, we have been having a community conversation surrounding the best place to put a fire station. Over the years, I've become the voice or just the face of many residents who probably can't be here right now because they are busy working in our hotels or in our restaurants. But make no mistakes about it, there is a thriving daycare center, and there was once, prior to COVID, a very thriving senior community center that many of us frequented, including Commissioner Dominguez. I remember in 2015 during our campaign for commissioners with Commissioner Samuelin, we used to go there all the time at the South Shore Center. It was thriving. Senior lunchroom. There's a surface parking lot also that is part of this large acre site in the middle of a residential neighborhood. The South Shore Community Center is located on a small 2-lane street with many stop signs in either direction, and people and children and senior citizens that are walking up and down these streets and always crossing the street. It is really not a place where a massive, large fire station should be located. Over the years, the surrounding neighbors in garden apartments, 500 people signed a petition. I have had letters written to please, maybe the city will pay for impact windows for the surrounding garden apartments. There are a lot of people who are very upset about this fire station. And I haven't even mentioned yet the fact that it happens to be a building that we can never replace, a Morris Lapidus building. I would like to read into the record, I got last night at 9:30 p.m., unsolicited by me, a member of the HPB who was Barry Klein. He is a longstanding architect. He was a member of the HPB for many years, lives in Mid-Beach. I've known him for the past couple decades. And the title of his message was Righting a Wrong, finally righting a wrong. And here's what he wrote. While on the Historic Preservation Board, I argued that destroying the South Shore Community Center building for the out-of-scale proposed fire station was wrong for two very basic reasons. Number one, destroying this still useful South Shore Community Center building is an act against the community. It's against and ignores its historic importance and compatibility to its surrounding neighborhood. So it's a hostile. The HPB members were told, and this is what bothers me, is the administrative sabotage that took place during this. The HPB members were told over and over again that we had no choice. We had no choice but to agree with the demolition because the commission had already made that determination. Our role turned to design and compatibility. So they were basically bullied into making a decision. The proposed design is a slap in the face to the surrounding neighborhood. The fire station pays no respect to the surrounding close residential buildings. Beyond the noise generated, there'll be strong fire truck lights shining into the residential units. The elevation of the truck docks are completely out of scale with the surrounding buildings. The fire station is more suitable and useful on a wider street. These large trucks require great maneuverability they don't have on 6th Street, and the ability to drive past stopped cars. A stopped car on 6th or Meridian could cause a fatal delay in reaching their designation. Therefore, I suggest Alton Road, there's 1260 Washington Avenue and Terminal Island. But you know, the commission gave me 30 days to run around, which by the way, kind of ruined my holiday season because, you know, you want to be spending time with family and not thinking how to save a community center. But these decisions, the extra 30 days, the extra 60 days, they're painful. They are very, very painful for me. And I was not just in the situation with trying to save the fire station. I was also in a fight with the private sector over the Barclays. So today I'd like to vote on it. If this commission chooses to vote against the community, because it really is against the community, it would be devastating. I'm missing every single member of the commission right now. I don't know if they're doing press interviews, but what I'm going to do is table this until people come back because I definitely need Commissioner Bott on this item and also Commissioner Dominguez.
At the risk of giving too much information, they mentioned they were just running to the restroom.
Okay. So, I mean, I could go
Sorry.
on and on about this, but what I would tell you is that this acre of land, we tried to find a spot for the daycare center. They couldn't find a spot for the daycare center. I found several very expensive pieces of property surrounding. I even sponsored some zoning that I really didn't like just in order to get a piece of property on Alton Road for a lower price, which the fire department is saying it's not big enough. What I would suggest, the right thing to do, where the current fire station is located is 45,000 square feet. That's very difficult to find. It cost us nothing. We could give direction to rebuild a beautiful fire station right where it is right now and take a couple of $1 million, okay, and house them in a trailer instead of the kids for the next year, okay, while we build this fire station. I have heard every excuse under the sun. There is a sewer pump there. Well, you know, with the $25 million, we can easily replace that sewer pump. And they could probably have nearly the same size fire station. You've heard from the HPB that they were forced into making a bad determination. I got a phone call. I started getting phone calls a couple of weeks ago that all of a sudden my item appeared on a South of 5th Neighborhood Association agenda, which I found very odd because the South Shore Community Center, that Morris Lapidus building, really, apart from response times, has very little to do with the South of 5th Neighborhood Association. When I asked them why the item appeared on the agenda, they told me that the administration had asked them to weigh in and pass a resolution. So the commission had given the administration direction, okay, to find a property that would work. And the administration went and tried to sabotage by having a political policy resolution passed. So that's what we've been, whether it's the HPB being bullied, okay, because you have a group of single moms and senior citizens, or the administration pushing for this. You know, we've been sabotaged at why? because they're not high net worth, powerful individuals. They are single moms with a daycare. A lot of them, by the way, don't necessarily speak English because they happen to be minorities. So it's a slap in the face against our hospitality workers, against the minority community. It's just been a bullying effort, and frankly, it really doesn't have to happen. You can save an architectural, by the way, this building right now, this Morris Lapidus building, did you know that the entire Morris Lapidus historic district right now is in peril in Tallahassee, and it is not included. It is fair game. What does that mean? It means the structures like the Fontainebleau, the Eden Rock, all of these Morris Lapidus structures could potentially be demolished if the legislation that is both in the House and the Senate being sponsored right now passes. And so we're going to destroy a building that we own, that is Morris Lapidus, that might in the future, that the private sector might be able to demolish in the future, which makes it more significant than ever before. This is something that has changed dynamically. I would ask the fire department, and look, public safety is number one. It is. I respect you all so much, but you don't have to, the fire station does not, we can build the fire station someplace else. And that's the direction that I would like to get today. I do not want another 60 days. It will give me ulcer or a cancer or something like that, the stress that I have thinking about it, going to sleep at night, how do I save the community center, waking up in the morning thinking about how, I can't do it anymore because it will make me physically sick. So I'd like to vote on this today. And it will destroy my faith in this body and really in humanity and the public in general if we lose and we can't save this building. I walk past it all the time. I hear the kids laughing. It's so disturbing. So I would like to, I know that there's some people here who have waited because they would like to give public input. I know that there are many of you who just want to talk to the bros, but we should not allow our firefighters who are not experts in planning and zoning dictate how we treat our children and the historic nature of our buildings. The administration should not have bullied the HPB, and you have proof here from Barry Klein, and you could speak to all the other members of the HPB to say that it was okay with the demolition, and then they dangled this Apollo mural. We're going to put the Apollo mural on the fire station, and that poor Daniel from MDPL, he had nothing else to say. We wanted to save the Apollo mural and put it on. We'll find a place for the Apollo mural. But all of these things were done at the expense of people who cannot advocate for themselves because they are working right now. So with that, I don't know if there's anybody from the public, or I'm sure that some of my colleagues have begun to agree with me, and I'm so grateful for you. And I would love you to be the champion and provide some sort of solution. But like I said, when you were in the bathroom, I did say that if we, sorry.
Yeah, I kind of had to announce that.
The most economical situation would be to give direction today. There's a 45,000 square foot lot where the fire station is currently located. It should really be just rebuilt right there. We should just design it, rebuild it right where it is right now. Thank you. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Commissioner Fernandez, I think I saw your hand up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to put for the record, because the state legislation was brought up, the Fontainebleau was mentioned as a building that we could potentially lose. And in fact, as part of the amendments that are in place, by the way, yesterday, thanks to Senator Avila's amendment and our collective advocacy and MDPL's advocacy, we were able to save 800 Art Deco historic buildings. We were able to save yesterday, and I'm so grateful to Andrea and to Daniel Serraldo that were a part of that effort as well, from that really bad state legislation. But the Fontainebleau is also exempted because it is a nationally designated building in the National Register of Historic Places, and that's very important as well. Just to highlight, I wasn't sure if you were aware, but it is another piece of good news. And in addition to the 800 Art Deco historic buildings that we were able to save yesterday from this very bad bill in Tallahassee, the Fontainebleau is part of the collection of buildings that are saved.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes.
So thank you for that awesome segue, Commissioner Fernandez. I love that. There is, I am a superstitious Red Sox fan, so don't come at me. But I don't like calling a no-hitter till it's over. And while it is good news, nothing's been signed yet, and all hell could break loose. So we are not taking our foot off the gas at all. And Commissioner Fernandez has represented all of us up there and all of you out there at in Tallahassee, along with Daniel Seraldo and colleagues and legislators from around the state who are being, once again, preempted in making the best decisions for our community. We are also looking at other parts of the city that need those protections, but that's a very different conversation for a different time. But with that said, I don't want to rehash what Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez has already put into the record, so I'm going to try to build and expand. And I'm going to try to thread this needle, because I've been hearing about this as a candidate and an elected official from every side. But I've been also watching this as a resident and a board member for Miami Design Preservation League for years. And I have run a $70 million business unit. I know it's not a $900 million budget, but it ain't chicken feed either. So I'm very mindful of the competing interests that together knit our fabric of a community. So bear with me, because it's a lot, and I'm gonna get it out in the most organized and efficient way possible. So to the point about why this has taken 10 years, I don't want the sins of the fathers visited upon the children. If the prior, and I'm not talking about the most recent prior, but 2 administrations ago gave direction that was probably not the best direction for whatever reasons, and we have a possible solution that corrects that without doing damage to the process. We owe it to ourselves to have a look, okay? What I'm going to lay out to everybody is a dual path. And I'm sorry, Kristen, for a couple of months. This is my proposal. Sorry, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez. The Florida Trust for Historic Preservation, right? Vice Mayor, sorry. Gosh, I'm getting it wrong left and right. It's because I just went to the bathroom, everything. Florida Trust for Historic Preservation. This is not an organization that has skin in the game. This is an organization that every year, puts out a list of the 11 most important places in the state of Florida to save. 11. I don't know, it's a weird number, but that's what they pick. In 2021, the South Shore Community Station was on that list. So who are we, as we've discussed, subject matter experts? We're not historic preservationists with PhDs like Dr. McKinney, who testified about this, or architects who were told not to look at this. We have many records, and I encourage you, if you think I'm making this up, look at the records that somehow were not entered into the file originally or at a later date, but they are in the file with this agenda item today. We are not holding up a building saying, we have to save every building. I remember at the time, a late commissioner who I love said on the record, you know what? It's a Morris Lapidus building. We have a bunch of them already. This is one that is not conforming to his normal vernacular, which means it doesn't look like all the other ones. And that is precisely why this building is such an important architectural building to consider, because it speaks to the difference of how form and function work together. So Lapidus, whether you like him or not, is very known for, cheese holes and woggles, they're called, those weird little cutouts, and bow ties in the floor, and all these cool embellishments. But he also was able to design a beautiful building that is really functional in the brutalist style, which was different from everything else he's done, and is worthy of consideration on that merit alone. The other role that architecture plays in a community is that it pays testament to the history of its community. And this building was built specifically to cater to the needs of the folks who had changed Miami Beach. They were the folks who came in as immigrants. They were the folks who came in trying to cobble together a new life. They were the folks who were learning how to speak a different language, looking for jobs, needing help. And this was a building that reflected their needs and elevated their status, their stature in the community, and paid respect to who they were and what they have contributed to our community. I would ask you if you think Miami Beach would be anything like what it is now if it were not for a Cuban immigrant infusion. It would not. So that's me waxing poetic about the building. Let me talk to you about whether it is an unsafe structure or in need of demolition. It is not. Does it need a little TLC? It sure does, but who among us doesn't, right? Self-care, we're not all so good at it. The same can apply to buildings. It is a very solid building.
Sorry.
I know this is a long one, and I know I get tagged for being too long-winded, but I'm putting this all out once and for all, and I want it to be crystal clear. The third point is that we now have a situation that we did not have even 9 months ago, which is that a developer who had a large piece of land on Washington, which is just at the edge of the acceptable service area, is in bankruptcy and will possibly go to jail for alleged misdeeds. That building lot is already demolished. That building lot is an eyesore. It's got rebar sticking up, and it looks like a tiny little bit of a bombed city in the Middle East. So now we have something that we didn't have, that we couldn't have contemplated 6 months ago, 9 months ago, 5 years ago, because it didn't exist. We have money that has been earmarked to this project. It will likely be able to either be transferred over or new grants can be applied. Because of the size of this lot, we would not need to significantly redesign the building. We might need to make some tweaks about where things connect or whatever, but it would not be starting from scratch. And to be clear, I'm not in favor of starting from scratch and building 2 smaller substations in 2 different areas, because that will delay the process by too long. What I am in favor of is figuring out if we can take the building designs and put them into this new space at a reasonable cost. They're in foreclosure. They have legal fees to pay whether or not they're guilty. Nobody's stepping up to do this. It's possible there are other avenues that we could pursue as a city for a public safety facility. It is not crazy to think that we can figure this out. I also would like to suggest that again, not subject matter expert, and so there is discussion about whether or not having a fire station on a main street is better or worse than having it on a side street. I will say that Washington is one of our main streets, and I don't want to jinx it, Red Sox fan, is usually less of a nightmare than Alton or MacArthur. So that also gives us a little bit of an option and has places where you can cut into neighborhoods. For the folks who are saying, I don't want it in my backyard, you live in a city, and you will be damn happy to have that fire station in your backyard when you're having a heart attack, or your cat's in a tree, or your house is on fire, or your neighbor's kitchen is on fire in the unit above you. So if you don't like the noise, I am happy to provide you with earplugs. And also, our firefighters cannot turn the sirens on the second they pull out, which is a misconception. They're sitting in those trucks. They're practically deaf, I'm guessing. I know I would be. So nobody needs to put their sirens on the second they're pulling out. And I know there was a concern about having an apron big enough for the trucks to back in and back out without stopping traffic.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Bott.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
The last thing I will say is that there is a possibility that with clever engineering, you could do like a turntable. We look at Dubai and other places in the Middle East who spend $1 bazillion thinking of clever solutions for seemingly intractable problems, where you pull your fire truck onto the turntable and it rotates so you don't have to back up and stop traffic, and you can then back your truck into the station. I'm not saying this is the solution. I'm saying this is meritorious of another couple of months of discussion while still proceeding on the path that we already have. And if we don't get anywhere, we have until June, right? Nobody's dynamiting anything until June. Then, in my view, we've exhausted every option. Thank you.
Sure, Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, to everybody that is weighing in on this. It's not an easy decision. Anytime there is going to be an intensive capital infrastructure project to place in a neighborhood, there are going to come with positives and minuses. So we will always be looking at imperfect solutions. From my perspective, we've inherited numerous capital projects that have stalled for years and decades across the city. And this is just one in a number of those. We look at our resiliency projects, this project here that's been 10 years in the making. And in my mind, it is time to move forward with many of these projects, recognizing there's going to be some imperfections, and we'll never get it 100% right. But it's moving forward, taking all things into consideration under the best ability that we have possible. I'd just like to address a few of the points because this isn't a decision I'm making lightly. And in fact, before you even mentioned it, Commissioner Bott, I had this same thing where if there are other solutions, we can still go forward with the project as is. But until June comes up, if there are solutions that are found, I think everybody would be open to explore that. But we cannot stop this or other capital projects in their tracks for what could be red herrings, just for the sake of delaying. So I'd like to address a few of the things. On the logistics of 6th Street, whether it's wide enough, I am not an expert in that. I will defer to years and a decade of discussions with staff and trust that these have been taken into consideration. Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, it truly did pull at my heart when you said you'd lose faith in humanity because of the children. I'm a single father. My daughter goes to camp in Flamingo Park. She learned to swim and play soccer in this neighborhood. It is near and dear to my heart. I hope I can help you, no matter how this goes, restore faith in humanity, because I promise you, the laughter of those children has nothing to do with the building that they're in, but rather the community that they are surrounded by. And I'm confident, whether it be in Flamingo Park, just mere blocks away, or the South Shore Community Center, they will be supported by a strong community that my daughter was fortunate enough to be blessed with. Here, besides moving these projects forward, it's the financial impact. One, and feel free, staff, please counter if there's anything I'm saying that's incorrect. And David, maybe if you wanted to come up and just be prepared to interject. The state grant that we'll lose, $11, $12 million. I'd like to confirm whether it's site-specific or not, but regardless, that is a certainty right now, and if we move or pivot from this, at best, that becomes uncertain. And at worst, we do not get that. That is $10 to $12 million right there. That is taxpayer money. We all appreciate the things that are near and dear to our neighborhood, but they come at an expense, and that expense has to be recognized, and we're all stewards of taxpayer money. And these are not insignificant amounts. That is $10 million. The design costs another $5 million. But then when we talk about the additional property acquisition, right? So I'd like to be informed on all decisions, and I didn't dismiss any of these. So when I was informed that 1260 Washington Avenue could be a thought, I didn't just dismiss it. I researched it. That property, only 23,000 square feet, but it was sold in 2021 for $20 million. We have since upzoned that property, and property values have increased. That will cost $30 million for us to go and acquire. And it's not as if we can just go out and pay this guy. It's sitting in SEC receivership. So there's already a bidding process that's going on. Just in those impacts alone, we're looking at a cost to taxpayers of $45 million. Last evening, my mother, she said, you know, Joe, I think I really agree with Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez. That should be saved. I said, Mom, it's not about, of course I'd prefer to save it, but how much would you be willing to pay? How much would you be willing to pay specifically? Because that is what the decision is for all of us. $45 million between property acquisition costs, the grant that we're losing, and design costs, right? No matter what we have to construct, there's going to be construction costs, so those are interchangeable. But to go out and acquire another piece of land right now between $20 and $30 million and a $10 million grant, those add up. Then we're going to have another item on today for another capital project of $30 million. We have, I don't see Joe Gomez, Joe, an unfunded storm wastewater plan of $3.7 billion. These are real numbers that we need to start addressing in our city and taking this seriously. So of course, I want to do what is best for our children and what is best for our neighborhood. And I'm confident that we have the ability to find a solution for these children, find a solution for the community center, the seniors that actually haven't even been in there since COVID, but also be responsible stewards of taxpayer money.
Before I recognize Commissioner Bott, I just want to say that rebuilding it where it is free. Free, no cost.
I would like
Commissioner
that
Bott.
I would like that addressed because that is,
It's really.
yeah, I'd like to see how feasible, the pluses and negatives, but
I would say that going to Terminal Island, speaking with the judge in receivership, looking at the property listed, the Royal Media property, which I think is an excellent property that the city should acquire, even if we're not going to put a fire station on it. When I looked at every single option, okay, knowing that I wasn't really getting the help that I needed from our administration, my assessment is that the best thing to do, the largest piece of property, the property that is free and solves everything, would simply be to rebuild it where it currently sits and pay for those design fees. At the same time, we can have Marcia, who is in Tallahassee, transfer that grant money so that we do not lose the grant money. And we build, in the interim, we were building it for the daycare. Okay, so we already have monies allocated. Put firefighters' barracks in the park, in the interim, where the kids were gonna go for the daycare, and just, it's a redesign. It's a redesign. It is $1 million or it's $1 million or dollars probably of a redesign. But you know what? We already know what we want. All they have to do is take that design and accommodate it to a smaller group. It can't be that expensive. We can expedite the entire thing. That would be my motion for today. Rebuild it where it currently is, and save a property that everybody knows we should not be tearing down. And clears up. Thank you to the lone clapper. Thank you to thanks, Commissioner Bott. And then I know.
Commissioner Magazine, it is not lost on any of us serving that we are the stewards of our collective taxpayer dollars. And that's why I preface my comments with, I'm very cognizant of what we're talking about. I do not believe that that $10 million grant will vanish never to return. Maybe that version of it would, but if they gave us a grant for $10 million for a fire station that significantly improved public safety, they will do it again. It might just take a little bit of time and be a pain in the neck. And I'm not undervaluing that because I know it's time and resources. The other thing is the $5 million, what I'm proposing is the $5 million is already done. It is not a full redesign. It is a tweaking, so it may be a few $100,000 of tweaking. So I just want to make sure the numbers that people are factoring in as they're thinking about this are correct. It's not that we haven't spent that. It's that we wouldn't have to spend a total of $10 million on design. We might end up spending $550,000 or, $5,500,000 on redesign. I don't know what it takes to tweak, but that's a different, $500,000 is a lot different from an incremental additional $5 million. The property costs, we are not subject matter experts. I know you've done your homework, but we don't know what somebody who's facing jail time and is in foreclosure would be willing to settle for.
it's not him. It's the SEC.
Your mic.
Sorry. Right.
Okay,
yeah.
but still, we can't, let's not make assumptions. Let's give ourselves the latitude. And I'm not, again, to be clear, I'm not stopping anything that we are doing. I am suggesting that because this is, I don't want us to make a short-term decision because we are so frustrated that this took a decade to come to this point, when we can spend a couple more months doing homework to get to the right decision. And that's what I'm asking for. I am not suggesting that we stop anything, because in 2 months we'll know it can't be done. It's not in the right spot. It will take a ton more money. It'll take $7 million to redesign. That changes the equation. Meanwhile, the plan that is in progress is still continuing, right? We're not stopping whatever is happening. So I just want to be clear on that. You know, we are going to have so many landmarks taken away from us in a manner that we have no control over. To do this to ourselves, to potentially do this to ourselves if there's an opportunity to responsibly protect it, is painful to contemplate. Now, it might end up being the only correct answer, and I'm okay with that. I just want the benefit of a couple more months to ask a couple more questions before we detonate anything. That's all I'm asking.
Commissioner Bott, can I ask one question before the mayor recognizes anyone else? Just interesting. Would you consider a direction to rebuild, redesign where it currently is right now? Give the direction today. Rebuild, redesign, take the funding, transfer the grant to the 44,000 square foot lot that the current fire station sits on right now. Would you consider that?
From what I understand, and maybe the chief could come up and address this, or David, I'm not sure who the right person is, and I'm looking for completely neutral, factual, not editorialization, sorry. My understanding is that site is not big enough for the equipment that the firefighters need. Am I understanding that correctly?
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'll try to start that response, and the chief can certainly supplement. Just to put it in perspective again, the site is 21,000 square feet with 6,100 of those feet occupied by a pump station, and I don't want to speak for the Public Works Director. It's not something you can pick up and place somewhere else, as there are a multitude of very large pipes connected to it. So I don't see that as a feasible, at this point, at least affordable to do in time-wise. So that leaves you with just under 15,000 square feet to construct what we're constructing in almost an acre. And I say almost an acre because we're still providing back a certain number of parking spaces to the community as part of the public parking lot. So you are going to be trying to construct 30,000 square feet, roughly, of space in a building on a 15,000 square foot lot. Second part to that is the Florida Building Code considers this facility a critical facility. As part of a critical facility level 4, it requires that it comply with all the Cat 5 storm requirements. That means that even the fire engines need to be at base flood elevation plus 3 feet. That would put the finished floor probably somewhere in the ballpark of 5, 6, 7 feet above the street grade. So I don't see how you physically are able to maneuver trucks into that facility from Jefferson onto even a new facility.
Okay, so it's not a feasible option in my view.
I don't believe it
Okay.
is, Commissioner.
Can I ask one question? But it's not. We had actually explored the PAL site. It's bigger. You can get in and out of it. I would, at this point, go for if that's not feasible, the PAL site is much larger, correct? They were going to build a new PAL facility. The PAL facility could be incorporated into the fire station. It is a free option. It would save the Morris Lapidus building. Was that not an option at one point that we explored, David? Because I remember in 2017, we definitely, you guys recommended the PAL station. Do you remember that, when you recommended that?
I certainly remember that, Commissioner, very vividly. We were considering the placement of the fire station there that could potentially be commingled with a new PAL facility, which included replacement parking at that time. And we were told absolutely not in my backyard, don't even talk about it. The project died basically because it was unfunded at the time.
But now it's funded, and we do have an old building that could be demolished, that would save the Morris Lapidus South Shore Community Center, and would recreate a new PAL and a fire station right around the corner, and technically save a second Morris Lapidus building, which is the current fire station, that could be renovated and repurposed. So if you're saying that that's impossible, but you are saying that the PAL is a viable option right now.
I'm saying that at the time, that appeared to be a feasible site. We have not, since 2016 or 17, we have not gone back and analyzed that site based on the needs of the chief today. So we would have to obviously go back and look at the site and figure out how that fits there. And again, that site certainly doesn't have as many of the restrictions as the current fire station site.
Well, then I would, if it's a question of, you know, the fire department concerned about truck, what did you call it? What's the
Trucks, it's the size of the trucks.
angles and whatever?
They need to be able to back in and out of the space
so
given, and the trucks are much bigger than they were when the fire station was originally built. And so the equipment that these guys need to save all of our collective lives has gotten bigger and better. And that's not a boondoggle, that's not a fancy yacht, that is what we're all gonna depend on if we have a heart attack. And so we need to make sure that wherever they are living when they're on duty, because they're not living at home with their families, doesn't have mold on the walls, doesn't smell like sewer water, and also they can get their equipment in and out safely. Like that's non-negotiable. So we need to find a spot that has room for equipment that we need, that we as a city that goes from 82,000 people on a Tuesday to 500,000 on a Saturday night we need to be responsible about this. So we need to find the right spot. The PAL lot would be the obvious one. I don't know why it wasn't recontemplated when all of a sudden we had funding, because we've got, you know, I know neighbors were shown a massing study, but I know from experience, massing studies are just that. They're giving you the worst possible idea of what the biggest possible space could be. Nobody saw a thoughtfully contemplated and designed building that could still take the Apollo murals, that could be designed to fit into the neighborhood, and you know, we could have a state-of-the-art PAL facility and all kinds of wonderful things. I also heard that people who use Flamingo Park said they don't want to have to walk upstairs to park their cars. I mean, we're in a city. Can you imagine saying to New York City or Boston or Chicago, sorry, we're not putting a fire station near you because you don't want to not be able to open up your windows on a certain time of day. We're in a city. Sorry, the rant is over.
Is that a yes on
Commissioner
PAL?
Magazine.
No. I cannot vote to delay this further, but David, I would like to ask you, how long would an analysis take to consider the viability of PAL? If we want to explore any type of feasible alternatives, I really think we need to really fine-tune what those are, so we're not just chasing red herrings to try and go out and acquire property and things like that. I don't see that path feasible. The financial cost, the time, especially if something's tied up in government receivership, I would be interested to see how, while still moving forward on the sites as planned, because I can't vote to delay for a possible red herring.
Nobody is asking for a delay.
Please.
Yeah. Oh.
Commissioner Suarez.
But, you know, perhaps, David, if you could just give your best guesstimate right now, if it is in any way feasible, and how long any type of analysis would take, but also how long, if we did say that's feasible, would it delay the entire process?
Certainly through the chair. I'll try to give my best shot at what that could look like. First thing that would have to happen, I'm going to walk through what needs to happen because it's going to take time. First thing that needs to happen is, one, there needs to be a funding source identified that y'all can point to so that I can invest some additional funds in a consultant to look at that site. Second, I have to go through the procurement of that consultant properly. That takes some time. And then the actual analysis, which requires a lot of due diligence that hasn't occurred on that site. So the first thing I will say is I certainly can't say that that could be done before the June, July timeframe. I think it will certainly be beyond that to have the proper due diligence performed on that site to understand how you can locate this facility on that site. You also have to look at scenarios of what does it look like by itself, what does it look like if, in fact, the PAL building becomes part of it. So again, it's not a simple process, and I know that with the city, it is necessary, obviously, to have public outreach. That would have to be performed, and other things. So I don't have a simple answer, but I don't think that it's something that can be done in a couple of months.
I just want to point out, you already did all of that. You already have it.
Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Suarez, you're recognized.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. I have a different take on this. Yeah, at the last commission meeting, I brought up the conditions are our first responders are living and working in. And I personally toured the fire station maybe half a dozen times, and the conditions are horrible. I actually asked Virgil for a report on all the work orders that were done in the last 5 years. And I was curious for that because a lot of the firefighters complain about coughing up muck at the end of their shift and respiratory problems. And I was curious to look through these work orders, and there's hundreds. There's not one for HVAC cleaning of the ducts. And so what I did was I paid out of my own pocket an analysis done for mold in the fire station. It was a comprehensive analysis. I believe there's 80 pages. A lot of it has been documented. Let me just give you some of the highlights. There's mold on AC vents on second floor eating area, abundant particulate matter on return grill at second floor living quarters, excessive particulate matter observed inside AC plenum, opening from conduit through ceiling tile directly over gas stove, possible fire hazard. A fire hazard in a fire station. Incorrect size or installation placement of filters observed at air filtration systems machine located at fire station truck staging areas. This report is very detailed and comprehensive, and I wanted to show some of the pictures from the report. That show these problems. On this picture here on the bottom right, this is the condition inside the AC plenum. This was taken after our commission meeting, where I specifically called out mold and respiratory problems with the firefighters. I went by yesterday. It's still like this. It's about ½ an inch thick of mold and dust. The person who gave me this report said this was probably never cleaned. You know, I brought this up, and I asked our city manager, you know, has this been brought to your attention? And, you know, oddly enough, you know, this is...
And the fire chief to evaluate the conditions that you're describing. Certainly, those conditions have not been brought to my attention by anyone, either the fire chief or our property and facilities department. But
By the way, Commissioner Suarez, I'm giving you some leeway here, but I hope you're tying it into this actual item that's being brought before us.
And look, whether we move forward on this or not, that's 3-4 years away from these doors opening. I still don't see a sense of urgency from our administration to actually take care of the health hazards that are currently in the fire station, literally to this moment. And, you know, the fact that that there is, on this picture, there is a fire hazard in a fire station is completely unacceptable. And, you know, and I emailed the chief, and I asked him, you know, on these mold analysis, which, by the way, there is no summary report, which I find very odd. It just gives a collection of data samples. And I simply asked, you know, Virgil, based on the data you provided me, was mold detected? Commissioner Suarez, our department relies on results provided to us, and I am not an expert on mold. I have the same information that was provided to you. Our facilities department is responsible for the repair and maintenance of our fire stations. They also manage the contract for the company that performs air quality tests. Perhaps the testing company would be the appropriate entity to ask. I will be back in office Monday. If you wish, you can discuss with me. Perhaps the testing company would be the appropriate entity to ask. How frustrating is that? that no one wants to take accountability for this.
Commissioner Suarez, can you please tie it to this item?
Yeah.
By the way,
This is germane.
Well, I haven't seen, I understand what you're saying, but I haven't seen you tie. I want to move on from this item. So, by the way, if you want to bring up issues related to the fire station, you can bring your own item. If you put it as your top 3 or 4 priorities, I will make sure it's heard. We need to finish this item.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Do I still have the floor?
Yes, and then I'm going to allow the city manager to speak.
I find it very frustrating that no one wants to take accountability here for the health hazards in this building. And to me, this brings up, and how this ties in, why is it like this? Why are the conditions left to deteriorate in this fire station? Is it because there is supposedly some leverage to get a new fire station? Because if that's the case, that's completely unacceptable. And that's what it seems like. It almost seems like this is demolition by neglect. And another thing that I want to bring to everyone's attention is that, right now in Tallahassee, there is a big push for Live Local and to demolish our historic buildings. Okay? I think we all need to be careful about what message we send to Tallahassee, whether we are cherry picking which historic structures to demolish and which ones not to demolish. Is Tallahassee going to take this and say, look, they're demolishing a historic structure, and now they're complaining about demolishing the Clevelander. Is that going to be an issue? And so, look, I think if we are going to be serious about historic preservation, then we need to be either all in, or we have another discussion about what we're going to do with give and take as far as, do we demolish a historic structure or not for the need of a fire station? So, right now, where I am today, I'm totally on board with my colleague Commissioner Bott on moving forward on a parallel path and hoping for a best case scenario where we can come out of this and we can save the South Shore Community Center. To my understanding, we have until June to make a decision. But I think we have to really take a serious adult conversation and say, if we are going to be serious about historic preservation, we can't pick and choose what we want to demolish and not demolish just because it's convenient or it'll save us $20–30 million. I mean,
Sorry, Commissioner.
some of these buildings are priceless.
Thank you. Alina?
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I love the drama of an unauthorized inspection being presented today without the benefit of your professional staff having the opportunity to review it and to have a conversation about that. But I would ask that that not be allowed. I would ask that that the professional process be respected. I would ask that Liz be given the proper opportunity to discuss and speak to air quality studies that are done of the facility and all of the repairs that have been done to the facility, even since we had this conversation, because obviously, Commissioner Suarez, we took your perspective very seriously, and we did in fact do everything we could to address any concerns that you expressed. I would tell you that after following that meeting, I spoke to our HR department and I spoke to our risk department. I was very concerned and I wanted to understand specifically if we had any record of any firefighters who had in fact complained or who had in fact filed any type of workers' comp or any type of claim regarding the issue of respiratory disease. And I, again, want to emphasize that I was not made aware of any record of that. So all that being said, I don't really know how long, Mr. Mayor, you want to belabor this conversation?
Not much.
But
It's also not the item on the agenda, and I'm happy if you want to bring a separate item to discuss this, but we have to get to the four corners of the item that Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez brought. I'll let you get the points in. I'll let Elizabeth respond
Certainly.
Please briefly.
Of course. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Elizabeth Muro, Facilities and Fleet Management's Interim Director for the record. A couple of clarifications. We do conduct regular HVAC cleaning at that facility. It's on a cyclical maintenance schedule, so I'm happy to provide you with those work orders. On a regular basis, we also produce an indoor air quality control report. We're not required to, but we do so as best practice. The last report was done in March of 2023, and most recently, right after our commission meeting, we conducted another one. It was done on January 9th. The indoor air quality control report basically provided that there was no elevated levels of spores. I have with me an expert that can actually interpret this report for you, if you allow me.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Francisco Gomez. I am a state of Florida licensed mold assessor. Looking at these results from the laboratory results, comparing what you do is you compare inside versus outside. Inside the facility, it should always be equal to or less than the mold concentrations in the outside air. Relatively, the numbers are all the same. They're relatively small. There are a couple of instances where there is an outdoor mold which is showing up in the indoor environment, and that's not unusual. You have to remember that this testing is a snapshot of the moment that the sample is collected. It can't be used to determine what the conditions are earlier or after.
Madam Vice
Um,
Mayor?
Yes.
May I interrupt?
Sure.
Did you take any mold samples, physical samples?
I did not participate in the sampling of this event.
So who did?
We had another company who did conducted that.
So if this gentleman didn't conduct the test, why is he speaking?
Because he's an expert.
Okay,
And he can
well, wouldn't it be
interpret the
prudent to
data.
have the people who conducted the test be here to testify? Because from what I understand, from the mold analysis, what I've been researching, is air testing is not a good method for detecting mold. The test that I hired, they actually took a sample from the AC grill and was able to determine that there was in fact 100% mold.
Okay, we're gonna table this for the next meeting. If you want to bring an item, Commissioner Suarez, you're more than welcome to. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, you know, it's certainly an important cause to fight for preservation. And I admire my colleagues' tenacity in it, because we certainly all take preservation seriously here. So I just have a few questions. If we remain on the current schedule, by when will a fire station be completed? By when do we anticipate moving to the fire station?
The moving to the fire station would begin sometime at the very tail end of 2025, November to December.
So next year.
2025.
Next year, we could have a potential move into the fire station.
Right, correct, less than 2 years from now.
Okay. Is the Inspector General here? I would, Mr. Santorino, if you could please approach the podium through the Vice Mayor.
You have the floor,
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Santorino. Mr. Santorino, under your authority, you have oversight over general obligation bond projects. Is that correct?
Yes,
And this is a general obligation bond project. Is that correct?
I believe it is.
Yes. And you recently appeared at a GOB Oversight Committee meeting, and you shared some concerns over the discussions held by this body as to this project. Could you share with the commission the concerns you shared at that time?
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I'm not in a position really to to give any type of position on this issue currently being discussed. And we did share some general concerns with, that actually we were asked to be there, and they shared concerns with us and so forth about the waste and delays in various projects around the city, and those are matters of mutual concern.
But you
I
spoke
think.
specifically about this project was specific in conversation, and I I don't no need to dance around the subject.
not a
This
dancer.
is an important matter. The topic was specific on Fire Station 1. And I just want to understand, what are the concerns that the Office of the Inspector General has? I believe, there were concerns with delays and costs, and I just want to understand them better.
Right. Well, I mean, and frankly, we do periodically put out a report on the GO bond issues, and I think there was a mention of this in the last report we did, and I think we did express concerns over the delays and the costs of more than one project, including this one. I mean, our concern was from the standpoint of efficiency. I mean, we're looking for efficiency in city operations. Obviously, this is not a paragon of efficiency in terms of the way things have gone along. But I mean, in terms of, there are other values at stake here, and historic preservation and so forth. So I would say that we express concern over the way projects have gone forward without being cognizant of maybe the financial consequences down the line. I don't recall. I mean, and we'd be happy to respond further on this if you'd like us to. As the person that I have in my office that follows these projects more closely is not here, but I don't want to make and I realize that there are different issues being raised here aside from the cost issue. So I want to make sure we're not getting into a policy area that's beyond the scope of our work. But we did express concern over the delays and the financial impact of those delays on this and other projects. Yes.
Didn't you receive an email where a person from the administration said that they were afraid to speak out on the fire station and some of the things that were happening? I believe that's true. If we were to public record to request this, you had somebody express fear about speaking out about what was really happening at the fire station. Is that true?
I honestly can't recall that. I mean, we get a lot of, correspondence of people expressing things like that. That may have happened, I don't recall, but if it was just one person, I don't think
I think
that's
Dr.
something that
McKinney can remind you. Well,
Yes.
it's a tremendous cover-up, what's going on. It's
I
just
believe,
ridiculous.
yes, we
Joe,
probably
Joe,
did.
Joe,
Yeah.
No, he has to answer the truth.
He can.
Okay,
but-
he can't
But this is
remember?
devolving into a little bit chaos. You have residents walking up to the podium. Commissioner
Thank you.
Fernandez.
Is there any concern with waste if we delay this project?
I mean, I think the question answers itself. Of course, there's already been waste. I mean, and that's something that we're concerned about. But in terms of going
How
forward,
about loss of funding?
Excuse me?
How about loss of funding?
And that's always a concern if that occurs. I mean, there's more than one project out there in which that concern has been raised by people in the administration too. And obviously, we need long-term thinking to avoid those situations. And apparently, the way this project has gone on, there have been different alternatives that have come up, and now we're faced with a situation where there could be a loss of funding. And that always concerns us.
Thank you, Mr. Santorino. And I want to ask the fire chief if he's, there he is. Thank you, Virgil. So one of my colleagues mentioned an alternate site, the Powell site, which is pretty much across the street from the current site. The current site, from my understanding, part of the concerns here is the life safety concern. That right now, we have residents that are outside the optimum response time. Is that correct?
That is Virgil Fernandez, Fire Chief, and thank you, Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor. There's two issues with across the street. One is it was the parking surface of the parking lot, and the other one is that when looking at that location versus the location that was later identified, the one, which is the current proposed one. The current proposed one puts us in a better position to better serve areas south of Fifth, specifically the islands and the southernmost tips.
Okay, right now at the current location, how many people do we have that do not receive the optimum response time?
I think an analysis was done, and the one that I remember is moving the station helps us pick up approximately 800 more residents, according to the census.
So that is 800 residents that right now, that at the current location are not within the optimum response time of service of 6 minutes.
Correct, outside 6.
And so moving the fire station to the new location, you would be able to enhance and provide those residents with a better response time.
Correct.
I want to read a resident, I'm not going to name the resident, but a resident whose mother lives in the Palm Hibiscus neighborhood, wrote in December on Facebook about a 911 call. It happened on December 23rd around 6 p.m. When his mom started experiencing chest pain. His dad called him to let him know that he had called 911. They initially thought it was something different, but it was more serious. They called 911. Fire rescue arrived in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes. It took 10 minutes for fire rescue to be able to serve a resident that was in need of medical services in our Palm and Hibiscus neighborhood. And every time we delay this, if we haven't delayed it so far, but if we delay this, we're going to continue to have 800 of our residents whose health, whose safety we won't be prioritizing through the delay, to prioritize saving brick and mortar. And that is concerning to me. We want to preserve our history. And believe me, we are fighting to preserve our history. But when people's lives are on the line, we have to be responsible. We have to be responsible. We need to be mindful that people elect us not only to preserve history, but to protect life and safety. And time and over again, we sit at this day and we say that public safety is our top priority. And this can't be an exception to that. We have residents that live outside that response time, and that takes a priority for me. Now, Commissioner Bott, could you just, in summary, just repeat what you're proposing? Because there were so many discussions in between
If I
in
might,
the past hour.
I have a couple of questions.
Well, I just want to.
Well, but they.
Okay.
Well, he has, Commissioner
Okay.
Fernandez has the floor. He's directing a question toward you, which I'm allowing, if you can answer his question.
I would like to have not a pause. I'm not suggesting a pause. And I know it's government and it doesn't move on a dime, but I would like to see how we can expedite the exploration of, I was going to say one alternate site, but if there are two that are big enough that won't cause a significant redesign. One you already have a lot of information on, which is the Pal site. One is probably a longer shot, the one on Washington. But so that we can look at what our options are. And I am not for a second prioritizing bricks and mortar over 800 of my neighbors. I do not want that suggestion to be out in the public record. I know you didn't mean it that way, but I want to clarify. It is not a binary choice. I don't know enough about this because I have not gone to fire school and I don't do the GIS surveys. But if there is a possibility, why wouldn't we take these intervening months to explore that possibility and find out? And I share the concern about waste and mismanagement of these tens of millions of dollars that we've taxed ourselves. But I would not, again, I don't want this out in the public record. I don't want to conflate this particular item with all of the other items that we can agree have been problematic. This is a very unusual set of circumstances, and we would not be here today if it weren't. It's not just, tearing up sewer lines and replacing them. So
If I may regain the floor, and thank you.
And the last comment I'll tell you, it's honestly, and I missed part of the conversation because I had to run to the back. I'm hearing the same things being repeated. Sorry to call
I'm
it
sorry,
out.
but
I
this is
will,
the
by the
first
way,
time
and I
I'm
will
speaking on
at
this
Commissioner
item.
Rosen Gonzalez. This is not a public hearing. She did make a request. I'm going to honor it. David McKinney, I'm going to give you 2 minutes, and if there's one other resident that wants to speak for 2 minutes after Commissioner Fernandez, because I know David particularly, you've been extremely active on this. But then we're moving on from this item. Commissioner Fernandez.
And thank you to my colleague, and my apologies if it was thought that, that was not the intent. The same way we're not intending to pick and choose which historic structures we're saving, because clearly it's been exhaustive, the effort to fight for our preservation. And there are those out there alluding that I don't care about a Lapidus building, that I willy-nilly will demolish something. Absolutely not. Like, to great personal sacrifice, even paying out of my pocket at times, to go to Tallahassee and fight against the preemption. And so, I want to just put that out there. I cannot say today that I believe it should be the policy of this city to pause this project, to stop moving forward with this project, because it would be bad public policy for the health and the safety of our residents. I cannot support this resolution that's on the agenda. It does not have my vote. I don't mind us exploring alternate sites, and if alternate sites improve response time.
By the way,
like
I'm just going to say, everyone has been over the time. We did implement, we voted full. I think everyone actually knows where they are on the vote. I'll let you finish, but I think everyone knows where they are.
Yeah. If it does not affect the response time, like what we have at Fire Station 1, we're at the new location, that we're improving the response time. Because, and again, I want the Inspector General, before we make any decision, to give us his input and his recommendation on it. Because I don't want later a presentation made at GeoBond Oversight Committee saying that this commission is causing undue waste and undue delays on a project, as happened. The GeoBond Committee had a discussion and said that we were causing delays and waste. I am not going to vote for delays. I am not going to vote for waste. The public, the taxpayer, has already spent $5 million on this project that's been going on since 2018 and even before then. We have $11 million that we risk losing from the state of Florida. And a private site, where are we going to find the funding to pay for the private site? As it is, we have another item on the agenda to possibly buy a house that's going to cost us many millions and millions and millions of dollars. We have to be mindful.
Commissioner Fernandez, can I?
Yeah, all right.
We have a motion on the floor, and I just want to know what that motion is before even Commissioner Dominguez.
First, I'm gonna recognize Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. And this is a very difficult item and very sensitive, but I'm in the same position as Commissioner Fernandez and Magazine, where this item has been talked about for years and years. The neighborhood association has been involved. I think the reason why the PAL didn't work the first time was because Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association gave their input and voted against it. It's gone back and forth. It went through HPB and it was voted on as well. I think the motion on the table might be to full steam ahead, but with a parallel path if we find something in the meantime, so that we don't hold up the project. I would be in full support of that, but at this point, I think the project needs to move forward.
Okay, so I think we know where the votes are.
Point, I'm withdrawing my item. I just want to give up because I'm not going to go, Tanya, Commissioner Bott, here's what's going to happen. And you've seen this because people are not allowed to speak out against the fire station. The administration does not help us in any way when we move forward. So this will just be an exercise in futility that I am no longer willing to endure. If you would like to pick up the sponsorship of this item and move forward, that's fine. But you know what, David? I think they've just beaten me down with lies, demolition by neglect, manipulations. I have the floor, and I have been doing this for many years. And frankly, I want to save the community center. I think it's an exercise in futility. I sat here today and I watched the head of our capital improvements say, after he recommended a site today, to tell you that in order to re-recommend the same site, it would take him several months. I have heard also, I remember Fire Chief Fernandez, you were also on board with the PAL site, and all of a sudden, that's not good enough. So if we are fighting a losing battle against an administration that does not care, not just about frankly, colleagues, don't care about just the Morris Lapidus building, the surrounding neighbors. We can use public safety all we want, and you can manipulate data all you want, but we have shown in the past that these other sites are valid. Okay, maybe they don't want to be valid now. Actually, they don't want to be valid to the point that we're willing to poison employees just to make sure that we build the fire station. And that is very sad. And what I saw today was very disturbing. And whether it's the demolition by neglect, the toxic air that the firefighters have had to endure because nobody cared, the manipulation by Public Works, the exercise in futility for the past 30 days, having me run around with facilities management that had no intention of fighting the fire station. I do not want to be a fool any longer. If there is serious direction, I would like to call.
You withdrew the item, Commissioner.
I didn't, well, I mean, I haven't completely withdrawn my item
Okay, so
because I don't know what.
Well, you're either going to withdraw the item or you have a motion by Commissioner Bott. We're going to consider one or the other.
Okay.
The votes
So-
are not, I don't think, I don't want to speak. Let's take the vote.
Okay, what is the motion?
Mr. Mayor.
So
To
the
to
motion-
continue
Mr.
on a
Mayor,
parallel
you
path to
promised
nowhere?
A chance to speak.
I did promise you that.
Okay, and I very much appreciate it. They were going to break protocol because Alex, Joe, Laura, all of you, I know you all, and I hope you know me. And you know that I care about the neighborhood and the people in it. I really do think, and I would not be here if that we could have 7 years ago built a solution together if the neighborhood was allowed to go in the beginning. Now, Commissioner Fernandez, your 10 minutes is shocking, but what I don't know about that 10 minutes, if it was 30 seconds on there to get to the bridge and 10 minutes on the bridge for those. And in that way, a new fire station, there is not going to change that. And that, to me, has been the problem throughout. I have no vested interest in there. These folks are my neighbors. I look out at them every day. They're good people. They work hard. They're good to me. I want them to have the good thing here. What I want here and what I've asked for, and regardless of what happens to the fire station, is a new day, is when a project starts, it's not, they're unveiled as ta-da to the neighborhood, and then we see the problems, and if we go and we have delay, we have there are fights that really hurt our relationship with city staff. What I would ask you today is to let this 30 to 60 days go, and if nothing else from this, if nothing else, that we look at the parallel processes and see what is working and what is not. Because regardless of what happened, and please this didn't work. This process did not work.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry.
That's
My
okay.
thanks.
That's okay. Thank you.
Hi, Julie Isaacson, Miami Beach resident, 850 15th Street. Also former Miami Design Preservation League board member and current advocacy member. And this has been beaten to death, and I don't want to take much more time since everybody's, don't give this up, Kristen, do not give it up. I am paraphrasing from a former HPB member because he's not here, and I am. Once again, we are under attack in Tallahassee. We have sent delegations up there from all over the state of Florida and taking down a Morris Lapidus building. I know this has been said ad nauseum today, but it sets a terrible, terrible precedent. We can't go up to Tallahassee and say, how can you threaten our history and our heritage, and then we go and tear one of our own extremely iconic buildings down. Kristen outlined, or Tanya outlined, that it was also an unusual Morris Lapidus structure, so it's not just one of any old Morris Lapidus structure. And I think that all of the other issues in terms of where the placement of the new firehouse could be, including the response time, can be mitigated, and we can place it elsewhere without tearing down this historic structure, and also ruining the kids and the seniors, and it's a terrible spot. It's just squeezed in. It's just not the right spot. But my main point is we, of all times right now, are under extraordinary, intense scrutiny. And in Tallahassee, I mean, personally, I wrote an op-ed to the Miami Herald, and it was published. And then the senator who's proposing this bill blocked me, which is illegal, by the way, from his public Facebook. So I really think that this is extremely important to save the Morris Lapidus building. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, can you repeat what the motion is?
Yes, Mayor. So Commissioner Bott's motion is to continue with the current project on the current schedule, but also on a parallel path to continue to explore alternate sites and other site options, with the item to come back to you for a final decision by June.
Is there a second? Let's call the vote.
Ask a question about this motion?
Yes.
Will they be coming back next month? How long do you want them to come back next month with parallel sites? Do you want it to be a couple of months? Are you going to specify? Can you make the motion?
I don't know how to make this happen the most efficiently. It seems to me the least efficient way to do this is to have everything predicated on a public hearing at the commission. It seems like if we could work together as a team and brainstorm and say, this is a
When
thing,
do you want it brought back?
I would like to have it brought back no later than May, so that we can decide if we have something we can move forward with or if it's done.
Okay, so we have a second on the motion?
Well, let me ask a question, please. This is very important to me. By May, continuing on a parallel path, they will be ready to demolish the building in June, and the administration will come forward, and Commissioner Fernandez, a magazine, and say, we have now spent X. I mean, I would give 30 days, give them a crunch. With this serious...
May I?
Yeah,
through the
please,
chair?
please. Sure.
My concern is, we are about to head into spring break, March Madness. We are already, as you can see by 177 items on the agenda, completely slammed. This is not a gotcha game for anybody. I want to work collaboratively with all the departments, the fire chief, the people who I have yet to meet on this, to see if any of this is a realistic thing. I do not want to do that at the expense of safety for the month of March. I want to give them the opportunity to do the right work. And if it means giving them a little bit more time, if we come back with a great solution, I believe our colleagues will say, you know what, didn't think you could do it, here we go. But I don't want to, if we're going through this exercise, I don't want to do it in such a manner that we are destined to fail.
So it's your motion, you say May?
May.
Okay. Seconded? Realistically, they're not going to be able to do the work in 30 days. It's too much.
So
May?
there's a motion and a second?
Do we have a second?
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to vote yes or no on it until I see how everybody else votes, because frankly, I don't want to go through this until, okay, I'm yes, Tanya. Okay, Commissioner Bott, I will be a yes, but I will be a yes, but
Unless
I'm
it's a
hoping,
question,
and
I'm
I'm
not-
looking
yeah.
at the city
Is it
manager
a
right
question?
now,
Yeah.
and I'm just hoping that the city manager and the head of CIP and the fire chief and everybody take this direction seriously.
How about
It's not a
Commissioner-
joke.
Commissioner Suarez.
How about I propose we do a sunshine meeting to talk about specifically this?
This is the sunshine meeting.
In
We have a
45
motion
days.
and a second. Can you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Do you want me to do a roll, one by one, or just all in favor?
Do a roll.
All in favor?
Let's do a roll.
Roll call. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
I have a question. This is not going to delay what's happening now?
Correct.
Full steam ahead. Okay, I'm a yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Do we need a resolution or just direction? After the fact resolution, R7E.
Mr.
We have-
Mayor, if I may,
The item's been,
I just had a question, clarification.
go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand what actually my department's being asked to do.
Will, the city attorney will explain it afterwards. This item's closed. We have a closed attorney session now.
So if you want to do that, we need to recess the commission meeting and then call the RDA meeting so that we can announce the shade session.
Okay. You want to do that?
So we are recessing as a commission meeting. We're opening up as the RDA. All members are present except for Commissioner Higgins. So we are now doing, let's see, RDA 1, which is U.S. Vintage Inc. Settlement Agreement. Is that what we're doing?
And I'll read the required statement. The attorney-client session shall commence and will be held during the lunch recess now. The meeting at room 220 at the Convention Center, 1900 Convention Center Drive, regarding the following case, Miami Beach RDA versus Cubiche 105 LLC, 11th Circuit Court, case number 2023-025452. The following individuals will be in attendance: Chairperson Stephen Minor, Vice Chairperson Kristen Rosen Gonzalez, members Tanya Bott, Laura Dominguez, Alex Fernandez, Joseph Magazine, and David Suarez. City Manager, Executive Director of the RDA, Alina Hudak, or if she is not available, Eric Carpenter, Deputy City Manager, along with myself, Rafael Paz, Chief Deputy City Attorney Rob Rosenwald, and Deputy City Attorney Rick DePico.
And for the record, this is a joint item with R10B.
Yes.
Okay. And we're recessing till what time? We're done.
Let's recess till 1:05. 1:05 recess.
1:05, we'll be back.
Please stand by for air. We're about to start the meeting. We're going live in 5, 4, 3, 2.
City Attorney?
I just want to announce that the attorney-client session announced at the beginning of this recess is now concluded, and we could recess the RDA.
Great. Well,
Sorry, we have one more item in the RDA. It should be quick, so I don't know if you want to do Sutnick first.
let's do Sutnick first. People are waiting. Thank you for your patience. We had a shade session on a litigation matter that went longer than I had obviously allotted for, so please.
So we're going to commence. First speaker, please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, I came earlier. I'm back again. My name is Lucas Bond, owner of the Bond Party Supplies here in Washington Avenue on 1220 Washington. We are a reputable company since 2017 and only one party store in Miami Beach. We serve City of Miami Beach multiple times, commission events, on and on. We survived pandemic thanks to Miami Beach residents while everything was closed. And, you know, I hope we will survive what Commission is proposing today regarding balloon ban. As a Miami Beach resident for 15 years and father of 2, I know what difference makes balloons for the parties. It brings the happiness, you know, gathering, you know, all the good stuff. But at the same time, you know, not only that I'm talking about myself, that it will devastate if this ban will pass, it will definitely affect a lot of families, especially with the kids that, you know, they rely on affordability of the parks and, you know, scenic view, and in general, parks are great for gathering. But at the same time, I'm not only going to speak positive and, you know, all the good stuff. I know that there is an issue. 6 months ago, we have huge thing that some yacht owner throw away the balloons on the ocean, and I think it was disgusting. I was furious myself. And if you ask me, I think that balloons should not be nowhere close to ocean. And no release, it's crazy. But at the same time, I think we should find some common ground, and we cannot just find the solution of banning them completely. Because, you know, like this, we have to ban everything. You know, I think we can find some type of solution. Please, again, I'm asking, do not pass this ban, and take the time so we can evaluate a compromise that could work well for both business and environment, could be service for the city. Thanks again for your time, and
thank you.
I hope we'll make correct decisions. Thank you.
Our
Thank you.
first virtual speaker is Tim Carr. State your name, please, and your address.
Hi, this is Tim Carr, West Ave Neighborhood Association. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to call today just to talk about the growing problem regarding the impact on residents' quality of life and also the Bay health with the growing problem of the floating boat junkyard of boats encroaching on our Biscayne Bay. Again, this morning, I heard many of the boaters talk, but what I'm concerned about is none of them mentioned today how they manage their raw sewage, their trash, and their pet waste. I've seen them post pictures of their pets harassing endangered ospreys on Monument Island, which again is really a no pet area. So again, we need to look at, you know, what the boats are doing and their impact. Most of them are one bad storm away from sinking. I've sent you numerous pictures before of them drifting into our marinas, into MacArthur Bridge, and their impact from there. And also, we need to look at the safety perspective. Again, the majority of these boats do not have navigation lights at nighttime, which creates a real hazard for responsible boaters out there, and also with enforcement. I've talked with Marine Patrol before many times, and again, the challenge is for citations. There are so many multiple owners, they can never really get to the real person to make it accountable. On top of that, many of these boaters are running Airbnb and other type of operations at our expense. So again, we pay a lot of tax dollars here, and to remove a derelict boat that sinks is over $10,000 for each boat. So what I'd ask today is please not point fingers, but let's all be accountable. The mooring field and marinas are a great option for these people to be accountable and to see what good stewards they can be in that scenario for the Bay. I appreciate the Commission's efforts for this growing problem. Please stay committed to enforcement and discouragement of encroachment activities here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, go ahead.
Hello again, Maria Stockham, Executive Director of the Coalition for Responsible Celebration, which is a national organization of celebration industry businesses promoting environmental stewardship. We advocate for responsible balloon use and proper disposal practices, including balloon recycling. And we're on the record supporting the ban on balloon release legislation currently moving forward at the Florida State Legislature currently. We're concerned about Ordinance R5M prohibiting balloons at public marinas, marine facilities, parks, and beaches. While well-intentioned, it may fall short of the goal to change behavior and instead adversely affect families, community events, and small businesses like Miami Love Balloons and Bond Party Supply, including other countless balloon decorators and artists in the area. We've seen that specific regulations like requiring proper weighting and requirements that balloons be stationary, along with education on balloon use and proper disposal, are more effective than broad prohibitions. We suggest amending the ordinance to include more specific geographic limitations and consider a permitting process for certain large events, similar to existing requirements for community, culture, and arts special events. This approach supports safe balloon use, would provide resources for education and enforcement, and avoids driving business away. We request a vote delay to amend the ordinance and implement a regulatory permitting process, ensuring compliance with safe use and disposal practice. Balloons can be enjoyed responsibly while protecting the environment. I'd like to thank the commissioners and their staffs for meeting with me this week and look forward to working together to consider alternative options to this balloon ban.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Mr. Roberts. Mr. Roberts, you have 2 minutes. Please state your address.
Yes, South of Fifth. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I want to start with a public service announcement. I got my first case of COVID a few days ago, and remarkably, Paxlovid, within 24 hours, nearly killed the virus in me. So I suggest anybody over 50, or if you suffer from any diseases, to get on Paxlovid immediately, because the earlier the better. After 5 days, it's not effective. So, and it's more effective the first day than the 5th day. I used Telemed and got the prescription done in 5 minutes with a $30 copay for my insurance. So it was very simple, and thank God Walgreens even delivered it to my door, so I didn't have to go to Walgreens. So very effective drug, very, very good for this this disease. Secondarily, I want to commend Mayor Minor. In his first 60 days, I've heard him orchestrate these commission meetings, and I am enthralled with his capacity to allow people to speak their minds and not take it personal, and that he allows people to get their point across without being rude. And it's been a long time since I witnessed that at the commission hearings. So congratulations on your first 60. I look forward to 5 years and 10 months more, but maybe you'll quit before then. Thanks again.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you. Glenn Hall, President of the Grosse Pointe HOA and Chair of the Black Affairs Advisory. Wanted to take the opportunity, since I think the next time you guys meet is in maybe mid-February, to say happy Black History Month for the city of Miami Beach.
You can clap, people.
Yes, please clap for that. Right, we don't have an official announcement yet. So I wanted to make sure I put a couple things on the record. We have our 8th annual Soul Vegan Festival on February 10th. Black History Night event February 9th, where we're going to be honoring Detective Christopher Mitchell, one of our great police officers from Miami Beach PD. We'll honor him with an award. Muhammad Ali's 60th anniversary celebration from the Washington Avenue bid for February 23rd, 24th, 25th on Washington Avenue. We have Silhouettes, Image and Word in the Harlem Renaissance Art Exhibition at the Wilsonian at FIU, for Sonia at 1001 Washington Avenue, curated by Chris Norwood. So hopefully see you guys there. Also, wanted to chime in on the traffic mitigation plan Memorial Day traffic loop that has been considered for the high impact weekends in March. That was one of the recommendations, as you saw, from December 12th from the Black Affairs Advisory. We want to make sure that we have FDOT give the city full control of 395 and the Junior Tunnel in order for us to do our DOI checks and LPR checks also. And also parking restrictions to manage the capacity. Because that's going to be the main thing, managing the size and roundness of crowds and the proliferation of firearms entering the city. And also, as my closing, as you know, we don't want to have any zero tolerance policing policy on the beach, no use of SWAT trucks, riot gear, pepper balls, mounted police, or drug sniffing canines for crowd control. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Sara de los Reyes.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Sara de los Reyes. I wanted to provide my input in regards to the grievances about the dock removal and the boat people. I've been living here for 25 years, and we used to be like 5 boats, mostly 10 boats in front of the Maurice Gift Park. Today, we have over 40 boats, and a lot of the boats that are there have been there for over 15 years. They don't move, they stay there. And south of the first bridge, we have another 30 boats, but there used to be no boats there. Number one, some of them probably pumped sewage into the bay, because I've never seen a pump out boat out there pumping any of the sewage in some of them. The boats never move. They scrape the seagrass, it's damaging our seagrass and it's damaging our environment for the manatees and the fish life that is living there. It's killing our area. We need to have control on this. This is getting out of control. Number two, in the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association, the area where Maurice Gift Park and the boat ramp, we're going to have the following uses: the board ramp, kayaks, paddle boards, the Marine Patrol, the fire department fireboat are all going to be there, and they need a clear space to actually get out on emergency, as well as we're going to have a boat that's coming from Miami to here to bring people back and forth. Where are they going to dock on that? We have way too many boats here some of them should be here for 10 days and they should be able to leave. I don't think they should be living here or find a space that they can actually live forever if they want to live 30 years into the space. But our waters are getting, we need to keep the Biscayne Bay clean. And I don't think that is happening with so many boats and not able to. I know that the police, the Marine Patrol went over there and tried to fix it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next, please. State your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Micah Plummer. I spoke earlier, 1521 Alton Road, which is just a personal mailbox. But I do live on the water, and I had to address some stuff earlier, and I'm going to do it again. Directly to Sarah, who just responded about the sanitation issue of the boats. I don't really, I don't know how to say it other than that there's a lot of technology that exists that the public might not be aware of. We have incinerating toilets that actually catch the stuff on fire and dispose of it properly. We have marine sanitation devices that are Coast Guard approved that drop down the E. coli level to acceptable rates that are much better than stuff that you'd have like on land. So to just assume that if you see somebody pouring over some soapy water over the side, that it's sewage is a little insulting to our population of people, who is very small, but it's not 40, it's more like 137. We've been conducting our own studies and seeing who among our own neighbors are problems. I'm also a charter captain. I drive some of the larger yachts and have some of these big parties and stuff too. Only public speaking I usually do is just about safety briefings. But that being said, the charter industry is the one to blame for the high levels of E. coli. Me being one of those charter captains, that directly influences my own industry. And that's upsetting for me to say, but we have so many bareboat charters and illegal activities going on, and there's no marine sanitation device rules on these big boats that have 12 people at a time for 4-hour periods, all using the restroom. And then whenever you have back-to-back charters, with no time to dump out these pump outs, even if they have the ability to do so on their dock, they don't do it. They pump it directly over so that the next guests have room in their facilities, so they have a nice experience. So the fact that that doesn't exist on the charter facility, and you guys are coming after the 50 or 60 residents out here, just doesn't make any sense to me. So just wanted to address that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Brian Kay. Brian, state your name and address, please.
Hi, this is Brian Keene. I am from 1000 West Avenue. I live here on West Avenue. And I would like to speak on behalf and actually in support of Commissioner Suarez and his efforts to help move this boat, the derelict boat situation forward and keeping it in the eyes of the public. I've lived here for over 16 years and watched as these boats have in fact increased in number. They are, I think the city, and it's really the responsibility of our government to nip the situation in the bud and look down the road and realize that if something isn't done, if regulation isn't put in place, whether it be a mooring field or any other restrictive regulation, then we're going to have more than the current 40 boats plus that exist there in the harbor, where people feel entitled to actually live there and probably not pay taxes. They probably don't vote. I don't know for that as a certain, but I think they're not really contributing to our city. And what they are doing is dumping sewage. What they are doing is having, pets on board. What they are doing is anchoring and having those anchors drag, and which impacts our seagrass as well as the additional environmental impacts to the animals. So what I'd like to see the city do for sure is to ensure that there's some sort of metrics that are maintained on these boats, whether they are moving, in fact, whether they are in complying with any of the dumping regulations. And in addition to that, it would really be great to see some better enforcement.
Next, please. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Miguel Campoy. I live in 1955 Normandy Drive. And I would like to tell you a little story, a brief story, okay? This story begins a few years ago with a group of people just like yourself, okay? Which they wanted to get rid of the boats that were in front of their homes, okay? But they found out soon that the waters were under other people's regulations, okay? Federal, state, even international. So they were frustrated until they come up with a great idea, brilliant idea, okay? They make, why don't we build this? They said, why don't we build a mooring field? Because from that moment on, all the waters in front of our homes are gonna be regulated under the rules of the city. So we can do whatever we want, okay? We can fix any problem we have right now. However, what happens is that these things takes time. So there was a new group replacing the old group, the old people that makes this solution. I wonder what happens next in the story, because, I ask you, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think that someone is going to get the credit for this solution that is already in place? Do you think that someone is going to, become the hero of this story just by, I don't know, make some bold moves against the boat people, so someone can get the credit for this? I would love to say that this is the end of the story, but the end of the story is up to you. Thank you for your time.
Our next virtual speaker is Verdoza. Please state your name and address, please.
Hello, I'm a Miami Beach resident and citizen. My name is Valerie. What I would like to ask Commissioner Suarez is, why does he think he has why does he block people? Like, is he not following our First Amendment rights? And second of all, you guys already went to people's boats at nighttime to check about the supposed violations, and there was only 2 of them that were caught. So everybody else is having their feces, or whatever you call it, pumped correctly. Second of all, my second question is, why aren't you guys taking care of the sewer water draining from the mainland? And you guys are blaming the boating community, which obviously you guys confirmed that it's not them, since everybody was pumping their feces correctly. And Commissioner Suarez needs to unblock and stop deleting people's comments when he doesn't agree on what they're saying. Thank you.
Next, please. Name, address. 2
Hello,
minutes.
my name is Carlos Leon, 920 Jefferson Ave. Last time I spoke, I was a little bit maybe too aggressive because of one of the commissioners attacking us personally. But this time, not you, sorry, Kristen, I'm just looking at you, but sorry. But this time, I just want to talk to you guys as a person, as a human, want to find a solution for the problem. It took you guys 3 days by one gentleman, making you guys vote without knowledge, maybe by ignorance, of what you guys were destroying. We have veterans, we have disabled people. You can even go to MB_ Boaters Association, Miami Beach Boaters Association. You can check the Down syndrome girl that we have, that is impossible for her to go up and down the bay, okay? The other thing is, we spoke with a lot of you guys. Some didn't want to talk to us, and some we had to confront him in front of the police station because he made you guys rate us, made us put, how many signs did you order the city to put up? Maybe 40, 50, maybe 100? How much did that cost? Maybe, and how much does it cost to have the person there 24/7 in the Lincoln Road? Taking care of what? Of the dengue nuisance? That, how many tickets have you done there? None, maybe 1. We don't use that. But why? Because we used to use the public stock that you destroyed. So I want to find a solution to this. We spoke with Alex Fernandez, with Tanya Abad, and Laura Dominguez. They were open to find a solution to this. I would be willing to sit down with Kristen Rosen and Joe Magazine if they're willing to find a solution for this, and maybe work with you guys to help keep the buildings up. And one more thing to the citizens of Miami Beach. They're coming for us now, but maybe they'll come for you tomorrow with your old buildings like they're doing in Miami-Dade. Have a great one.
Our next virtual speaker is Sandra Trinidad. Ms. Trinidad, state your name, address, please.
I am Sandra Trinidad, a professional balloon designer. Part of my business model is to educate my clients on how to enjoy balloons responsibly and safeguarding our environment. I'm in favor of providing fines on the responsible who release balloons on purpose, because obviously balloons do not go to heaven, but a complete ban will have a huge impact on our small businesses and the local economy. Please, please, please give us more time so that we can shed some knowledge on our businesses, and together we can come up with the solutions that benefits everyone and protects the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Melissa Delisle, and my address is 4423 Alton Road. And I couldn't make it earlier, but I just wanted to acknowledge the partnership that you have that has been ongoing with Beach High and funding the scoreboard that I believe was approved this morning. So I'm here to say thank you. I was here 3 years ago asking for that funding. So I thank you, and I'm also here supporting the tennis center, getting a new building for bathrooms, which are much needed. I was a baseball mom for many years, and those players need an outdoor bathroom, and as well as the tennis center with the idea of the coffee shop. It would be a great asset. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Christian Hampton. Christian, state your name, address.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. My name is Christian Hampton. I'm the Outreach Impact Manager for Clean Miami Beach. I'll cut straight to it. Here are the facts. Balloons kill local wildlife. Here's another fact. We have found balloons at each and every single one of the 316 cleanups that we have conducted in Miami over the last 5 years. and it's getting worse. Whether it's the seabirds that find themselves wrapped around the neck by balloon strings, or the sea turtles who ingest the balloons, mistaking it for food, balloons are not only disrupting, they are killing. It only takes a couple of seconds of mistakenly or purposely releasing or improperly disposing of balloons for them to wreak havoc in the environment for hundreds of years. This bill seeks to accomplish one specific thing, and it's to prohibit the possession or use of balloons at all public marinas, marine facilities, parks, and beaches. It is not an outright ban on the sale or use of balloons. Citizens who choose to use balloons as a means of celebration can still do so in places where they belong, inside. The Coalition for Responsible Celebration seeks to amend or oppose this bill in the name of education. While their desire for collaboration and education is admirable, the fact is that these are outsiders coming into our city to tell us how we should govern our precious waterways. And what's interesting is that none of the pictures on their website feature balloons near or on water. Nowhere on their site do they recommend users to not use balloons near or on water. They're either oblivious of the actual impact balloons are having on marine wildlife, or they are purposely omitting it. What the CRC should be doing is joining our fight against the use of balloons near waterways as a part of their education. Let's call it out for what it is. These lobbyists are here, backed by deep pockets like Party City. On their site, they only point to the economic disadvantage of banning balloons. Pass this bill to protect our wildlife and to send a message that Miami Beach will continue to be an example for how to strategically defend our environment. Thank you, Commissioner David Suarez and Joe Magazine, for proposing this bill.
Thank you. Next, please. Go ahead, sir. Name, address.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Marco Vidal. I've been a resident of Miami Beach in 1996, 7300 Wayne Avenue, and I'm also a certified Coast Guard captain. I would like to remind all of us that we live in an island, and I think we all have a right to enjoy the waters of Miami Beach, regardless of our income or class status. So in regard to the environment, the boaters are the one basically picking up trash from the water on a daily basis. So I don't know where that's coming from, that we polluting the bay. That's unfounded, and it's been proven already with the inspection that we got at 10, 11 o'clock at night, 2 nights ago. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Andres Acion. Mr. Acion, confirm your name and address, please.
My name is
Andres
Alexei.
Acion, 1000 South Point Drive. Just wanted to address, we're having such major gridlock on the MacArthur Causeway heading eastbound, leaving the city every single day and night. And I just want to bring to the attention that FDOT on their new bridge and off-ramp onto Biscayne Boulevard is currently 1 lane. And the projected new version of that is going to continue to be 1 lane instead of 2 lanes exiting. There's going to be more than 7 buildings being built between the Miami Herald site and other sites west of Biscayne Boulevard. And all this is just going to get worse. We really need to work with FDOT on how to figure out how to create a 2-lane exit to help alleviate our traffic, because it's currently a nightmare and it's going to continue to be a nightmare, and it's going to be even worse. So I'm happy to send you all a video of the gridlock and the queuing that's happening, exiting that exit 2 onto Biscayne Boulevard. So you could see what a nightmare it's causing, the backup of all of the MacArthur Causeway on a daily basis. Thank you very much.
Sir, go ahead. Go ahead.
My name is Alexei Afonin, address 1661 West Avenue. I've been a Miami Beach resident for probably 13 years. Since I got married, I spend more time on the boat. That's my boat that's mooring in Biscayne Bay, Sunset Harbor. And my wife is from Canada, so she loves to spend more time on the boat. But recently, the dock that was by Old Publix, down Dade Canal, was demolished. And when we came to the boat ramp dock by Marine Patrol, a few days ago, a park ranger came and said that she took pictures of our dinghy, and we've been more than 20 minutes at the dock. So next time, we'll get a citation. Now, I had a boat on that bay for 10 years. that never happened to me. Once in a great while it's been enforced at 20 minutes, but last time it was enforced probably was 7 years ago for a day or two. So that was a little shocking, and I felt like I was harassed, and we just went to get breakfast and then do some shopping at Fresh Market. So that was kind of very unsettling. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor, 30 minutes have elapsed.
I think we have one last speaker.
Hello, I already talked today. I didn't plan to talk again, but I just saw the photo David Suarez going to use. It's a picture of my dog.
Can you state your name again, though?
Jana, Jana. And he's going to use my photo I took without my permission and show it in everybody in the commissioner meeting. Just you can show it right now. We already saw the photo when you turn it around. So that's everything I want. Bully tactics, yes, that's gonna just prove what we stated, how we're getting harassed. So I please show the photo of my dog. Thank you. That's all I need.
Thank you. No more callers online?
There are 5 more. Want to do them?
How about 1 minute each?
1 minute. I'm going to go to David Reed. David, you have 1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is David Reed. I'm at 1450 Lincoln Road. I'm the president of the Lincoln Bay Towers Condo Association, and I'm also on the board of LABNY. And I first want to thank the city staff, code compliance, and the police for really helping enforce the laws on the books for the epidemic problem that we have at the end of Lincoln Road and all of the other parklets that we have along West Avenue. You know, when I think about those areas and the bay, it's much like a park. We can't litter in a park. We can't use the bathroom outside in the park. It's illegal, and it should be the same way for the bay and for our parklets. We just want enforcement of our existing laws and not using our street end as a ferry terminal for these boats. There's a perfectly good city marina over at Morris Gibbs Park, and they can use that for free. We also have cars in the city, and we can't park for free, so why should boaters be allowed to use our facilities for free?
Thank you, sir.
Ongoing. So I want to thank you for your help.
Thank you. We're going to go next to JP. State your name and address, please.
Hi.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Yes. My name is Juan Pablo Ortega. I live in 173 Northeast 106th Street in Miami Shores. I'm also a captain, U.S. Coast Guard captain. I run an eco tour in Biscayne Bay, and we provide the only eco tour that is 100% powered by the wind, no engines. And I'm out there very often, and I want to tell you that balloons outside, balloons, especially in marinas, on the boats, are something that is impossible to keep out of the water, even if you train people how to do it, because the conditions out there in the bay are just like many times it's windy, it's wavy. So I want to make sure that you understand that balloons outside are never going to, even if disposed properly, people accidentally throw, it falls in the water, it ends up in the environment. So I want to make sure that it's noted in for your purposes, and I want to also
Thank you, sir.
tell you that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is David Wallach. Mr. Wallach, please state your name.
Am I on?
You're
Yes.
on. You have 1 minute.
Am
sir.
I on?
Go ahead, sir.
I want to thank the man too who enlightened us all regarding balloons and wildlife. I took it to heart. Secondly, you need to remove the barriers that were placed on Ocean Drive that removed the access to vehicles. I suggest, since Commissioner Fernandez today spoke very clearly about the delays to fire response, I suggest you call Adonis, the president of the Firefighters Union, to the microphone and ask him if large emergency fire vehicles are being delayed by those barriers that were placed on Ocean Drive. Lastly, block party permits provide that every street all barriers will be removed by 11 p.m. every single night. So a block party permit does not provide for the full closure and should not be something that creates a lack of access at night, certainly at 11 p.m., for automobiles on Ocean Drive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, the next two speakers have already spoken during the Sutnick. May we conclude? The other two speakers.
Conclusion of the Sutnick Hour.
Thank you.
And where is the mayor anyway? Is he here? Okay. Mr. Mayor, I would ask that if you're giving up the gavel, you just let me know moving forward. Just let him.
We were taking the last caller, so I was just having a drink. Agua. Did we close out the RDA?
We have not closed out the RDA. We have one final item in the RDA, and that is RDA 1, U.S. Vintage Inc. Settlement Agreement.
And Mayor, I could introduce this item. So we just had an attorney-client session where the parties were very far apart and I needed some direction from you all. This is not that. So this is a former tenant at the Anchor Shops that vacated the premises, fell behind on rent. We filed an eviction proceeding. They vacated the premises. We were resolving the matter so that they're paying all of their past due rent up until the time that they vacated, and a good chunk of the rent that represents our damages between the time they vacated and the time that we relet the premises. We have fully relet the premises, and we have a new tenant in there, and both the administration and the city attorney's office are recommending this settlement, which would result in a payment to the city of $450,000.
Any comment? We have a motion?
I'm sorry, who made it?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Second the motion.
And Commissioner Magazine. May we do so by acclamation?
Yes.
So all in favor, and Commissioner Higgins is absent. This concludes the RDA. We're resuming the regular commission meeting.
Excellent. Let's go back to R5D.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Fernandez, that's your item. You actually had stepped out. There was a motion to defer the item based on a planning board decision. Tom can recap, and I thought in deference to you, since you're the sponsor of the item, you should know what was going on, so I asked to hold off on that vote.
Sure.
Your amendment.
Tom, can you recap the planning board?
The planning board, there was an ordinance amendment that was referred by this commission in October dealing with residential use incentives that included an FAR increase. And that traveled to the planning board while this particular ordinance was in transition. And so with the adoption of this ordinance today, it would become applicable to that ordinance, and it would have to, that ordinance that was transmitted by the planning board yesterday would now have to have a second reading before the planning board, as well as an additional public hearing before it comes back to this commission for first reading. And there was discussion about whether or not to include an applicability section in this ordinance in order to exempt that ordinance from the new process.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thanks. I had mentioned earlier about trying to package this together, but in order to give my colleague more time to review it, I'll withdraw that and it could pass as is without my amendment.
So if there's no amendment, then the item could proceed as drafted.
May I be recognized?
Sure, yes.
Just, Commissioner Fernandez, just because, as you know from being on planning board with me, there would be planning board meetings on a Tuesday, and the commission would be asked to vote on something that was not even transmitted to us in a way that we could process it within 12 hours. And if it were a quick adjustment, the thought process was, it could, sure, but this is ordinances and legislative and, it had some meat to it, so I was concerned that we were being asked to vote for something that we hadn't had a chance to even read through, let alone opine on. So that's, and now we're not. So, but I just want to give you the context of.
And I'm sorry, what was our colleague's amendment or question on the item?
So the city attorney had explained to me if I made an amendment in order to carve out my item, then I wouldn't have to start from scratch and go to the planning board and a hearing and then bringing it back. But thinking it through, I want everyone to feel comfortable. I'm withdrawing my amendment and I'll start from scratch.
And which was your item that you wanted to do a carve-out for?
It was.
So this item is about the new process for FAR increases. Commissioner Dominguez had a proposed FAR increase for conversion, for incentives from hotel to residential, and that went to planning board and is going to come back to the commission at a later date. The question was, does she stay in planning board and start again with the new process? Or do we exempt that one item? She has now withdrawn the item,
Got
and
it.
she will proceed with the new process.
All right, perfect. I move my item.
Can we do this by acclamation?
No, it's a roll call. So it was Commissioner Fernandez and second by Commissioner Dominguez. This is a public hearing. We have two individuals online. I'm going to call them up, but I think they're not here for this item. Brian, are you here on item R5D? PJ, can we go to Verdoza? Are you here on item R5D?
They both spoke at Sugden.
Correct. I just want to make sure that that's.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Are you here on item R5D?
I'm here about the harassment on the voting committee.
Yeah, thank you. That's not this item. Thank you. No, there are no other public speakers, sir.
Okay, let's call the vote.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. R5D.
Great. I'd like to try to get through. There's about 5 more second readings. R5E.
Yes, sir. R5E is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code at Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 5, Supplementary District Regulations, Section 7.5.1, generally, Supplementary District Regulations, Section 7.5.1.6, entitled Vacant and Abandoned Properties and Construction Sites by amending the expanding existing regulations for minimum fence and screening requirements and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is item R5E. It is a second reading public hearing. It requires 5/7 vote. R5E.
Commissioner Bott. Who's the
Mine,
primary sponsor?
Me.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez and co-sponsored by Commissioner Bott. So we'll start with Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yeah, this is the beautification of vacant spots that sometimes lay fallow for years at a time. No more chain link fences. They're gonna have proper fences, lighting, which will beautify the city overall. And I believe Commissioner Bott removed the residential component, which was very smart because I hadn't really thought about the financial implications for residential lots. Although I think the chain link fence should apply to residential too, because they are unsightly. You know, that's my only worry is, you know, when you have this, a beautiful street and then a chain link fence there for years on end.
Well, but if I recall correctly, it wasn't for years on end. It was for a short time frame, for private, you know, I'm fixing my driveway kind of thing. If it's years on end, then it's a different
If
thing.
it's over a certain amount of time, then we're not doing that.
Well, I
could
could address
somebody-
that.
Yeah, thanks.
This is for vacant lots, and so this isn't for somebody who's repairing a driveway or doing an addition. This is if you have a single-family lot that's either vacant or has an abandoned building. The exception that was adopted or approved at first reading would exempt single-family lots from the requirement of having aluminum picket. But that could be there for quite some time, a chain link fence.
Okay, so, may I? So the intent was to relieve single-family homeowners who were doing repair, not people who purchased a single-family home lot speculatively. So if that is not what this is accomplishing, then I would like to amend it so that it is what it's accomplishing. I don't want to have what we have in neighborhoods now where somebody's sitting on land and maybe one day they'll sell it.
You want to make an exception for homesteaded properties. In
What
a
do you
way,
mean?
for homesteaded properties, homes where you have a homeowner living there,
Yeah,
but not necessarily for the speculative buyer, for the person that's buying a home on spec. You don't want to make the exception for them.
How could a property be a homesteaded property if it's a vacant lot?
Yeah.
Well, but
Homesteaded
this-
means you live there.
And no, but your point is, you don't want, okay, but your point is, you don't want someone who buys a home, who wants to fix his home as the place that they want to live, to be impacted by this ordinance.
Well, once they purchase it and start a building department, it would no longer be a vacant lot. It would be under whatever the building department requirements are and not vacant lot status.
So can I suggest what I want to accomplish, and you can suggest how to best do that? Any private property lot, whether it is a house or a vacant property that is
Right.
not inhabited by somebody, that would need to have some kind of perimeter fencing, should not be carved out.
Okay, that would basically be removing two of your amendments from last time, because last time
Sorry.
that's what it did.
Okay, because what we're not trying to punish the people who are making repairs and they need to fence off. And we're not trying to punish anybody, we're just trying to make it so that if you are, and I think this, we got caught up in the planning board discussion about this, and maybe that's where this came from back then. We don't want to make it onerous for somebody who's already making repairs on their home. This is to apply to people who are either buying a spec house and they haven't gotten the money yet together to demolish it or get the plans together, but it's sitting there vacant. So thank you, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, for catching that. That's what the intent is. And since I'm here, I had a thing that I wanted to ask you guys, which is, why is there an exception for government-owned properties? I think that becomes really problematic when we say, do what we say, but not what we do.
So we had suggested that. That doesn't mean that the city would necessarily not fence off or secure a city-owned property, but because this is very expansive and because of the cost involved, we did an analysis of what it would cost to fence and landscape all the city vacant properties. It could end up being a very significant cost issue, particularly for properties that we're trying to either renovate or were in the process of having as part of an RFP. So it was primarily because of the cost issues associated with that we wanted to make that suggestion.
So could we do a tweak to that? Understanding, I mean, we're spending money all over the place to save a fire station, so we want to save every dollar we can. In the spirit of not spending carelessly, could we say that city-owned properties have a minimum requirement of picket fencing? And then anything else is gravy if they want to do that, but at least it's uniform.
We could, it's just that in our analysis, the picket fence was probably the most expensive part of it.
So what's the least expensive part? I just want it to not look abandoned and
Landscaping
derelict.
probably would be less expensive, a minimal amount of landscaping, in addition to fencing that's put up.
So whatever, I don't know what that would be, but whatever is the least expensive way to indicate that this is a cared-for property, don't come here and do yucky things, and this is a part of our city that needs to be treated as such, not like this is where you can come and do all those things you can't do at home. So landscaping is fine.
Okay.
Wait. I wanted fencing but
No,
I'll
but
tell you.
This
for
is
government properties.
This is just the government exception.
I
'Cause
would
right
tell
now
you
they don't have anything.
that Barkley, when I went to see it, it has like this chain link fence. It's awful looking, and then it has this green netting over it, and it has like holes in the
No,
netting.
I agree with
It
you,
is-
but right
yeah,
now, based on this,
I
there's
understand. So
nothing, there's no
nothing.
requirement.
I think that the requirement should extend to the city, because I think that we happen to be some of the most egregious abandoned, properties that the city might call abandoned that are actually ours, that are sitting there and really are unsightly. So I would have this entire, I would have it extend to the city. I don't know how many vacant properties we have, but you know what? Why shouldn't they? Tanya, because Commissioner Bott, because after I saw the state of the Barkley fencing the other day, I said to myself, I wonder how many other properties we also have with this. We should not have the chain link fencing anywhere. And we should be setting a good example.
Commissioner Magazine.
I appreciate the time, important discussion. Thank you for bringing up Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Tom, what is that financial impact on the analysis you did?
It's about $90 a linear foot for the fencing. So having to fence all four sides of the property, depending on the size of the property, it can,
But comprehensively across the city, you took an analysis of the average of the number of vacant properties that we have. It would cost X amount per year.
yeah, it was probably in the, close to the hundreds of thousands.
Good afternoon, that's correct. And we have about 15 vacant lots that are city-owned.
I would say that if it was a couple $100,000, it might be worth it, because one of the reasons why we're having to cede a property we spent $7 million for a few years ago for an upfront payment of $300,000 is because it is so unsightly. Maybe had it had proper aluminum fencing around it, it would have been secured, and we wouldn't be in this situation. If it did have fencing and lighting, you could keep people out. I don't know what the state of all 15 properties. If you'd like to defer it for another month and find out I would just like to pass it already, because we need to get going on we have horrible chain link fencing across the city that we can fix and beautify with this.
How about go forward with your item as is and then make a referral to finance on the city-owned property?
But the government property, we'd either have to include it or exclude it.
We could have a separate item on it.
Okay, we're gonna move forward and we're going to exempt government property from this then?
Well, it's
Are
not
you-
exempting, it's just a referral to finance.
Okay, for now, we're going to exempt government property and refer the rest of it to finance. I'm okay with that.
And so just for clarity purposes, we'll remove the two items from Commissioner Bott's previous amendment regarding the exceptions for vacant single-family lots and abandoned homes and single-family lots. Okay.
I don't recall hearing a motion on this.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Move it with the amendments as specified by Tom.
I just want just for clarification through the mayor. Because you may have a home. The home may be vacant. You may temporarily be renting somewhere while you're fixing your home up. And so they won't be exempt from this? I just want to make sure I understand this clearly.
But if they're fixing it up, then they're under the permitting code
Okay.
of what that fencing needs to be. Like, if you're doing work on your home, you need to,
Construction fence.
thank you.
Yeah. They would be subject to the construction fence regulations.
Okay, all right.
And by the way, this is mostly targeting commercial vacant lots. How are we gonna notify people, Tom? Are you gonna send them a letter saying that they need to change their fencing?
We can do that. There's a number of lots that actually code has cited for not having fencing, but we would have to notify all of the properties that are now subject to this and probably give them a grace period to comply with it.
Okay.
So it's a roll call. Commissioner Suarez. Yes. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The item is approved as amended with a referral to the Finance Economic Resiliency Committee.
R5G.
R5G is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 106 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Traffic and Vehicles by amending Article 2 entitled Metered Parking, by amending Division 1 entitled Generally, by amending Section 106-55 thereof entitled Parking Rates, Fees, and Penalties Exceptions, by establishing a voluntary disabled person parking registration program for individuals properly in possession of a valid disabled person parking permit or disabled person license plate, in order to provide those persons who elect to register with the city the benefit of parking without incurring a fee when parked in city parking lots, facilities, and timed on-street metered parking spaces, and providing for repealer servability codification and effective date. R5G is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 4/7 vote. There is no one on Zoom that wishes to speak. Anyone in the audience?
I
No
move
one
my
there.
item.
Commissioner Fernandez just moved the item. We also have Commissioners Bott, Suarez, and Magazine, our co-sponsors. Call the vote?
Commissioner Suarez. Yes. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine. Yes. Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez. Yes. Commissioner Dominguez. Yes. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. R5G.
R5H.
R5H is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees, by amending Division 30 entitled Committee for Quality Education in Miami Beach Schools, by amending section 20-190.137 thereof, entitled Composition, Knowledge, and Expertise, to allow the city commission to waive by 4/7 vote the requirements that a committee member must be a parent, guardian, a student attending school in the city, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date.
This is
This is a public hearing, second reading.
Commissioner Dominguez's item, co-sponsored by Commissioners Rosa Gonzalez, Magazine, Suarez, and Fernandez.
And I have one amendment to read into the record, Mayor Witt.
Thought you
So-
were sponsoring too.
No. The one change here is to delete the reference on page 1133 of your book to a representative selected by the Parent-Teacher Association, to replace it with any applicant, so that if any applicant is not a parent or guardian of a child in a school, then that would require a 4/7 vote of the city commission.
A second with the amendment. Yeah.
It's a public hearing. We have Mr. Wayne Roberts online. Mr. Roberts, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Wayne Roberts, South of Fifth. I'm out of order, and I'm sorry for this, but I find it egregious that you would say that the city is exempt from the rules that you're applying to residents regarding fencing. It's offensive. It shows that you're the continuation of the lack of attention given to public buildings. This is another example. And I ask you to revise your vote to incorporate the city being responsible as much as every other person in the city.
Thank you so much. Back on R5H, there's no one else on Zoom or in the audience to speak on this item.
Okay, let's call the vote.
So as amended, R5H, Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Fernandez.
Is this the Beverly Heller Act of 2024?
It is, and it also applies to you guys, because you guys have 2 nominees that
Yes.
qualify under this, so yes. And Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Thank you. The item is approved as amended, R5H.
Let's call R5I.
R5I is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending Division 34 by creating section 2-190.149 through 2-190.152 to establish the Neighborhood Resiliency Projects Advisory Committee to advise the administration and city commission in connection with the city's resiliency projects in order to improve planning and delivery of these critical projects, providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is item R5I. It is a public hearing. It requires 5/7 vote. There is no one on Zoom to speak on this item, and there's no one in the audience to speak on this item.
I'll move it.
Call the vote.
Is Commissioner Suarez? Yes. Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
I sponsored the item and I didn't get a chance.
Oh, of course, of course.
Yeah, thank you. It looks like we have the votes. I'm super excited. This was a committee that was started by Commissioner Mark Samulin, and I'm thrilled to see that it's going to continue.
So I'll let you vote again. Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Minor?
Yes.
So everyone's in favor of this item. It is R5I. It passes.
Okay, I'm going to call one of my items. Hopefully this will be quick. R5J.
R5J, it is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 70 of the code of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Miscellaneous Offenses by amending Article 1 entitled In General by amending section 70-1 thereof entitled State Misdemeanors by adopting through specific reference to state law misdemeanor offenses of assault, loitering, or prowling and disorderly conduct on the premises of an establishment to affirmatively establish offenses against municipal law with the same acts that constitute such offenses against the state law, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 4/7 vote. It is item R5J.
And this is second reading, and Commissioner Fernandez is co-sponsoring with me. And this is in line with our law and order initiatives, making sure that we are appropriately holding criminals accountable, especially repeat offenders. And this would add to our prosecution team assault, loitering or prowling, and disorderly conduct. So we've added a number of different quality of life misdemeanor crimes to make sure that they are properly prosecuted. And I'll give a shout out to our prosecution team. The last numbers I saw, that we are at an 89% success rate on prosecutions of these misdemeanors. We don't have felonies, that's the state attorney's office, but that is an outstanding rate. And by the way, for those listening who may not be familiar, this doesn't always mean that there's jail time. A successful prosecution does not necessarily, it could be, but it does mean that there's a conviction. And it's so important because if a person, and we were seeing this a few years ago, if someone is arrested 5, 6, 7 times, but they're not prosecuted and there's not a conviction out of it, it's not an adjudication, the judge later on can never consider that, cannot consider that. And therefore, we were having an inability to hold repeat offenders accountable. This now, with our 89% success rate on convictions, holds repeat offenders accountable. It also allows for judges to issue stay-away orders, probations. There's a whole number of elements within the judicial system that is enabled by our being able to prosecute. This goes along with those lines. It's having an impact, a very positive impact on our city and the ability to enforce our laws. So, did you want to speak about it? Okay. Does anybody want to move it?
I'll second.
And it is a public hearing. There is no one on Zoom, and there's no one in the audience. May I call the roll?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. R5J.
So we'll call item R5AE.
Ooh. Yes, sir. Give me 1 second. R5AE, it is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 66 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Marine Structures, Facilities, and Vessels by amending Article 3 entitled Piers, Docks, and Boat Ramps by creating Section 66-116 thereof entitled Commercial Vessel Hours of Operations of Private Marinas and Private Marine Facilities, to limit the hours of operation for commercial vessels activity at private marinas and private marine facilities, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading.
Commissioner Suarez?
Thank you. I brought this item forward mostly in part after COVID. There's been a huge increase in charter operations in our waters that have that blast music at all times of the night. This was a big issue in South of Fifth at the Miami Beach Marina, and just recently, the previous commission, they allowed for a change in the hours in Miami Beach Marina to 9 p.m. And that has made all the difference in the world to the residents surrounding and the quality of life issues that our residents face. And so I think that it shouldn't be specific to Miami Beach Marina. I believe it should be citywide. I have a presentation on some of the issues that, for example, on Indian Creek, where they're blasting music at all times of the night. JP, can you put a R5 AE, please? If you can put the volume on. Maybe try the next video.
Okay, there, your video's up.
Can you put the volume on, JP?
Oh, if it's a song that's
Yeah.
copyrighted, it won't.
So here, this was actually during, I believe, that was Basel, and that was at 11 o'clock, and yeah, I could hear this from at least a quarter mile away, the music blasting from then. And so if you know, on the other side is single-family homes. So I'll spare everyone the rest of the videos, but there's countless examples of excessive noise coming from these charter operations, and I think if we're going to do it for South Fifth, we should have it for citywide.
I would say that as a business owner at 5600 Collins, I watch these party boats, especially at night, and everybody is upset about them. So I would even go earlier than 9 p.m. But who would like to be recognized? Commissioner Fernandez? No? So you made a motion? Really? Okay. What time are you recommending to close?
9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, everyone would have to be off the boat.
9 o'clock off the boat? Okay. So I can believe you have a...
Madam Vice Mayor, thank you, Commissioner Suarez, for taking the initiative on this. Very important. In the West Avenue community, we have private marinas that now have commercial operations. Talk to the city attorney about this, and hopefully the mayor's here to hear this, because when we talk about transportation, one of the things that we think is going to be a critical component going forward is going to be the operation of ferries, particularly in Sunset Harbor, West Avenue. So some type of carve-out, although being very, very careful, if we could ask legal to do this, a carve-out for commercial ferry service. However, we want to be very important that this doesn't allow some sort of ferry service that operates as a ferry component during the day and then moonlights as a party boat at night. We want to be very careful to bifurcate that, so it truly is just keeping the intent of a ferry service, because I know when the Poseidon Ferry was in operation, which we intend to, I think, provide the opportunity to bring back, they had a schedule that might have went to about 10 o'clock for residential ferry passenger.
Commissioner Fott?
Yeah, and I'd like to build on that because, you know, we have these golf cart options as sort of micro mobility modality, sort of an option, but somewhere between a car and getting your own little golf cart or Vespa or whatever. And so that is a notion that is great, but then when you have them to attract business, it's the party golf cart, right? So you have people blasting music from this otherwise great idea of a small little taxi service. You know, yes to the carve out, but the brand, the business plan of the ferry operator cannot be like, it's the party ferry, right? You see what I'm saying?
And we'll work on language between first and second reading to accomplish what you want to achieve.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have, you want to, Commissioner Suarez?
Maybe we can have a carve out that says, you know, if the ferry serves alcohol, that they are not exempt.
We could look at that.
Okay.
Is that an amendment then that you want between first and second
So,
reading? Okay. Do we have a motion?
We can bake that amendment in
Yeah,
the second reading.
I will put that exact language in the hands of our competent legal department, and I think you know the intent of that, so we would just like to add that amendment
Okay,
in
so we're
second
gonna
reading.
figure out the amendment between first and second reading, and we have a motion, and then who seconded it?
I have a
Commissioner
motion by
Fott?
Commissioner Suarez and a second by Commissioner Fernandez.
Commissioner Fernandez. Okay, so we're ready to vote, Mayor.
Okay, well, why don't you continue?
Is this by acclamation or a voice
No, it's a
vote?
roll call, so it's as
Roll call.
amended, correct? Yes. As amended, Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The item is approved. The second reading public hearing is scheduled for February 21st.
I think we had a time certain. See that. Let's do R90. Commissioner Magazine.
R9O is discuss, take action, expand sanitation efforts, including gum removal pilot program.
Yeah, I will defer to my colleague, Commissioner Suarez, the sponsor of this, but this couldn't have stronger support from myself.
Thank you. Do we have R9O? JP, can you pull up R9O, please? Okay, so if you walk most cities, and if you walk most of this city, you know, we have a constellation of gun stains on our sidewalks, and they seem to never go away, and just gets worse and worse. And I had requested Public Works to come up with a program that would specifically target gum stains throughout Miami Beach on an annual basis. There was a study that Public Works did that picked out that we're going to purchase 3 high-powered pressure washers specifically for gum stain removal and have dedicated staff for this removal on an annual basis. And so, Joe, if you can please, through the chair, please speak to the cost and the analysis that you provided to remove this.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you. Joe Gomez, Public Works Director. So we went ahead and at the request of Commissioner Suarez did an analysis of equipment that would specifically target the removal of gum stains on sidewalks. And we looked at different manufacturers, and we determined that a particular one, which is a Supermax gum removal, it's a diesel piece of equipment, has the industrial capacity to be able to handle the volume that we would need in the city. So in order to effectively do this, we would divide the city up into three parts: South, Mid Beach, and North Beach. And one machine would be dedicated to each of those locations. And obviously, it would require an employee, a new MSW2, to be able to handle the machinery. So the cost of that would be adding 3 additional employees to our labor force. And on top of that, it would require some equipment to be able to move the equipment, to move the special machine, and then to the equipment cost. So sum total is about $214,500 for the additional headcount, and $154,500 for the machinery, the equipment, including vehicles that are needed to haul the machinery.
Perfect. Commissioner Magazine?
Rightfully so. Our city takes such pride in our environment, our historical aspects. I challenge all of us to really take pride in all hands-on-deck effort to the cleanliness and the aesthetic beauty of our city. It's the first thing we all recognize when we walk out of the street. I couldn't be more supportive of this initiative. I think we must have, Madam City Manager, 3,000 employees?
About 2,600.
I'm hard-pressed, very hard-pressed to think that on a sporadic basis, we can't find, out of 2,600 employees, 3 employees that on an intermittent basis will go around and collect and power wash our streets for gum. We should all take pride in how our city works. And if it has to be me out there one evening per weekend using this Power Max 16, whatever it is, in my South Beach area, I'm sure one of my colleagues, if we can't find city employees to do it, will take their respective areas. Couldn't be more supportive of this, but as stewards of taxpayer money, we need to start learning to do more, not with less, but more with the same. And I challenge us to find creative ways that we can clean up gum in our city with these new machines without adding 3 dedicated gum cleaners.
I'm sorry, but it sounds ridiculous, but it's money that I think is so well spent. There are corners of like North Beach, especially like Collins and 71st, that are just fetid with gum. And from my experience being here over 10 years, we added an additional cleaning crew, but we are really underfunded with boots on the ground. We have a lot of management positions, but we don't have our people out on the streets. We added 1 cleaning crew, but it's not enough. So while it might seem ridiculous to hire 3 people to target gum stains, I am supportive. I'd like to actually co-sponsor it. But what I would say is maybe it's not just the gum. Maybe they're not just gum stain removers. Maybe they have some other things, also that they address. And I know Commissioner Baugh wanted to speak.
Well, it's funny that we talked about power washing because I discovered the joy of power washing when I had a townhouse on the water, and it became a regular necessity, and I like write things on the sidewalk and leave them for my neighbors, and I'd come back and clean it the next day. So I will definitely volunteer to be a power washer if it comes to that. But seriously, it's an important point because, as we know, people treat things the way they perceive them to be. So if you perceive that nobody cares about the condition of the sidewalks, then you don't care if you drop something. And so, but to Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez's point, it is not just the gum, it is power washing everything. And so, you know, Joe and I have already had starting conversations about the schedule of what gets cleaned when, and I don't want to derail this in service of that, and I don't want to waste time on an agenda item for a future conversation, because I think it can just, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, if it's better to handle it through an agenda item, but it seems like it's just a conversation about looking at how coverage exists. I don't want this to be the only thing that happens. I think there's a bigger, broader conversation about making sure our city staff has the resources it needs, the tools it needs to do the job that we collectively are demanding of ourselves and of each other. And as we go into the budgeting process, I mean, it's a good time to have this conversation because, you know, just in a couple of months, we'll be talking about budgeting and you know, reallocating people to do more with the same, or, you know, spending our funds a little bit differently. So I don't want to derail this, but I do want to put out there, and let's figure out what the best way to proceed is, the bigger conversation of maybe we need to re-examine the schedule, which might have been created 10 years ago. I don't know when it was created, because now, you know, the demographics have changed and the needs have changed, and not lose sight of all of that. And you think I'm kidding about the power washing, but I love it. The other thing I want to ask about, because I thought this existed, I think there's a program where folks who come into the city through our homeless outreach, who are looking for work and to sort of set themselves back on that path, have been hired by the city as public works crew. And if there's a way to enhance that possibility to bring more people in off the streets and start them off in a new, better path, I would highly encourage that to be something that is taken into account. Thank you.
Mayor?
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. I'm supportive of this item. I do want to be mindful of a few things. First is the noise. Regular power washers are very noisy. I remember on Belle Isle several years back, because the city workers in certain areas are exempt from the normal times of making noise. On a Sunday at 7 a.m., they were power washing using regular power washers, and half of Belle Isle woke up. So I just want to be mindful that if extra strong tools are used, that the hours of operations are more in line and during the week than when people would be sleeping. And I know that the cost is a factor, but Commissioner Suarez is absolutely right. There are areas of our city that it's shocking to see the amount of filth and gum that's in there. So that's all. Thanks.
I'd like to move the item.
Second? Commissioner Fernandez, seconds?
Or
Call
no.
vote. Let's call the vote.
So all in favor of adding the machines and adding the employees, correct? Is that the motion?
Yes.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Yep.
Okay, so
Okay.
do we need a reso for that or no? Is that direction?
No, yeah, we'll do it after the fact.
After the fact reso on this item.
Okay, let's call R5AI.
R5AI is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 46 of the code entitled Environment by amending Article 4 entitled Noise, by amending section 46-152 entitled Noise Unnecessary and Excessive Prohibited, to correct a Scribner's error and to provide an exemption allowing golf courses to conduct maintenance starting at 6 a.m. and providing for repealer severability codification and an effective date. This is a first reading, R5AI.
Commissioner Dominguez is gonna love, oh, sorry, it's fine.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Gonna love this one. It's about making noise very early. No, it's about, we do have noise bans to protect people, but also people start to play golf at 7 a.m. The golf courses have requested that we remove or amend this so that they can begin at 6 a.m. And 5:30, they'd like me to amend it at 5:30. Here's the thing with this ordinance, I'm okay with it, but we're gonna, in 6 months, we're gonna revisit it. If there are any noise complaints on the golf courses because of this, then I will repeal it. So that was the caveat. Yes, Commissioner Bott.
I'm sorry, I can't agree with if there are any noise complaints on the golf course, because somebody already has complained about this. It is one person in the whole city, and while I dearly love my sleep, if you live on a golf course, that's something you might have to confront, is the fact that they need to have the facility ready before tea time at 6:15 in the morning. So there will be complaints. I'm sure that the person who, so to say that I will revisit in 6 months to make sure it's not, things haven't gone awry, but to say I'll revisit in 6 months and if there is any complaint, we'll repeal it, I don't think accomplishes what we're trying to accomplish.
What you just said.
Okay.
Okay.
So yes to revisiting.
Okay, yes to revisiting. Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you for recognizing me, Vice Mayor. I met with the representative from the Lagorce Golf Club, and I was surprised at how much capital investment they put into the equipment, where it is all electric, and it has it has reduced noise significantly, and I'm appreciative that they have gone above and beyond to make this work. And I believe it's almost like $500,000 in improvements. And
That is
through the chair,
correct.
if you'd like to say a few words on what your program has done for the golf course.
Sure, Ms. Bertocavoli.
Okay, thank you. Myra Diaz-Baracavoli, Mayor, Commissioners, our city manager, our city attorney, and our city clerk. The golf course, Lagorce Country Club, has spent close to $500,000 in electric equipment, Commissioner Dominguez. And it's been with mowers, blowers, and edgers, as well as rollers, which is what you use to roll the green where you do the putting. For those of you that may play golf, you may understand some of the wordage. So this equipment produces far less noise, but yes, it's much heavier and much more difficult to use. Now, we have received a complaint from one resident, and since 2017, since 2021, November 26th of 21, it has been 4 calls from that same resident, of which most of them have been unfounded. So if you are in your home, and I have a video, which if you may want to see, it can go on a screen for you. It shows what the noise level of this electric equipment is if I stand inside the property and if I stand immediately outside the property, the home, a different home than the one from the complainant, which is about 20 feet from the property line. Up to you if you'd like to see it. We've invited all of you to come out and check this equipment and the noise. No, you don't want to see it. I understand fully.
I think we should just move it. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Great.
And I just want to put for the record, living right in front of a golf course, I have to say I've never been disturbed. Even you go outside, you know they're doing work. You'll never know it inside your house. And I just want to put that for the record. And you move in front of a golf course, you know, knowing that there's certain maintenance work that goes on early in the morning because, you know, tea time is around, 7 a.m. And so you know that before that there's maintenance, so fully supportive of this.
And Commissioner Rosengalas, you said it's automatically coming back in 6 months? What were you saying about that?
Why don't we bring it back to neighborhoods in 6 months to have a discussion and find out how it's working, and we'll speak with code compliance to see if there's any complaints and get a report and, revisit. That's why I sponsored it. I sponsored it with a caveat that we bring it back if it's too noisy.
And this is first reading, so this item will come back next month for final approval.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
We have a motion?
Yeah, and I second it.
Okay, let's call the vote.
Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
I'm voting no because all of my stuff is to reduce noise in the city, but you don't need my vote, and it's going to come back in 6 months. I'm sure it's going to be glowing reviews, and I'll think about it for the second reading vote.
But it is electric equipment, though.
I know, you pointed that out. Thank you for that. But I'll be a no today.
Mayor?
Thank you.
Yes.
So the item passes. Second reading, public hearing is February 21st. It includes a 6 months revisit at the Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee.
And it's as amended, commencing at 5:30 a.m.
R9X, sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez and co-sponsored by Commissioners Suarez and Magazine.
Yes, sir. R9X is discuss, take action, implement law for double fines, towing, and event zones. R9X, Mayor, I thought that was a spring break item. Oh, okay. Okay,
Mr. Attorney,
so we're gonna do R9X.
I just want to make sure, was that taken care of as part of R7N?
Well, we didn't address it as part of the spring break items, so it's properly before you.
Okay, so,
All this item,
I'm hearing two different things. I'm hearing it was already taken care of, and I'm hearing it was not taken care of. Did the body take action on this, or did the body not take action on this?
we did not take action on this item.
So,
And just for
That's why I called
clarity,
it.
as part of
that's
high
fine.
impact, I actually have authority to double the towing fines. So in fact, the towing fines will be doubled during the month of March. I think that this is probably bigger than just about spring break. This is about the capability of the city to be able to declare special event zones during the remainder of the year.
And it also, it provides for double towing rates for qualifying events under the statute that authorizes this for promoted events on public right-of-ways. And I think Commissioner Fernandez's intent was that we should implement that to the fullest extent possible, particularly during spring break. Separately, the administration is doubling towing rates anyway.
okay. I just want to understand just something that happened. Just procedurally, putting aside the substance of this item. The mayor called an item, and the item was being called, and then it was said that the item was handled. Who said that?
I did. When I asked the mayor how we heard this item, he said yes, so I thought it
Okay.
had been handled.
In the future, I want clarity on this table. I was unable to present my item because of that. So I just, in the future, I want clarity. Either an item is before us and is pending for action, or it is not. Following the basics of this agenda is the very basics that, I just ask for. So this is an important statute that was passed last year. This is special event zones for promoted special events on social media that are unpermitted and then take over our roadways and that create an unsafe environment, impeding the normal flow of traffic. And by establishing a special event zone during spring break, our city has the ability to impose double fines and potential impoundment of vehicles for persons who commit these infractions. In our roadways that we've seen year after year tend to cause significant impacts, not only in the quality of life, but also in the safety of our city. I'd like to make a motion to authorize the administration's implementation of special event zones and double fines and towing within a designated special event zone. Mr. Attorney, it would be up to the discretion of the city manager to establish the perimeter of that special event zone. Is that correct?
And with the police chief weighing in, because this is a law enforcement tool based on, observed activity of promoted events.
Okay. So that's my motion. Is there anything else I need to include
No,
in this
sir.
motion? All right. I don't know if Bobby Hernandez, the president of our FOP, if he's present, because I know that he felt that this was a necessary tool. I see our Deputy Chief, Paul Acosta. I don't know if there's anything that the police department would like to add on the record about this tool.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor Commission, Madam City Manager. The police department looked at at this particular tool. There's a lot of other things that we need to consider with this particular designation of a special event zone. Any tool that is directed to us to utilize during these particular events can and will be helpful for us.
Okay. With that,
Are you moving your item?
I'm going to move my item, of course, for discussion.
You want to speak? Or second?
No, if you don't mind, Commissioner Fernandez, I just have a question that I'm not understanding. Is this for things like these parties like Madness Mondays, Topless Tuesdays that get promoted on I don't know, they get promoted on social media? Or are
These are
for
takeovers, these are takeovers of our roadways that get promoted on social media, and they're unpermitted, and they create problems. Our senator helped push this law last year to help us, specifically us and other communities that face the elements of spring break and the like. But these are unpermitted, promoted activities on social media platforms that take over our roadways and that disrupt the natural flow.
Oh, so like the
normal flow of
the
traffic.
little the ATV, the herds of ATVs that come through the city, that kind of thing?
If it's promoted on social media.
Okay, and is it just for high-impact weekends, or is it any time that it happens?
Well, this would be asking the administration to implement it during spring break to the fullest extent permitted by law.
Could we also do that and also say whenever it happens?
We can amend it to say, yeah, to say that, absolutely.
So if that's amenable to my colleagues, and if it's permissible, then I would like to amend it that way.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, if I could. Also, during the, I'll defer to you, Commissioner Gonzalez.
I mean, I just don't want this to be some sort of bizarre free-for-all for the towing companies all of a sudden, where now they're gonna get double the revenue? If they charge double, should we get the extra revenue?
Our towing permits provide for that, Commissioner.
What?
So if there are double towing fees, then the towing permits would govern what the city receives.
If we're gonna charge double, I think we should get a cut.
And we do, and I don't know if Monica's here and can address that.
By permit, we get $30 for administration. And there's no provision to charge for us to get more of that money. So that has to be addressed. We only get from the non-residents $30, or $31 right now, for administrative costs.
So I would make a motion, I would include in your motion that this is a first reading? Is this a?
No, this is a discussion.
thing?
Well,
Discussion? I think you should work on it and get the city as much as they possibly can, Commissioner Fernandez.
I think what we should do is limit this only to spring break, Commissioner Bott. I know you were suggesting doing this perhaps on a continual basis, but this is really a tool for not to be used on a continual basis, and in part is because this requires the placement of signs and the following of certain, establishing a perimeter and that type of stuff.
Okay.
It is applicable really for not the day-to-day, it's applicable for special occurrences like what we deal with in the month of March. So I'd say, let's just keep it for spring break. When we reanalyze the measures we took this year during spring break and the month of April, when it goes to public safety, it can certainly be discussed there.
At least make it a double admin fee. Double fee, $30, $60 when you double tow.
We need, the permit contains the maximum allowable fees, right? So if this would trump the permit.
This is a
then-
law enforcement tool. If you want us to, if the body wants us to reopen the towing permits to address this, we can't do it unilaterally, right? So we can certainly sit down with the towing companies and figure it out. But if you want to give us that direction, we could do that.
I have an item before us. I'm not looking to look for revenues for the city through this item. This is strictly a law enforcement item. a law enforcement item to deal with the takeover of our streets that we deal with year after year in the month of March, and Senator Garcia helped us by sponsoring this bill in Tallahassee. It became law, and now we have a tool. If someone wants to bring a separate item to talk about revenues and getting a cut, that's fine. But this item, I just want to focus on this item, just on spring break, the public safety necessity of it. Our Fraternal Order of Police expressed a need for this. I brought the item because of that, and they've endorsed this item through a letter that they circulated to all of us. And I would just like to keep the scope of this item as presented in the memo.
So I'll move it
Mr. Mayor.
as is.
Commissioner Magazine, and then Commissioner Dominguez.
I appreciate the efforts, Commissioner Fernandez. It's part of the multi-pronged approach to help our law enforcement for a very difficult period. I want to pose to my colleagues, does it make sense to exclude our residents from this double tow ordinance? Even if it happens during a high-impact period, does somebody that's running into Dunkin' Donuts for their coffee and their resident get towed? I'm not sure if they should be
If I could
subject to
just
it.
clarify just for 1 second, there's no, the statute doesn't provide for double towing fees. It provides for a non-moving traffic violation with double fines and towing. So there is no double towing fee, and the double fines are for non-moving violations. The statute doesn't provide any authorization to exclude anyone from that. It's silent on it. So that would be an open question that we could potentially face litigation over.
I think the first priority is making sure this passes cleanly. If we have to deal with some of the unintended consequences, when that happens, we get it. But if you're saying, Rob, that it would be very hard to bifurcate residents versus non-residents, we deal with that as it happens.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. I'd be happy to support this during spring break and for us to see it as a test and see if it works before we move it or give a blanket free rein to have it applied whenever. I'd really like to see it as a tool during the month of March.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I think it's going to be a disaster and a windfall of money for the towing companies. They're going to tow like crazy, and they're going to tow all the wrong people. And you're right, we're not going to be able to accommodate the residents. And who are the residents going to call when they get towed and they go to pick it up, and it's not just $200, but it's $500. So I'm going to be a no on this.
In that case, Mr. Mayor, I would like to withdraw the item.
Okay, if I could, let's all come around the table. Rob, can you clarify? So there's no double fee for towing?
There's no double fee for towing. You can be towed for up to 72 hours. You can pay double the speeding fine or the whatever other fine you got, and that's the primary financial burden that you would face.
I would encourage and implore my colleagues, let's all rise above the fray. Let's stick with the task on hand. If we feel strongly about this, we feel strongly, and move it forward. Those that do not, do not.
And I have to say, this is also an extremely limited tool for limited circumstances where an event, a large event with 50 or more people has been advertised online to take over a street or a highway. Then the special event zone can encapsulate that, and you face the double fines and the towing and things like that. So if you don't have those elements met, then you wouldn't use this particular tool.
And as a co-sponsor, I don't know the procedures. If Commissioner Fernandez wants to withdraw, I'm happy to carry this forward.
City Attorney.
So if Commissioner Fernandez does not want to vote for the item and there's a co-sponsor that's willing to move it forward, then it's been presented. It's before you.
So I make motion to move forward.
And Commissioner Suarez.
I think the initial intention of this item is well intended, and I think I commend my colleague Fernandez to doing whatever we can to improve our quality of life. And sure, it may not be baked right now, but I think by now in second reading we'll come to a consensus. And if there is no consensus, then we'll pass. But I wouldn't want to lose the opportunity for moving this forward.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
If I may. And perhaps I may consider this just a moment of personal privilege. if this body, colleagues want to be upset about prior votes, we can be upset about prior votes. But we should not use important items about law enforcement to, make it look bad just because we're upset about prior votes. And everyone has a prerogative to be upset about stuff, and this is what I feel, that someone's just upset about a vote that I took today, and it's not really on the substance of this item, the commentary. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
I think you
I
have
thank
the
my
votes.
colleagues.
Yeah. I think you have the votes.
I thank my colleagues for their support on this item, for understanding it, and that this was something requested by our law enforcement as a tool to not to nickel and dime our residents, and not to be generating revenues for toll companies, and not to be generating revenues for the city, but to keep our city and our roads safe and clear from the takeover, unruly takeover that we've seen of our roadways, and this shouldn't be an avenue to express our frustrations about other items on the agenda. I'll move the item, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second it.
Just to be clear, somebody had mentioned second reading. This is a one reading item. It will,
That's
if it
right.
passes, it passes today. Okay, we have a second. Should we call the vote?
It's a voice vote. So all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? So one no, the item passes. There's going to be an after-the-fact resolution on this item.
Yes.
It's called R5X.
Give me 1 second, Mayor.
South Beach Development
Yeah,
Regulations.
I'm sorry.
Well, while you're looking for it, I'll just say this is Commissioner Dominguez's item. Commissioner Fernandez, myself, and Commissioner Bott are co-sponsors.
R5X is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2, entitled District Regulations, and Section 7.2.6 entitled RM3 Residential Multifamily High Intensity. Section 7.2.11 entitled CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity District. Section 7-7.2.12 entitled CD3 Commercial High Intensity District. And Section 7.2.13 entitled Mixed Use Entertainment District, to modify height limits and setback requirements in areas of the city located south of 23rd Street, and providing for codification, repeal, or severability, and effective date. This is a first reading, requires 5/7 vote, R5X.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. This ordinance is intended to address the potential impacts of building heights that can be permitted under Live Local Act, and I'll let Tom Mooney take it away.
Sure. Good afternoon. This ordinance was referred by the commission last October in response to the potential impacts of the Live Local Act, which, just for informational purposes, preempts certain local government regulations if a proposal is put forward that includes at least 40% of the units consisting of workforce or affordable housing. And the Live Local Act is only applicable to commercial districts, to mixed-use districts, and industrial districts. However, there are areas of South Beach in close proximity to our historic districts that are zoned commercial and zoned mixed use that were particularly vulnerable. And so the direction was to draft an ordinance that would provide some protection. What makes it very challenging is that the Live Local Act allows for the maximum height permitted within a 1-mile radius. And unfortunately, within the South Beach area, a 1-mile radius includes up to 519 feet of building height under our current code. So what we did was we took a look at what the maximum building heights were within a 1-mile radius, and we proposed some amendments to the zoning districts that had the highest heights. That included the Alton Gateway area, which is a very limited area between 5th Street and roughly 7th Street from Alton Road to West Avenue, as well as the RM3 district along the ocean, which allows up to 200 feet. And we had recommended that in those two areas that the maximum height be reduced to 150 feet. The reason we didn't recommend anything lower than that is because a lot of these districts have an FAR limit of between 2.75 and 3.0, and trying to get that much FAR within 50 to 75 feet could be challenging. Additionally, we did note that after this was transmitted by the planning board, that the CCC district allows for up to 300 feet. And so one of our recommendation here is to do a separate referral to the planning board so that we can amend the CCC regulations. It would not affect any existing permitted buildings because the hotel has already been permitted, so they're grandfathered in at their height. In addition to looking at the overall building height limits, we also took a look at things like setback requirements in order to ensure that building height above 75 feet would be adequately set back. And we developed new setback regulations for both the CD2 district and the MXC district to address that. And then finally, in the MXC district, we proposed a maximum lot aggregation limit of 2 platted lots so that somebody couldn't aggregate an entire block and try to distribute area that might be associated with a new project per the Live Local Act within a larger building. The ordinance itself, this is first reading. Normally, second reading in our zoning cycle would be set for April 3rd. However, because of the importance of the safeguards associated with this particular legislation, we're recommending that there be an exception to the annual zoning cycle adoption regulations, and that if approved at first reading today, that second reading be set for February 21st. Additionally, that a separate referral be made to the planning board to amend the height regulations in the CCC district. If there's any questions regarding the ordinance, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Tom. This item requires 5/7 vote, and there were 5 sponsors on this item, so I'd like to call the vote.
I'll second.
So motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by, motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Sorry if I missed it. I do just have a couple quick questions. It's fine if the vote's going, but, so got some inquiries from the Alton Road Gateway area time, where the concern was essentially that zone for 75 feet, and the concern was that this would actually upzone that area, which collectively the neighborhood does not. Could you address that and how I'm thinking about this, perhaps simplistically, so let me know. The west side of West Avenue, I believe is, the height allowable there is 150 feet, perhaps, in the CD2 district. So even if we would have Alton Road Gateway at 75 feet, keep that as is, because that's within 1 mile of the west side of West Avenue or south of 5th along the bay, because you're in 1 mile proximity to the Live Local, it would still be essentially upzoned to the highest allowable height there.
That's correct, Commissioner. The west side of West Avenue, that's zoned RM3, which is within the 1 mile radius, does have a maximum building height of 150 feet. With regard to Alton Gateway, currently, the 75 feet would not apply to Alton Gateway for 2 reasons. One, Alton Gateway is a very limited overlay, and that's the only overlay that we're proposing this amendment to. And essentially, in the Alton Gateway area, there's 3 separate parcels. There's the south side of the overlay, which is south of the former 6th Street right-of-way, which has the current tower that's at 519 feet. Then you've got the large, almost 3-acre public park. And then you have a very small out parcel that's at the southeast corner of 6th Street and Alton Road, where the developer is contemplating either a 1 or 2-story retail building with a maximum building height of 40 feet. And what this would do is it would set the maximum residential height at 150 feet, which would be consistent with the RM3 district, as you pointed out. But more importantly, there would be no way for them to get to 150 feet because, 1, they don't have the FAR for it, and number 2, under the development agreement, they're only zoned for or only permitted, at least now, to do up to a 2-story retail building. So whether it's 75 feet or 150 feet, it wouldn't make a difference. We had put in 150 feet because that's consistent with what the height is on West Avenue. If the Alton Gateway area is ever expanded to A Street, and there's an ordinance pending at first reading that is going to be continued today until the April meeting, then that at first reading was approved at 150 feet for a residential building. But to the extent that the commission wanted to adopt a lower height, if that expansion ever moves forward, you can certainly address the height of any future residential building as part of that ordinance.
I appreciate that. I think I would just encourage the neighbors along West Avenue. I see a representative there. I don't know if first reading is public, perhaps in between first and second, or do you want to give? I don't. I'm sorry, Amy. Can somebody from West Avenue speak? Because we were reached out to
Yes.
on this.
Thank you, Joe. This is a bit of a difficult setup, but I'm unclear as to what was just said. And I would like to show, my boards are back, repurposed, but I would like to show what you were just referring to.
Amy, just for the
Tom.
record, state your name.
Sure, Amy Litos, a resident of West Avenue. And Tom, you were referring to the Alton Road Gateway area, which extends from 5th to 8th?
No. Currently, under the code, the Alton Gateway area goes from Fifth Street. So this is the site with the existing tower. And it would basically include this area here, which is the park, the parking lot for the Floridian, the remainder of the park, and then the out parcel. This area here that goes all the way up to A Street is proposed for a potential expansion of the Alton Road Gateway. However, that has not been adopted by the City Commission. It's been approved at first reading, but it's still pending its second reading. And should that ever move forward, then at that point, the City Commission could decide what the appropriate height would be in any expansion.
Which includes the Community Health Center.
That's the Community Health Center site.
This is the cannabis dispensary.
Mhm.
Mhm. And what I'm afraid of is we're doing Tallahassee's work for it. We are upzoning what is now a CD2 area, and if you look at the legend, 75 feet max for mixed use is what the height limit is there. We have taken that and doubled it. And in fact, this wording in this item states that we're reducing the height.
Well, we are, because, again, the ordinance amendment only pertains to the existing boundaries of the Alton Gateway area, which currently permits up to 519 feet for residential.
Which is an aberration. I mean,
So-
519 feet was achieved by jumping over hoops and ladders, variances of all sorts, the transferring of FAR, the vacating of streets, and now to use that as a baseline from which all further development takes place
Well,
is egregious.
But the ordinance isn't saying that, Amy. The ordinance is very clear that it only applies to the existing boundaries of Alton Gateway. And even if you were to say that the new residential height would go from 519 to 75, you would still have an allowance of 150 feet within this area, which is in the 1 mile radius. So you could lower to 75 feet. It wouldn't make a difference because they don't have the FAR within the existing boundaries of the Alton Gateway area to add any more than a 2-story retail building.
But Tom, also, then wouldn't it just reference the west side of West Avenue because
Yeah,
it's
they would,
within a
they
mile?
could still use the 150 feet height that would be permitted along the west side of West Avenue.
So one way or the other, we're getting an upzoning to 150 feet, is the way I hear that.
Well, we're not upzoning the Alton Gateway area, so.
And Amy, if I may, this isn't us upzoning.
That's right.
This is coming from the state. And the state has said, for a brief millisecond, they said, you know what, a quarter of a mile, which made it better. But just yesterday or 2 days ago, they retracted that. So now we're back to the baseline of any building within a mile radius, right? And the fact that that building is egregiously tall through all kinds of machinations is irrelevant for the purposes of this. While I agree with you, it is an aberration, it is also irrelevant because it is unfortunately, not because that's what we want, but because it's built. It exists, and that is what the state is predicating their parameters on. So if it didn't exist, then we'd be having a different conversation. But because it does exist, regardless of how it got there, that's what
And we're that's stuck the with. law of unintended consequences.
Right,
And this is what we have now. We have the tallest building on Miami Beach at 519 feet at the far corner. This is the proposed sister tower to that, which has not yet been approved. And here you have the rest of the Alton Road corridor at 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet. This is what we've ended up with because of exactly this idea of allowing variances willy-nilly.
If I might, and you know, we're very aligned on this. We are trying to give ourselves as a city as much protection as we can. Before, I'm being very careful about how I word this, because this is a public meeting, and I'm really happy to have this conversation with you offline, but we are really trying hard to make this as bulletproof as we can, and I don't want to really speak much more.
I understand, and I'm afraid we are really chipping away at the character of a neighborhood. And I'll just leave with 2 sentences from the text itself, which reads, most existing structures in these areas are already much lower in height, limited to between 50 and 75 feet. Lowering all maximum heights to 75 feet would better address compatibility issues in this area. The text itself is stating that this is incompatible with the existing neighborhood, and it's a real shame.
Agreed, but that's a conversation for Tallahassee.
And any amendments, Mr. Mayor, that may be needed, we could work on that as may be necessary between now and second reading on February 21st when there's going to be a public hearing.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Amy, are you saying if we make it uniform 75 feet, we're going to encourage taller buildings across the?
What we had said in the staff report that was to truly address compatibility issues, you would have to lower the height to between 50 and 75 feet within all of the affected areas. However, that would have an unintended impact of limiting the ability to be able to distribute FAR in higher zoning districts. That's why we had recommended 150 feet, because that was reasonable. And with the additional safeguards that we have in place with regard to minimum setbacks, lot aggregation, and MXE, we think it's unlikely, at least under the current iteration of the Live Local Act, to be able to do buildings that would be grossly out of scale with our build context.
So you're recommending 150 feet, and Amy's saying that, yeah?
I'm saying that we should abide by the zoning that exists, which is 55 feet or 75 feet max. I understand that Tallahassee is a challenge, and we are trying to preemptively address that. But I believe we're doing their work for them by just changing our zoning to basically double what it is now.
Amy, let's work together between now and second reading, and if there's carve-outs, I just don't know if those carve-outs to battle the Live Local Act will make sense, because if you have any area within a 1 mile radius that's zoned up to 150 feet, that would essentially put Alton Road Gateway in play, whether the height limit there was 5 feet or 149 feet. But let's work together. I think you have the ear of all of us
And just one
between
last
now and
comment.
second reading.
Have we given up on fighting Tallahassee on this?
Oh, no. I think our colleagues are up there on a weekly basis
And also,
on their own
remember,
time.
it has passed already. This passed last year.
It can always be repealed. I'd hate to codify something in our
Amy,
own
Amy,
legislation.
Can we take this conversation offline? I'm just begging you.
Sure.
Please.
I hear you.
I'm not trying, for anybody listening, I am not trying to not have this conversation. I just don't want it to be
I appreciate the time.
broadcast.
Thank you.
In a public setting.
I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
I kind of had the floor.
We have a motion on the table?
All I'm going to say is if you go from 75 feet to 100 feet, then Tallahassee's going to say, oh, 150 feet? Okay, now we want 300 feet. And then we're really, I mean, there has to be a way to battle this without caving. I do agree with her on that. I thought that we were increasing, I thought we were going to 75 feet across the board. I didn't know that we were recommending and changing our zoning to 150 feet in an area where you can't already move. You can't go north and south. It's just one tiny area of that CD2, right? It's the 1 mile, or is it a quarter of a mile surrounding
The
that
current Live
tower?
Local is a mile. And so
Yeah, it's a mile.
The districts that we did propose the height decrease in, technically, they were all decreases. RM3 is going from 200 to 150 on the ocean. And then within the Alton Gateway area, we're going from 519 to 150.
I'll just reiterate what Commissioner Bott said, that probably every word that we're saying is going to be
Used against us.
Thank you for finishing that.
Yeah, we just vote.
Yes. This is a first reading, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So as amended, with a referral and a exemption of the land use cycle. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes?
Commissioner Suarez. Yes. Commissioner Dominguez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for February 21st, R5X.
Great. I'd like to call one of my items C7AD.
C7AD is Explore Pilot Program Use of GPS Tracking DART Technology by Law Enforcement. C7AD.
If you don't mind, Chief Jones, I'll tee it up. And
Sure.
then I want to turn it over to you. So first I'll explain the issue and then a proposed solution. So generally, high-speed police chases, when they're chasing potential criminal activity, is something that has, I think, more and more throughout the country and in our city been frowned upon unless there's an immediate life safety issue because of the danger high-speed chases cause to residents, visitors, and the officers themselves. So we do have situations where there's criminal activity, and I think the criminals know that at this point. It's probably well known. So they flee to elude police, and we've actually had some situations recently where that's happened, and then the same car, we know, comes back shortly thereafter, a day or two later. So there's actually innovative technology that's being implemented out there where police do not engage in the pursuit, but there's an adhesive GPS tracking rubber dart that the police vehicle can fire at the suspect vehicle. And since it's rubber, it does not cause any injury. It doesn't even harm the car, but it's adhesive, so it's difficult to pull off, and they'd have to get out of their car to pull it off. So it helps police in the sense that they can track the vehicle without having to engage in a pursuit, and they could potentially have other police cars join up at some other program. I actually wanted to show a video. There was a good news piece about this. This is out of Dearborn, Michigan. This is also being looked at in Los Angeles, Massachusetts, Cincinnati. But PJ, if you can show the clip, I think it would be helpful for everyone to see what it looks like.
And Dearborn Heights police are getting a new weapon to help fight crime.
Yeah, the brand new technology shoots adhesive GPS darts from the front of police cruisers. And those darts then stick onto the vehicles trying to get away from police during chases. Dearborn Heights will be the first in the state to try this out.
Now, the department says the new Star Chase technology will be used for police chases only, which they say have been on the rise. According to the department's director of support services, the city had more than 130 chases so far this year, often involving stolen vehicles. The darts are fired using compressed air, and the thought is that it won't cause injury to people or damage to vehicles.
It's going to take you some time to get it off. Hopefully time enough for us to now close the distance and either affect the arrest or recover the vehicle. Putting a dart on a vehicle, it's kind of a little bit radical. But we think here in the next couple of months or the next year or so, this is going to be common practice for all agencies in the area.
Star Chase will cost the city just under $20,000 a year. Police hope to have the equipment up and running in just a few weeks.
So Chief Jones, my item specifically just asked you and your department to come back for the next commission meeting with a proposal and options for a pilot program, but let me turn it over to you.
Wayne Jones, Police Department Chief. And happy to come back, sir, to talk more about this in detail. Interesting technology. We're interested in it because we have a very, very tight policy on chases. We don't do as many chases as the department just advertised in the video piece. But it happens, unfortunately, in police work. Here in Miami Beach Police Department, we only chase if there's a forcible felony. In layman terms, what that means is if someone commits a violent crime, then we chase them. Property crime, stolen cars, we don't. At any rate, we've started looking into this technology. I've asked Major Magallo to do the research for me, and he's actually done some research on this already. I wanted to bring him up to talk about what he's found so far.
Excellent, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Major Daniel Morgalla, the Support Services Division of the Police Department. So about 12 years ago, I actually looked at this technology when I was a sergeant in our range. And at that time, it was brand new. And it really didn't look feasible to us at that time. But since this has come back around now 12 years later, I actually had a conversation yesterday with reps from the company, and we have an appointment set up for them to come out and demo this equipment for us in early March. There are some very interesting applications. In addition to the vehicle-mounted one that you saw in the video, there is a handheld one that could be used in certain situations when we know we're going to stop, when we're going to do a felony stop on a vehicle prior to that vehicle fleeing. We could potentially deploy one of these to assist us in the event they flee. Then our officers don't need to risk their lives chasing this vehicle. It could be tracked in real time at that real-time information center via the web-based platform that they provide us to be able to look at it. So before we've even seen it, we can already see that the technology has gotten better and there is some value to this. So we're going to continue exploring it. I don't know if we're going to have the demo before our next commission meeting because they're not scheduled to be here until early March. But we will have additional information for the next commission meeting.
Great, thank you.
So exciting stuff. Lots more work and research to be done, but it will be done.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner Bott.
Just a question. I know we've talked a lot about traffic enforcement in general, not crime chases or alleged crime, I don't know what the technical term is, but the fact that people drive like crazy people here, and one of the things that we consider when we do a stop is whether or not it's safe for the officer to confront that person who's driving like a crazy person. Could this be used as a tool in that issue as well, potentially? Is that something you could, like...
Yeah, sure.
So our pursuit policy is very strict. If we initiate a traffic stop on someone, then we only have a traffic infraction that we're trying to stop them for and they flee, our policy doesn't allow us to pursue them. If we have to take overt pursuit action, in other words, we have to accelerate, we have to basically be right up on this person's bumper to deploy this, it may not be practical in that particular situation. So obviously, once we look at this technology and we make a decision if we're going to move forward, then obviously we have to put it into our policy of how we're going to deploy it, and then we have to train our personnel in the best way for us to deploy this technology for our organization based on the things that we deal with on the day-to-day basis. There are situations where people will pull over because of a traffic infraction and then they'll flee like you saw in the video, and if it looks like there's like a belt-mounted switch that they could deploy this event, we're going to explore everything possible to maximize the effectiveness if we decide to make the recommendation to go with the technology. And any tool that we can obtain for our organization that makes it safer for our officers and makes their job more effective, we're always open to.
Thank you. So if somebody wants to move that basically would come back with a, Commissioner Suarez, you want to, you'll move it, thank you. Second. Want to call the vote?
So all in favor?
Aye.
So it passes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we hear R9AD.
R9AD is discuss, take action, secure electrical outlets in public right-of-ways outside of public buildings. It's Commissioner Suarez's item, R9AD.
Mr. Mayor, may I recognize?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. JP, can you pull up R9AD, please, on the screen? So I happen to live near Lincoln Road, and I go to the Starbucks every morning. And we've seen over the last couple of years a lot of homeless, especially on Lincoln Road and around government buildings. And I think one of the reasons why it's encouraged for homeless people to be around Lincoln Road and other government buildings is because there's free charging. Can you go to the next slide, JP? So every morning, there's at least a dozen that in one block that I walk of people charging their phones on public electrical outlets. And we as a commission have taken the homeless situation in Miami Beach very seriously, and we want to discourage camping and sleeping in public places. And I think if we implement a strategy where we either lock the electrical outlets on all government-owned property, including Lincoln Road, or render them inoperable through a remote control, through a switch, that will help. And so I'd like to get thoughts on my colleagues on this.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward, Commissioner Suarez. I've had complaints before from business owners on Ocean Drive that had people using the public outlets to charge their phones, and I think at one point we even put a lock over them, and they managed to still be able to secure it. I want to support this item, and I want to hear ways that the city can prevent this from happening.
So, Commissioner
Yeah, I'll
Magazine?
just add to that. There is a clear correlation across the country from cities that provide incentives that make it easy to be homeless with the amount of homeless that they attract. Life behavior is about reacting to incentives and disincentives, whether being encouraged or disencouraged to do things. This is a clear intention to disincentivize, just make it easy to be homeless in our city. Fully supportive of this initiative. Our residents have been loud and clear that we are a compassionate city, but allowing people to just charge their iPhones to live out on Lincoln Road is not the type of city that we want to be.
Commissioner Suarez?
Thank you. Just to give direction, and I'd like my colleagues, the first option would be a remote control, possibly device that could make it inoperable instead of a lockbox. I mean,
If I may speak just a little bit. So yes, having the receptacles on Lincoln Road has been a challenge, and we have locked them. Somehow they do break them. So we're actually in the process right now where we're tagging and inventorying every single one of the receptacles. Some of those receptacles are used for special events and activations, as well as for the restaurants. And then what we'll do is deactivate them completely. So
But that's not the optimum. We should have the technology to somehow turn them on and off, because we did this in North Beach. We took a park and we removed all the outlets so they could never do any activations, never have anything without bringing in a generator. So I don't think that turning them off is the solution. I think finding and leveraging technology apart from a plastic box is really what you need to do. And I guarantee you that that technology exists.
it does.
yes.
So I think the direction would be to find the optimum technology
Right.
and to bring it back to us.
I know for a fact that this technology exists, and we don't want to have to rely on turning it on and off from some main panel. If there's a specific event on a block on Lincoln Road, there's a remote control that can turn on each of those outlets. It doesn't have to be from one central location. I think that it's 2024. Let's get to the technology advanced on these outlets. So.
And don't turn them off, because there will be unintended consequences in terms of maintenance now that things are battery powered instead of gas blowing.
We have an inventory. We're looking at that, so we'll look
that-
at other
that's-
technologies.
That's the
Commissioner
direction
Bott?
we'd
Yep.
like you to go.
Sorry, I didn't mean to point at you like that, Commissioner
All
Bott.
I can say is I live in a one-bedroom apartment and I can never find my remote. So if I don't know if it's literally a remote thing or it's technology where remotely you can turn things on and off from I don't know what it is, but we don't want to disengage them completely. And I don't think we want to have a single remote that has to get passed from one person at the Lincoln Road bid to somebody else in facilities. There's got to be something out there that's, yeah. Thank you.
I'd like to move my item.
I'll second it.
Okay, so then this isn't by acclamation, right? It's not a voice.
Yes, it's a
Just a
direction
waste
to
of-
explore the technologies and come back to the commission.
Okay, perfect. Mayor?
There's no date certain. If you want to provide a date certain, you can.
I'd like a date certain for the 21st. Yeah.
We print for that agenda in
Okay.
less than 2 weeks.
So let's do April. I guess March will be kind of crazy.
Spring break, though.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's just do it for March, and if it gets deferred, it gets deferred. If that's okay, through the chair.
Okay. It's called R7A.
Do we need a vote on it, or?
I think it was acclamation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
R7A is a public hearing, adopt second amendment to fiscal year 2024 capital budget. There is no one on Zoom on this item at the moment, but we'll wait till Tamika.
Good afternoon, Tamika Stewart, Budget Director, and this is the second amendment to the capital budget. It contains 3 items. It proposes an increase of $860,956 and realigns $50,000 among existing projects. So the first project is the North Shore Park Youth Center restroom. There is a budget gap of $487,956. The recommendation is to use available capital reserve funds in order to fully fund this project so it can be completed. The second project is a 1755 Meridian Avenue Garage Elevator Project. Again, there is a funding gap. The existing subfloor of the elevator needs to be totally removed and replaced. So the recommendation is to transfer funding from an existing project, which is a 1755 garage floor drainage, which has been completed with savings. The last project is to appropriate the funds that we received for the Fire Station 1 for the Apollo mural. So we did get the contract signed with the developer, and the developer has actually transmitted $850,000 to the city. So this would appropriate these dollars, and prior to these dollars being received, the city did appropriate $511,000 prior to getting the money from the developer. So we would actually de-appropriate some of the funds from the city and appropriate the developer's dollars. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I'd like to recognize Lori, because this is pretty much her item for the North Shore, the restroom. Through the chair, if that's okay. Kristen?
It's a public hearing.
Oh.
Okay, sorry about that,
Okay.
yes,
It's a public hearing.
of course, Lori.
And Lori, if you can explain some of the challenges that you've increased and how long this is, where we at now?
Yeah. So Lori Nieder, 6340 Pine Tree Drive. I've been a resident of Miami Beach for over 20 years. I've been active in the community prior to my running the Miami Beach Tennis Center as a contractor. This is a project that was sponsored in 2014. I was not involved at that time, but the body of people that were there decided we definitely need bathrooms in this park. So iteration after iteration, we still don't have bathrooms. Now, North Shore Park is not what it was. It is thriving. There are giant buildings going up. Our tennis center, which was not very nice, is absolutely booming, thriving. We have tons of people, not just in tennis, but in baseball as well. So a lot of people said, like, oh, you just want this for your tennis center to keep people out of the bathrooms. It's not true. There is a thriving population of people that come to that park, whether it's the after-school programs that get dropped off by the buses or Danny Berry's baseball program that is enormous. Having a temporary solution to put people in the youth center is fine, except for we don't really want people commingling with young children that are in that youth center, as well as the fact that, for example, Martin Luther King Day, they were closed. So once again, we go back to having problems. So it's great, thank you for addressing this in the interim, but we need these bathrooms. And there's also been some like, well, this really wasn't a bathroom project, now you've attached a cafe. This has been years of coming back and forth. DRB did not like the original plans for the building, so we proposed putting it in a hitting wall area that is too large for just bathrooms. So looking for the future, we said, why not put a cafe? All of the golf courses have cafes and people socialize. So that component is not really even a built-out cafe. It's now been put down towards an empty building, which in my contract, I will have to completely build out and furnish. But I implore you, let's make this happen. It's been 10 years of going to finance committees and trying to get this done. And I think, you know, this is where we should be putting our money. This is a legacy in a beautiful park that has come a really long way. And for those of you that support North Beach, I think this is the right move for the community as a whole. So, thank you.
Thank you for all you do for the community.
Thanks.
Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know this part of North Beach or this park, I will tell you that it is so significantly used and increasingly that when I moved up to Parkview Island, I heard little rumblings and I thought maybe there was a street protest out. And then I realized that it was people at the park playing baseballs, like all the fans and families cheering. So this is exactly the way we want to incentivize smoothing the rough edges off of North Beach, is by making it more user-friendly and providing more public amenities. So, so it's a big yes for me.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
I just want to highlight the fact that, you know, Lori has waited 10 years for this. And, you know, I think that's egregious, you know, for bathrooms and from the email exchanges that Lori has exchanged with us. And it gets so bad that between games we have kids doing number twos in bushes near the field. You know, I from a city manager perspective, you know, and look, I understand this has been going on 10 years, well before our city manager came on. But, you know, where can we learn from this where it doesn't take 10 years to build a bathroom for kids in the future? Because, you know, I think moving forward, you know, we may not have a Lori in a certain neighborhood that's advocating for something really good for the neighborhood. So if through the chair, if our city manager can speak to, you know, possibly improving this process of capital improvements.
I think, Commissioner, those are very legitimate concerns and certainly something that we all strive to address, which is why, you know, we regroup as a staff every 2 weeks to look at capital projects, to review them, to look at, you know, projections and gaps. I think that we have a situation in the last 4 years, quite frankly, that's unprecedented. We had 2 years of COVID shutdown. I don't think anybody could have predicted what that would have done to not only supply chain, but pricing. Not sure that that's the case in this particular project, and David, I know, is sitting here. He can certainly walk us through the 10-year history of this project. But I think that your concerns about capital projects is legitimate and something that we try to address every 2 weeks as we're facing so many challenges, not only from a perspective of the reviews that are required, and there are multiple reviews that are required, but obviously even what we're facing here today, where things are, in fact, impacted and timelines are impacted. So certainly you have my commitment to continue to review that and continue to look at the timeline. I think I'm really proud of the fact that actually for the first time in 4 years, 3 years, we're actually breaking ground on projects and getting projects in construction-ready mode. Bayshore project had been in a holding pattern for I don't know how long. So I agree with you, and you have my commitment to continue to do everything we can to fund the gaps as they come up and to make sure that we're aggressive in moving these projects forward. I don't know if you'd like the specific history of this project. I can certainly ask David to walk you through it.
That's okay. I move the item.
Call a vote.
Public hearing, no one in Zoom and no one in the audience. It is a voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone in opposition? Passes 7-0. Mayor, we had an item regarding the budget dates. Tamika, I don't know if you want to hear it at this moment or not.
The budget dates?
Yes, we had to change some of the dates, so we could do it next month if you wish.
Let's do it now.
And do it now. It is item R9D.
Okay.
Everyone has a set of calendars, if you see them, the colorful calendars with dates. So and Tamika can help me out if I stumble. Our current first meeting in September is September 11th. The city usually does its first budget hearing at the same time as its regular meeting. Unfortunately, the Miami-Dade County Public Schools is doing their budget hearings on the 11th. So the state statute preempts us from doing it on the same day. We have a couple of options. The state has approved for us to do it on the 16th, September 16th. So we could do the entire commission hearing, the regular hearing, plus the budget on the 16th. That's option one. Option two is do the regular commission meeting on Wednesday as we have it right now, September 11th, and have an additional meeting on September 16th after 5 o'clock for the budget. So that's the option.
I would go with that second option.
So second option
Separate the
is-
budget meeting, but I want to hear from my colleagues.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And that would be after 5 o'clock by
Correct.
by statute.
So correct. So we would have a meeting on September 11th, so it starts at 8:30. We would have the first budget meeting on September 16th, that starts after 5. And then we also have to set the second budget hearing, and the state has approved the 25th of September. That would be after 5.
Any concerns? Okay, let's do it.
So we will be having 3 meetings in September. There was also, I think we've cleared up the issue that we had with April. Is that correct, everyone? There was questions to bring back the potential April 3rd meeting, but I think that's been cleared up.
Excellent.
So we are done with R9D.
Okay.
So we have 11 at 8:30, September 16th at 5:01, September 25th at 5:01.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Let's do C4P. It was an item pulled from the consent agenda.
C4
P as in Paul.
It's a referral to Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, live aboard vessels and docking of dinghies. It is Commissioner Bott's item. It was separated by Commissioner Suarez.
Commissioner Suarez, you're recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague Tanya Bott for bringing this item, something I'm obviously very passionate about. I think if we're going to have a discussion, I believe we should have it here on the dais and discuss the issue of liveaboards. So that's why I'd like to, it's a topic right now of concern. I mean, we've had a lot of discussions in the morning from both sides of the story, and I think it's prudent that we discuss it now, and we're all on the same page.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Commissioner Bott.
So I'm fine if we do it in a committee or if we do it on the dais. I would suggest that it is a bigger conversation than we generally have time for on commission meeting days. So that's why, as we did with another item, we referred it to a committee to discuss and then come back to the dais with what we come back with. To me, this is a brainstorming session, and I'm going to ask for everyone's forbearance. I wrote this very carefully because I know there are a lot of very heated opinions and misuse of terminology, and I have copies so that if anybody wants to take me, it's harder to take what I'm trying to say out of context. So if I can just read this, and then we can discuss if we want to refer to a committee or move it to another commission meeting where we have a robust discussion. But my concern is that we're throwing terms around that aren't factual, that aren't accurate, that aren't appropriate. I respect the concerns expressed about people doing things in their neighborhood and behaving in a way deemed unacceptable or undesirable in a community where we must all coexist. However, as we all know, that happens on land as well as on water. And I don't believe that we are asking people who live in a way that one of us might not approve of, while it may be perfectly legal, because at the end of the day, what people are doing is legal. We do not control these waters. To find a different place to live, even though we might really want them to not be our neighbor anymore. And as with any group, the majority may be coexisting peacefully and doing exactly what is legal, while a handful are up to no good. The easy thing to do on this matter would be to let sleeping dogs lie. However, I would not be able to move forward comfortably if I did that, and so that's why I'm asking to have this conversation. Last month, we made a decision about boaters having access to the mainland in a manner that yielded unintended consequences. There's a small boating community of approximately 130-something boats that have made their home on the water adjacent to our built environment. As it currently stands, that is perfectly legal in Florida. And also, as it currently stands, it is perfectly legal for these people to tie up a dinghy on public property unless otherwise stated with signage. So there are many places in our city where they can do that, even if there are presently no facilities for that to happen in an orderly and respectful way. We know that among this community, as with any other, there may be people doing things that we don't want to encourage, nor do we want to create a larger community of liveaboard families. But the fact is, we have some people doing this now among us. We know we need to address this issue because we are literally in the process of permitting a proper mooring field. So if we know this, and we are doing the right thing long-term, why can't we have a conversation about doing the right thing in the short term to try to find a solution? If we don't, we're just foisting this problem onto another neighborhood, and then another neighborhood, and then another neighborhood around the perimeter of our island. Other communities have negotiated this balance. There are dinghy docks which require boaters to have both a registered boat and boat insurance, and we could, proof of taking care of their waste. This could be a starting point as we get to our mooring field, but that's why I wanted to refer this. It doesn't seem that we want to become a community where when the needs of the community change, the answer to the question is, how can I still live here with the legal life that I've built? And the answer is, too bad, we're not doing that anymore, move someplace else. And I'm not really fond of the way either side has been communicating. I don't think it's appropriate, but that's, I'm not anybody's mom here. So if we don't have a reasonable discussion, all we're doing is abdicating responsibility for the most important job we have, which is governing for all of the people who come under our care, whether they're full-time residents, part-time residents, visitors, business owners, or those somewhere in between. We need to decide how we want to govern as a city, and I don't think we want to govern by fiat, which is why I want to refer this to a committee where we can take the time we need with the experts we have and the people who are affected, both residents of West Ave and on the islands, and people maybe from the dinghy docks where they do this and have a license and have a whole way of doing it, and we figure out what the best use of our resources as a city are to make this work for the greatest possible number without dismissing anybody's concerns. That's it. That's the conversation that I want to have in a robust way.
I guess I'm recognized. Thank you. I think it's important to have the conversation now, okay? And I want to bring to your attention a couple boards that I've made.
But David, may I just say that this is going to be a conversation that's going to take hours, and we don't have the time on this.
The harassment is starting. Show the picture. Let him show it.
Please. Mayor.
I think, wait. Before we go into that, this was a referral to the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality Officer. We got to figure out what we're doing with that, and that's.
I move to refer it to.
Second it.
Okay, so let's take a vote on whether it's being referred or heard now.
It is a voice vote?
Well, I think Mecca
If I could just add in on to this, a comment was made during Sutnick Hour implying that perhaps votes were taken without fully appreciating. I know personally myself, I wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning every day, go to sleep at midnight. I love my daughter, I serve my community, I work. So I promise my electorate I will never take a vote without priding myself on being the most fully informed person in the room. So that vote that I took before, the vote that I take now is fully informed, and I wasn't misled in any way. So thank you.
Okay, if you want to take a vote, right now there's a motion to refer it to the public safety meeting.
Just a point of information. By referring this, we are not undoing any action we took at the last meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's just a referral.
So the city's policy that was adopted at the last meeting does not
Stands.
change, and we're just referring, and this commission has had, out of respect to our colleagues, the precedence of always supporting our colleagues in referrals, usually, so that we can have these in-depth discussions, but we're not undoing policy.
So, if I may, this is not to undo policy, but the problem is the policy doesn't address the fundamental issue, right? So there are signs there now, but they can just go north or to a different
Understood.
canal or go up to, Indian Creek. And what they are doing, I'm sorry to be calling everybody they, but boaters are doing is
I
it's
understand.
legal. So we need to address how to do that, and the best way to have that conversation on what to do is in a committee meeting.
I understand. I just wanted to understand what this vote meant in terms of policy and that type of stuff. Thank you.
May we take the vote?
Let's take the vote.
So all in favor of the referral?
Well, Kristen was about to.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, are you okay with referring this
Yeah,
to
I mean,
committee? Okay, so we're,
Sure.
yeah. I'm in favor
I
of
want to
it.
take that opportunity to discuss it now, but if everyone wants to move it to a committee, I guess that's fine too.
How long do we anticipate this discussion to take?
It's going to be long.
It is.
And I actually appreciate what Commissioner Magazine said. It's not publicly noticed as an item to be heard today. It's a referral. So I do believe it'd be best to refer it. Take the vote.
By
Can we vote?
acclamation?
By acclamation, this is referred to public safety, neighborhood quality of life? Yes?
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
No one opposed, correct. 7-0.
Let's call the waste hauler item.
Mayor, did you want to announce?
R7J.
Did you want to
Thank you.
announce a withdrawal of an item that you had mentioned?
After this.
Which item are we doing, I'm sorry?
Oh, R7J now.
R7, okay. R7J is terminate RFQ and prepare RFP for single waste hauler requested by Commissioners Dominguez and Suarez. R7J.
Thank you. So long before I was even on the commission, the community and many businesses had been requesting a single hauler system, and it's gone back and forth with the commission. But where we stand today is to prepare a request for proposal for a single hauler. And anything else you want to add to that, Joe?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, and thank you to Commissioner Suarez for being my co-sponsor on this item. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
I'd just like to add that we still have an ongoing IG report that I believe is in draft, and it's in staff's hands, and we're waiting for the report. I'm going to make a motion to defer this to the 21st until we get the Inspector General report. I believe if we want to take transparency seriously, that we should, before we make any vote, we should read this report. And I think that's the right path moving forward. It's only 3 weeks away. And I think that it would behoove us to make sure that we have all the facts and information in front of us before making any decision.
It was already deferred once from last month, so it's further kicking the can down the road.
Correct, but we have no control over how the Inspector General makes the report, and I mean, from what I understand, it was he did it as fast as he could, and now it's in city staff's hands to respond with their final version.
My understanding is that the Inspector General report has to do with the process. And what we're voting on is the policy, and it's important to cancel the RFQ that's floating out there. And if you want to, maybe we bifurcate it. We cancel the RFQ that's currently floating out there, and then defer the implementation of a single hauler after review the report. But it's really, the report will be about the process. What we're voting on is a policy decision.
Through the chair, I don't believe we know exactly what's in the report. I don't know if it's going to be a process report or what the findings are going to be. I don't think we can anticipate what's going to be in there. And again, I understand we deferred it last time, but it's just 3 weeks away. I am very curious to know what stats and facts are in that report before making any decision on the matter. And I think I'm hoping to hear what my colleagues have to say about that.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
On the deferral. So until when does the administration have to respond to the draft report from the Inspector General?
The draft report was just provided yesterday, and we have until March 12th to respond.
Until March 12th. So realistically, February 21st wouldn't be the right meeting date forward, we're talking then possibly March or?
Well,
Correct.
that's predicated on them taking the full 30 days of responding. And I'm assuming that since the administration still has the same recommendation, that it should be an easy reply to the Inspector General. And if, Mr. Mayor, if I can invite the Inspector General up to maybe bring an update on the report.
Well, I'd like to determine whether we're deferring this or not first.
And maybe while just he's up here, if I could share my thoughts.
Commissioner Magazine.
I certainly am, and I said this the first time on the waste haulers, I am the last one to ever kick the can down for more government bureaucracy and extending things, and that was kind of the antithesis of my speech earlier on the fire station. But for something as complicated as this, where we're heavily relying on staff recommendations one way or another, I do think it behooves us to see, is there anything to the IG? I have no idea. I haven't heard an inkling of one way or another, if it's any concerns brought up, if there's not concerns. It does just, it would weigh on me making a decision that we're making a recommendation one way or another, knowing that there's this kind of ambiguous IG report that's hanging out there. It's not specific to a waste hauler contract. I would feel like that if we were talking about, what color the wallpaper should be. If I knew that the Inspector General had a report out there determining how we picked blue from green, I'd be hesitant to sit there and say, yes, I choose blue or I choose green. The same thing applies here to a very complicated and complex waste hauler contract.
Anybody want to be heard?
This is a policy decision to change to a single hauler. While for multifamily and commercial, we've had it multiple contracts for a while. We do have a single hauler contract for our single family homes, and it's worked out very well. In my meetings with the city administration, there would be a menu of options for multifamily homes, so it wouldn't be a one-size-fit-all, because we know that each of our buildings can be unique and have different needs and services, and this is something they've been begging for years. So the Inspector General's report is going to talk about process, absolutely. But this is a policy call, and you asked for the deferral. We did it. Here we are, and it's really important to move forward.
Commissioner Suarez.
If it helps, I believe our colleague Fernandez has a referral to finance to explore the single hauler. And I'm totally okay with that, but I believe before we make any decision, I think we should have all the facts and all the data in front of us. And yeah, I want to have transparency in all the decisions that we make. I think it's prudent. We don't really know what's in the Inspector General report until we read it. We can only assume that it's just about process. So, I urge our colleagues to, be a little bit more patient, please, and wait till this report is done. It might be done by next week from the city staff.
He turned it in yesterday.
I understand, but they have
Do you want
from
to
now
move
until
it?
30 days.
If the report's already been published, I don't mean to overstep my bounds, but I don't know, Mr. Inspector General, am I going to regret moving forward with what's in the report?
I don't. With all due respect, I don't want to get started, because then we're going to get into a hole, and then the city administration is going to have to respond. Deferral actually takes precedence. If you make a motion, you get a second, you get the vote, you'll have a deferral. So.
Okay, deferral to the
So
next
you make the motion.
commission
Do we have a second?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, because this may affect your decision, if you defer without declaring an intent to issue an RFP, the RFQ documents that were submitted will become public on February 4th. And I know that some of the submitters have expressed some concerns over that.
So, Mr. Mayor, or Commissioner Suarez,
That was a curveball.
can we move forward with the understanding, though, that will be held up in the Finance Committee pending any unexpected outcomes in the IG report? So it's not as if we were just approving this and it disappears into the abyss. This is going to be front and center at the Finance Committee to negotiate the single hauler RFP.
Commissioner Bott.
look, I don't have a dog in this race, and I've heard from a lot of folks who really want to go to single hauler and other folks who don't. I think that if we don't go to single hauler, there are ways to accommodate the folks who are concerned about being in a multiple hauler situation. But I do feel like we need to move forward. And I feel like the IG report is not going to be, the IG's report is not going to say the best policy decision is either single hauler or multiple family or multiple haulers. Because cities across the country, and I have issues with the way it was done, because I don't think the comps were relevant to Miami Beach, but that's a different conversation. That's not an ethics violation. I would have done things differently. I don't believe what comes out of Joe's report is going to say, I believe we should do X or Y. The report is going to be litigating the past, and that is important for good governance. What is also important for good governance is to make sure we have RFQs, RFP processes, contracts, bids, and trash pickup that move forward in a reasonable way. Can one be slightly better than the other? Yes. Can you make a case for either one? Absolutely. Do we not want to have people not bidding on our trash collection services in the future because they're worried this is going to happen? I don't want the litigation of the process of how we got here get in the way of moving forward with providing our residents what they need. And you can make an equally valid case for both systems. So I'm frustrated by this situation where we're worried about what might be in a report. It's not going to be the single possible answer is X. It's going to be talking about how we got to a recommendation. So I would be inclined to take your suggestion of proceeding, to a referral to FERC and talking about single hauler and going that way. Your suggestion, your referral.
I'm okay with that too, and if we do that, then we'll hear it in finance,
My
correct?
referral already got approved as part of the
Right.
consent agenda, and perhaps that would be the proper avenue to discuss process, because really that speaks more to process, to criteria. This here speaks more, just as our colleague, the sponsor of the item, properly mentioned it, to policy. And so I would feel comfortable voting on this today, knowing that we have a separate item that is going through committee that will make its way over to this table, where the concerns of my colleague about process can perhaps be more thoroughly considered at that time.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
That's assuming that we believe that this report is only about process. And, and look, Commissioner Bott, you just made the example that, we got to where we are today, and then we have to make a decision. I mean, that's the same logic of the fire station, where I think you and I both agree that we want to save the South Shore Community Center because of what has been done in the past. And, I believe in transparency and integrity of the process, and I don't see a possible 3 weeks stopping any movement on this. I mean, this is millions of dollars. We do not know what's in the report. I've invited the Inspector General up to maybe talk about that. It may not just be about process. There could be hundreds of pages of documents that we can review and then we can rely on before making a decision. Because, to be honest, I don't know which way to go about this. I've done a lot of research, but if we have an Inspector General report that clearly outlines data and reasons for either exclusive or non-exclusive, I think we should move forward with that and wait till we have a report. And so, I'm urging everyone to just let's see what it comes out of this report. I don't know if you want to call up Joe and say that he might come up here and say that this is just about process, but I think look, I don't want to act without having all the facts in front of me, and I don't want to make a decision for that. And so I think it behooves us to wait just a little bit further before we make an informed decision.
So you made the motion. Do we have a second? Because what's going to happen here is, what's going to happen here is if we defer it, we defer it. If we don't defer it, we're going to be heard, and then you're going to call our IG up to speak. So either way, he's going to get to be heard if we don't defer it. So do we have a second on the deferral?
I was going to defer out of respect to my colleague because I agree with him, but this does give me significant pause that, Rick, maybe you can speak of the gravity of these contracts becoming public.
It's not that the contracts become public, it's that whatever ideas may be included in the RFQs, and not sure, I have not seen what's in there, not sure that they would qualify as trade secret, but once you open them, the cat's out of the bag, and so to the extent that that could influence the RFP, if the body decides to go down that road, then you potentially have exposed ideas that other people, may want to use in their RFP.
Can that deadline be extended?
I don't believe so.
No, it's a statutory public records exemption.
I'll second his deferral. I'll second it.
Right, and this is the RFQ for multi-hauler, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, I think the votes are there anyways to, I don't know, from what I've gathered, that we're going to go single hauler. But, and if that's the case, then.
Is anybody here to speak on whether that is an issue, the February 4th deadline? I don't hear anybody raising the issue, so. So there's a motion. Did you second it? I'm sorry. Okay, so let's call the vote.
So this is to defer
Correct.
the item.
So
In the meantime, we've referred the development of an RFP for a single hauler. That was Commissioner Fernandez's item. That's been referred to finance. So while we would be deferring, keeping the RFQ alive, but also going on another parallel path to develop the RFP.
It's my understanding that's a possibility, right? I mean, we're just.
But that's what, I'm just saying, that the deferral we would keep the RFQ alive, and then we've also referred to committee to develop the RFP for the single hauler.
And if I may, perhaps the chair of the committee, using the chair's discretion, could decide if it's the will of this body to defer the item, not to hear my referral until such time that's appropriate given the actions of this body.
That's acceptable. That's great.
I would do that as chair of the finance. I wouldn't be comfortable hearing this until we got the full digestion of the IG report. So I think that's a fair compromise that, we essentially move this along, but it won't be heard in committee until we're able to digest the IG report.
Okay, given that this is a report from the Inspector General, and I respect my colleagues who want to be informed to the best possible ability, I'll be inclined to support this motion. I don't want anyone to feel like they're not able to make an informed decision at the moment. So I'll be in support of the deferral.
Thank you.
Okay, let's call the vote.
And this is a deferral to February 21st, correct? Commissioner Suarez?
For now, correct.
For now?
Yeah.
Okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right. So one no from Commissioner Dominguez. Is there anyone else? So the motion passes, the referral passes, 6-1, item coming back February 21.
Let's call R5M.
R5M is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 82 of the code of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Public Property by amending Article 3 entitled Use of Public Property, by amending Division 1 entitled Generally, by creating Section 82-73 thereof, entitled Balloons Prohibited at Public Marinas, Marine Facilities, Parks, and Beaches, to prohibit the possession or use of balloons at all public marinas, marine facilities, parks, and beaches, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing, R5M.
Commissioner Suarez, and co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm proud to bring this item forward, and it's a long time coming. Like I said at the first reading, that when I go out on my boat, I pick up close to anywhere from 50 to 100 balloons out in the water. And, they make their way to our oceans and our waterways. I understand there's a lobbyist from I think Michigan, and lobbying on behalf of I don't know if it was Party City, and asking us to not move forward with this. But I think Miami Beach is a leader in sustainability, and we just passed the sustainability committee to be codified, and we are going to set the stage for what the environmental impacts that we can do at the state. And so I'm glad to move this forward, and I welcome any feedback from my colleagues.
I have a question, I guess for staff. So just want to make it clear, I'm pointing whoever wants to come up. So if a family wants to have a birthday party in the parks and they want to have somebody make balloons under this ordinance, can they do that?
I'll be honest, Mr. Mayor, I'm not certain that I understand all the nuances of the discussion, but I believe that outdoors at city facilities, including parks, marinas, and there was one other component.
Beaches.
Beaches, that you would not be able to have that without getting, I believe, a violation that would be a warning on the first offense and then would be subsequent fines, if that's accurate.
Correct.
I'm personally a little concerned. I like the spirit. I supported it the first time. We were talking about the marina, maybe even the beaches because we're by the water. I mean, but our parks are used for recreation and parties, and I mean, I guess what I'm trying to envision is, are we trying to get rid of balloons altogether? I'm not there. I think there's a place for it. Like everything else, it's using it responsibly, and there's maybe a level of enforcement if it's not. But I don't know. I'm just picturing people want to go to the park. I was just at a park and people were having a birthday party with balloons. I mean, I think it would be a hardship on people not to have that.
Mr. Mayor, I brought this up during first reading. Commissioner Suarez, thank you so much for this. I've been proactively contacted by some of our colleagues that are commissioners in cities around our county and said, how can we kind of piggyback on this ordinance? That being said, at first reading, I also brought up a similar concern. I'd love to have this pass 7-0 because I just think that sends a resounding message that we are really, really prioritizing our marine life and our environment. I don't know your appetite to have it be beaches, marinas, perhaps even waterfront parks. Though there we're kind of getting very, very nuanced and maybe hard to understand. But I love the intent. I share similar, I don't even want to say concerns, but just thoughts, with you, Mayor Minor. But I'm going to be eager to move this forward. I would ask if there would be consideration to have this on beaches and marinas, and perhaps even waterfront parks.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
So Miami Beach is 7 miles long, 1 mile wide. And when you have a balloon that's helium-based, that most of these balloons are, they can travel for 10, 20, 30 miles before they sink, not sink, but they lower down to the floor. And yeah, look, I mean, there's going to be a learning curve, and that comes with, are we going to be a leader in sustainability and reduce the amount of plastic in our oceans and in our waterways? I believe the first encounter would just be a warning, and I think most people, once you've been told, hey, look, we don't allow any balloons because it could end up in the waterways, it kills all sorts of marine life. I think that's, I think most people would be like, oh, okay, that's great, you know, we understand and appreciate the environment too. But, you know, countless times I've been to the beach, I've been to parks where, you know, they do gender reveals and they just release the balloons. And, you know, I want to prevent that from happening from our city. And so, you know, in fact, the state of Florida has a bill now that is going to be heard that basically mimics our bill, where it's not a warning, it's a fine of $150 per balloon if that gets passed. But you know, I think if we want to be serious with the reduction of plastics in our waterways, I think this is the best way. And again, you know, we're not in Plantation where, you know, we're far away from the ocean. You know, you release a balloon, it could travel 10, 20 miles. And so, you know, I'd like to hear.
And if I can actually comment, so you make an interesting point. You talk about the release of the balloons into, but I mean, this ordinance would also prohibit a family from having a balloon maker in a park.
That's the thing.
And making, like, you know, whatever, the Mickey Mouse ears or whatever. And I just think this is an overreach as written. What you described is something different when it gets released. I even think the marinas is something different because there the balloons are, and I know there was an incident that got captured on video. I get it. But I think as written, this goes, in my opinion, goes too far.
Well, usually those balloons that you play, they end up popping, and then they end up in the waterway somehow. And so,
I mean, do you have evidence of that some family birthday party ends up in the water?
Look, I know, I mean, I think we all know firsthand when you have kids and balloons, they get popped. Okay, eventually they get popped, or unfortunately, they sometimes just get left behind. Or they get thrown in the trash, and then the wind comes by, and the wind blows it into, you know, into the gutter, which ends up also in the ocean. So, I think Alex.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I love the intent of being mindful of our environment and our waterways. Fully support that. I think there's a way to address the concern of those balloons that do get released, that ultimately, after a certain amount of time in the atmosphere, because of pressure or whatever, they pop or they disinflate and they end up in the waterways. There's that is definitely a concern that's to be had. Something different is when a balloon is in a park, you know, a landlocked park. It doesn't have helium. It can't it doesn't go away. It's just, you know, is being used to create a shape, or, you know, like the mayor said, Mickey Mouse's ears. And that pops and falls to the ground. That can be picked up and thrown out. But it's not like the ones that have helium that then, you know, go off and cause problems. And I think also about special events that we have, birthdays, you know, weddings, you know, graduations. You know, people do balloon sculptures, and they do the columns with the balloons and all that. They don't have helium, so they're not going to go away. They're all tied together, and they're usually disinflated. I'm gonna encourage the sponsors to consider if they're open to making some amendments to address some of those things. If not, I will support it, because ultimately I think above all else, you know, the health of our environment, the health of our marine life. I don't want to get in the way of that. In fact, you know, we changed our poured beverage provider here in the city because of their sustainability goals. They weren't willing to make sacrifices. And I think when we're talking about our environment, we all have shared sacrifices we have to make. Those shared sacrifices include families. I was having a conversation with Sophie Ringel, how important it is from an early age to be teaching kids how to be more sustainable from the moment that they're born, to be more sustainable, so that you don't have to re-educate them when they get to adult age. But the reality is, you know, we still have a generation of people that are used to having balloons, and maybe there's a way to achieve the same objective, but by addressing whether it has helium, whether it's released or not.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. I like the intent of this item. It doesn't eliminate balloon use because it's only in public places. So anybody along North Bay Road, on their home or on the water, or if they're on the dry side, anywhere in Miami Beach, they can still have balloons. This is only on city land, city property, public property. But I too would want to have some specifics on here. Maybe it's the marine facilities and the beaches, and the release of the balloons as well, but to also limit it on public parks might be overreaching.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I'll just say to my colleague, Commissioner Suarez, I'll vote yes either way. I would prefer if we would remove parks, and perhaps at a later date, if we wanted to, do that as a standalone. I'll do either way, but that's my preference.
Well, since it was directed to Commissioner Suarez, and then we'll go Commissioner Bott.
Maybe we can set up a very easy permit process that if you're going to have a, I mean, look, if you have
There's
an
no
easy.
such thing as an easy permit process.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I should just make it simple, but that.
Yeah,
that's
look,
my preference.
obviously, we want to make this as simple as possible. I have a soft spot for the environment, obviously. I know that with a 1 mile wide, geographic area, most balloons, especially if they have helium, are just going to end up in the waterways. And because, most of the time the wind just is going to go blow west. So, or into our bay, because we're surrounded by water. Again, we're preempted from prohibiting all sorts of plastics, plastic bags. And I believe that if we weren't preempted from plastic bags, this commission would be almost unanimous in this decision. And we are preempted from prohibiting plastic cups. We're prohibiting from preempting plastic utensils. The one thing we're not preempted from is balloons. And balloons, more than likely, are going to end up in the waterways because of their nature. And so, look, I want to stay steadfast on this. I would like to keep the original item as it is. Again, we're going to be a leader in sustainability, and I think we need to put our money where our mouth is.
Commissioner Bott.
Look, nobody likes change. It's not easy. It's inconvenient. It takes learning how to do things differently and reimagining things that might have been a tradition. I was thinking along the same lines as some of my colleagues about maybe the landlocked parks get exempted from this, maybe a permit process, but I'm actually going with, let's just do it the right way, do it for real. And in doing so, make sure that we have adequate outreach to our residents who are celebrating, our storekeepers, our businesses who may do this. And I would suggest perhaps, a phase-in period of some sort where people are educated. So it's not, we don't cause childhood trauma by, taking away balloons on your 6th birthday. So, but not like a 3-year phase-in program. We've been talking, Amy Knowles and I have been talking, and Melissa, about other water quality awareness issues, and I don't want to steal anybody's thunder, but there's a possibility that our next Miami Beach magazine will have some good, robust content on water quality issues, and I would encourage us to think about using that vehicle to help the education process of, we're protecting the turtles in the bay, so, time to get creative about your birthday parties, and that way we can soften the blow a little bit, because if it's served up that way, it becomes much more palatable. If it's somebody who looks scary popping balloons at somebody's 6th birthday or, whatever, wedding anniversary, that becomes traumatic, so.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say, you're right. Sometimes you just got to rip the Band-Aid off. And I was having hesitations with this, because, you know, when I met with the representative, I was telling her I don't want to pop the fun out of Miami Beach. But at the same time, you know, we have a ballooning environmental issue. You like that, Tanya?
Do you write your own material?
Right? So, you know, when we did it with our pouring rights license, and we changed from Coca-Cola to Pepsi because of their commitments to the environment. We did it with cigarettes on the beaches. It's time to do it with this as well. Proud to join my colleagues in taking this step for the environment.
So we'll take the vote. I think you have the votes. I'll just add that I love the spirit of it, and you're gonna get it. I just think this is over-regulation when it relates to the parks. I get it with the marina. I get it with the beaches. I think the parks, it's an overreach on our part. I'm not convinced that the parks are an issue either. I mean, I guess I could be shown it is, but I don't think it is. And I think for the most part, it's just like I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around that if a family wants to have a birthday party in a park, they can't have balloons.
I see here that the first violation is $100. After a warning.
No, that's not.
So we're basically, for the first year, it says here, first pay the following, a violator who's been served a notice of violation. So basically, we are not going to be ruining everybody's birthdays and celebrations, right? Baby showers in the parks.
No, they get a warning.
They're just gonna get a warning.
Correct.
For how long? Always, in perpetuity?
What do you mean?
Well, because, I mean, people aren't going to really know, I mean, unless, because the sign pollution, like, you know, okay, we have so many already, we've banned so many other things. Are we just gonna have like a balloon, like, no, a no balloon sign too?
It's going to take an education process. You know,
Yeah, I mean, listen,
Well, and I don't know if Amy has any outreach, or Melissa maybe even has an outreach program to discuss how we're going to roll this out. I'm sure there'll be a grace period. But through the chair. if Amy
can I
speak.
just, I was just
Oh,
speaking
sorry.
a second. What, you have to have like, I would have like a special little pad for parties, because, I mean, we're gonna be like the Grim Reaper showing up at like everybody's parties and being like, here's your violation, you know, or here's your warning. So I think that there should be a special festive ticket that you hand out to party goers, and it shouldn't even be a notice, or it shouldn't even be a violation. It should just be a gentle reminder. That's what we should call it. A gentle reminder, education for the future. We no longer embrace balloons. I'll vote for it, but the way that you do this has to be very specific, because you can ruin, people are sensitive, especially somebody, for example, who might be like a resident and not have their citizenship yet and be in North Shore Park. And then they're gonna get that violation, and they don't really understand the implications of that. You will not just ruin their day if their name goes on that violation. You'll ruin, they will become incredibly nervous that now all of a sudden we have some sort of record. So if you are gonna do this, I wouldn't call it, listen, I don't really see somebody violating the balloon ordinance more than once. You're just gonna be educating people about this. So that's what it has to be, not punitive, educational.
Well, I think that's baked into
No, because, right, no, because you're getting a written warning from a code inspector. I would just make it something gentle.
Commissioner Fernandez.
With like a big
Commissioner
smiley
Fernandez,
face, you
and
know,
then I actually
like,
want to make a comment, and then
we
Commissioner
don't-
Bott.
I think sometimes with some of these laws, and I think my colleague is right, you know, they're well-intentioned laws. Not all of them are, they're good tools to drive social change. They're good tools to tell society, to tell the community, it is time to move in this direction. It's not that we're gonna be at every, you know, kid's birthday party, popping, you know, the balloons and making kids cry, or giving people violations.
That could be the job for the gum guy. He could be the
Yeah.
gum and balloon guy.
So I see this,
you know,
I see this as driving the education, driving the social awareness, driving the consciousness, people, when they see someone in the park, kindly approaching them and letting them know, hey, you might not know this, in the city of Miami Beach, it's not legal to have these balloons in the park, but it's not that we're going to be running to the phone to call, code enforcement or park rangers at the sight of a balloon. I don't think that that's the intent of my colleague here. I think the intent of my colleague, while you're passing an ordinance, you have to have penalties, certainly, on any ordinance, but the intent that I perceive here is a social change behavior away from having these plastics and latex ending up in our waterways.
See, and that's what, in my opinion, should be done here. It should be an educational campaign. And instead, we're going to put out some ordinance that I'm pretty confident will never be enforced. I mean, I don't even know, like, we passed the cigarette one, which, again, is good from an educational standpoint, but I'm pretty confident we have never made an arrest for a cigarette on the beach. But maybe I'm wrong. Chief Jones can tell me if I'm wrong about arresting someone. No. And here, I'm pretty confident we're not really going to be enforcing it. Hopefully it'll be self-enforceable in the sense that the education will get out there and people will do it. But besides the fact that I don't agree with it in the parks, for the reasons I stated, I'm also concerned that we're going to have laws on the books that we're not going to enforce, which is never a good thing.
I'd like to make a motion to move it.
Instead of a warning, will you call it a, I don't know.
It's a warning.
What?
It's
Educational.
a educational warning.
An educational warning, that's what we're gonna call it, with a special something or other.
Commissioner Bott.
So look, I will second it, but I want to just say that the details of how this gets done don't have to be decided up here today, but the direction is in, Melissa, we've had these conversations on sort of analogous issues, and that can be discussed after, how it gets explained and enforced, all that stuff. We're not, but let's just pass it, move on, and then it's a public hearing.
Public hearing.
Oh, okay, but anyhow, but my notion is let's pass it and move on, and then we can figure out exactly how it gets communicated and, what the ticket, the warning notice ticket, whatever it looks like, and all that sort of stuff.
Sounds good.
May we open the public hearing?
Yes.
Our first speaker is virtual Sandra Trinidad. Sandra, please state your full name and your address, please. I believe Sandra is no longer available. We'll go to Melissa Razuri. Melissa, state your name and address, please.
Melissa Razuri, 2131 Calais Drive. I've been listening to, I just want to first say thank you to the commissioners. I know you all put in a lot of time, so I just want to say thank you, and also to the mayor. I've been listening about this, but I agree with the mayor. I don't think you should include the parks. I mean, Miami, they allow balloons in parks that can manage, that can also get into the water. But I think you should first try it and see how it goes in the marinas, maybe parks close to the water, but not so inland. Yeah, that's just my 2 cents. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Please go ahead.
Yes, hi, this is Maria Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Responsible Celebration. And I appreciate everyone's thoughtful approach to the legislation today. And Commissioner Suarez, I can't be more emphasize more strongly that industry absolutely agrees with your position. Balloons need to be used responsibly. And as an industry, we've taken a lot of time to understand how is it we can affect that type of change, because we want to make sure that balloons are weighted, they're never released intentionally, so that people can enjoy the product and also be responsible. So we just want to make sure that there's clarity and that the industry supports any type of balloon release ban. In fact, actually, we're in conversation at the state level as active supporters of that legislation. I also want to make sure that people understand the impact to folks. If we take a look at festivals like Pride, where balloons are an important decoration element, that we're just asking for consideration for compromise. So the permitting process, we think, might be a viable path forward, but we just need to take a beat to figure out how we could make that work. So very much appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Christian Hampton. Christian, state your name and your address, please.
Christian Hampton, and I'm at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Miami Beach. Thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to discuss the item and for all the discourse revolving around it. I just wanted to mention, some ideas that I've had in my talks with Cynthia Siebold from Balloon Missions. She's up in New Jersey. She's fighting a good fight on a national scale to help with some of these conversations across the globe. She cautioned actually against a ban because of some of the resistance that she's seen in different states. But after having a discussion and really talking about the fact that Miami Beach, and this is something that David Suarez has also brought up, is setting an example across the state, that this is going to send waves, it is going to send a message, and it's going to make people understand that they need to they need to be using these balloons responsibly. By doing a blanket ban in these public parks, marinas, it will make people listen. It will make people lean in on the education. And we can also provide resources like balloon recapture buckets in public areas where people can place these balloons. It's because of ordinance like this, though, that people are going to have this conversation in the first place. So we're very much in support of this. We see the balloons too often in parks, inland, and quite frankly, I don't know what inland means on Miami Beach and an island. I don't get that because we find these balloons everywhere. They do not discriminate on marinas, on oceans, or in parks. They are everywhere, and people aren't using them responsibly, and they're not going to pick up a book or read a pamphlet on how to use them responsibly unless they are forced to. And that's exactly what I hope this ban will do. So I just wanted to reemphasize that. Thank you guys so much, and thank you, David Suarez, for fighting the good fight for us.
Thank you. We have one more virtual speaker. It is Sandra Trinidad. Sandra, please go ahead. State your name and address, please. Sandra, we cannot hear you. Mayor, there's no one else then.
Okay, I think we have a motion and a second.
Correct. It is a roll call.
Okay, call the roll.
Commissioner Bott.
She stepped out, but she advised she's voting yes.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
No.
Item passes. It is approved with 6-1.
Okay, I know we have a couple of time certains, and I apologize for anybody who's been waiting a while, but we're going to try to get through a couple of things quickly. R9AB.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm going to let the city clerk introduce.
R9AB, it is a discuss update on the 2024 legislative session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't think this item will take more than 5 minutes because I know you have a heavy agenda ahead of us. I just want to quickly recognize Marsha Montserrat, Chief Legislative Director, Analyst, Advisor for the City Manager, to give us just an update on some of the key bills, specifically the pari-mutuel permit holders bill, SB 1054. I know we have Senator Jones on the line as well regarding this, but if you could just give us an update so that everyone's on the same page.
Thank you, Commissioner. Marsha Montserrat, Chief of Legislative and External Affairs, but any title that you want to give me, I will take. Let's focus on the pari-mutuel bills, since we know we have Senator Jones holding for us, and his time is limited. There are a number of bills floating around in Tallahassee that speak to gaming, but there are two bills that are quite concerning. It is Senate Bill 1054 and a companion bill in the House 1127. These bills would allow for the transfer of an existing permit to a new location within 30 miles of that current location, as long as that location is more than 15 miles from a casino in Broward County operated by the by the Seminole Indian tribe. So if you own a current pari-mutuel permit, you could relocate it within 30 miles as long as it's more than 15 miles from the Guitar Hotel.
Which Miami Beach is.
Exactly. All of Miami Beach is more than 15 miles from the hotel. As we discussed earlier, there's a number of concerning preemptions in this bill. It completely disregards the referendum in 2018 where the voters would have the opportunity to vote on an expansion. It also says that notwithstanding any local regulations, if you meet this criteria, you can move this permit. And so multiple commissions have voted on a number of regulations, zoning and in our comp plan that would protect us from gaming expansions on Miami Beach, but those would be disregarded, I guess.
Right.
They would be preempted.
The voter preemption, our land development comprehensive, our comp plan, and our LDRs would all be preempted under this. And this is why Monday we're taking stakeholders from our community up there to Tallahassee to speak at the Senate hearing. Yes. What time is that Senate hearing on Monday?
So the Senate hearing, it is the regulated industries hearing. It is at 2:30.
All right, and we have Senator Jones on the line. Marcia?
Senator Jones, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Senator. We can see you too. Great, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator. If you could just give us from your perspective where we are, anything that you feel we should be doing, and thank you first and foremost for advocating for us in Tallahassee.
No problem, Commissioner, and I apologize if I do this extremely fast. We have a meeting with the Senate President at 5 o'clock, so I'll do this. Senate Bill 1054 is coming to the Regulated Industries Committee on Monday afternoon. We have a pre-briefing that's taking place tomorrow, and then of course we'll have the first time the bill will be heard will be on Monday. I will say the fact that you all are coming up on Monday, it not only does it speak volumes, it also gives the opportunity for the residents to share their concerns. It also gives the opportunity for the dais to hear what we do not want in the district, already outlined by Marcia and also by the commissioner. And I'll be honest with you all, the commissioner has already been here. I spoke with many of you, whether it's through text message or phone calls, and have shared the various concerns when it comes to it. If passed, this could open up areas like Miami Beach to new casinos and the development, allowing for the permit holders to move all of their pari-mutuel wagering and gaming activities, including your card rooms and slots to these locations that's within a 30-mile radius of the current location. But along with that, I am already clear of Miami Beach's concern when it comes to traffic. I'm already clear on Miami Beach's concerns from the residents through email and how they do not want this within the city. I cannot stress enough the fact that your emails, if you can continue to email, I think it would be extremely important that you do that, because I'm not sure where this vote is going to go. I know for a fact, and I will publicly say it now, and you'll hear me say it again on Monday, I am a no vote on this on Monday, because I truly believe that when the people spoke years ago, they meant what they said when it came into gaming, and we should not put more burden on what you all in Miami Beach are working so hard toward, especially when it comes to the traffic issues that you all are fighting extremely hard for. And just frankly, the people of Miami Beach are very clear what they want and what they do not want in the community. And so the fact that you all are coming up here, Commissioner, I'm happy that you are organizing this to make it happen. I am looking forward to the dialogue and the conversation. I will tell you, and if I can give you any advice to those who are coming and even those who are not coming, that you reach out to every committee member that's on there, because it will help. It will also it will send a great deal of a signal to the dais that, listen, we in Miami Beach do not want this within our community. And I'll end with this, that those residents who are emailing, we are printing those emails out, and I'm going to take that stack of emails that I'm receiving to commission meeting, to the committee meeting on Monday, because I'm going to make it clear of what the residents do not want. And unfortunately, we need to make sure that we're standing with what the people want. And I think your voices are being heard. And I think the votes are all over the place right now on this. And I think with the voices that are already being heard, I think you're seeing a lot of people who are up in the air on this. They don't even know where this bill is going to go. They, being the dais, don't know where this bill is going to go on Monday. And I'm hoping that it either get TP or because of the disdain that will be expressed, that it doesn't come up for a vote at all, even after the explanation, which has happened before. And I'm looking forward to that.
Senator, thank you for joining us today and for your firsthand input on what's going on, and I want to thank Marcia as well for being out there so frequently, and also people who are participating in today's meeting, listening. Again, if you want to join us Monday in Tallahassee, email any one of us. My email address is alex@miamibeachfl.gov. Because if you have concerns about this, and Miami Beach does have concerns about this, you just heard it from the senator, it's best to present them there where they can hear it directly or continue emailing. Anything else, Marcia, that you think that should be added for the record?
No, not on the gaming bill, no.
Okay. With that, Mr. Mayor, thank you for giving the senator an opportunity to present to us today.
And Marcia.
Thank you.
Have a great day, Marcia.
Okay, why don't we do R9Y, and then we're going to go to the boards and committees.
Yes, sir.
Let's do R9Y.
R9Y is discuss, take action, purchase of 7605 Collins Avenue.
Hello, Eric.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, Madam Manager, Mr. Attorney, Mr. Clerk. If you recall, on October 18th of last year, the Commission heard an item regarding this property at 7605 Collins Avenue, and the direction of the Commission to the administration at the time was to meet with the property owner, explore the opportunity to purchase the property at its true fair market value, obtain 2 additional appraisals for the property, and report back to the City Commission before any action is taken. The appraisals have been completed. We do have 3 different values of appraisals that were done by city paid-for appraisers. Those values are $4.2 million, $2.1 million, and $3.75 million. We do have some concerns about the $2.1 million, that might be artificially low, especially since the other 2 appraisals are relatively closely grouped. We've met with the property owner on multiple occasions. The property owner themselves actually commissioned an appraisal report. That appraisal report valued the property at $7.25 million. It is important to consider that those appraisals are all based on an across-the-fence appraisal where all properties are created equal, and you're looking at just the square footage and the comparable properties in the vicinity. You're not taking into consideration the potential of a property as a portion of an aggregation, like we would be talking about in this particular case. We did sit down with the property owner. They currently sit at their appraised value of $7.25 million. The city is certainly interested in this property, as we own the property to the north, east, and south, and this would basically allow us to acquire the entirety of the city block. As such, we think that there's a premium associated with that, And to date, we've basically felt like if we could acquire this property at up to $6 million, we think that that would be a good long-term investment on the part of the city. And with that, I would ask if you have any questions or if you wanted to hear from the other party.
Commissioner, thank you, Eric. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. I met with the property owner and we went through the appraisals, and one of the things that came up was that some of the elements from the property were not included in the appraisal, so I wanted to hear more about that, like the recording studio and some areas on the outside. Why weren't they included?
Good afternoon. I'm not quite sure why they weren't included. I think they just looked at the original footprint of the property itself. That's as far as I know. And they did the appraisal under as-is condition.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, if I could ask a question. Does that mean on a square footage basis they were not included, or just the intrinsic value of a recording studio was not included? Because to me, those are two different things. It's important to include it as square footage, but Miami Beach may not have a pressing need for a recording studio, so the above and beyond modification value may not be included, but it's important that we're including her total square footage of the entire home.
So ultimately, I don't know that we know what this property would be used for. From our perspective, it's the value of the property is the missing piece of the puzzle, so to speak, for that entire city block. I don't know from our perspective that the recording studio being in, being out is material. These appraisals were really just gotten as a starting point or a measuring stick to work from as we negotiated potential purchase price.
Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, just as a matter of policy, I think, I know we don't go around appraising private homes to buy very often, nor should we get into that business. But as somebody who's bought and sold my own homes, I know that I want to make sure that every square foot under air is considered in the appraisal purchase, regardless of it's retrofitted with a recording studio or hand-painted murals or who knows what. But so I think just as a matter of procedure, it's useful for us to know going forward what the appraisal covered, because if it were my house and something that's under air was not covered in the square footage, not as my colleague pointed out, the intrinsic value of the equipment in there, but that we just need to make sure that that was actually covered in. Now, to the larger point, I get it that the appraisals are taking the whole thing in the aggregate, and for those who are listening at home and thinking, what in God's name are we doing? We're buying this person's house. The concept is land banking, and it's investing in our collective future. It's not that we're trying to reward somebody who might have friends or punish somebody who doesn't. It's not that. It's that there's an opportunity to complete a city block that we own, and that gives us a lot more flexibility of how we can use the park that's around there, all that kind of stuff. So I know that's not completely germane to the question asked, but since I know people are going to be asking or tuning in or hearing, like, what are you talking about? $5 million for this lady's house? Who is she? What is she? But that's not what we're doing. We are investing in our collective insurance policy, buying oceanfront property basically to ensure the best possible use of that park area. So to that end, I would want to make sure that we are getting a fair and accurate appraisal.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I feel like when we're going to sell something, we over appraise. We have the wrong formula. Then we go to appraise when we're buying something. It's interesting. This is the first appraisal that I do tend to agree with when you look at the whole parcel and you look at where it's located, but I also understand Betsy's concerns. Our appraisals were $4 million. Betsy's appraisal was $7 million. There has to be a way that we can kind of meet in between. I think that would be the most fair thing to do. as fiduciaries of the taxpayer dollars, and not from the 7.2 to the 13. There has to be, I mean, have you sat down and negotiated the difference between the two, and what is the proposal?
So, yes, what we've sat down and negotiated to date is we've talked through what the city's appraisal values say. We've talked through, what those different mechanisms that the city could potentially employ to acquire the property. Obviously, we would prefer to go through the willing seller, willing buyer approach to acquire the land. And ultimately, they have to be willing to sell. And I think what you're hearing from them is that they're potentially willing to negotiate from the 7.25 valuation, but they've not been willing to accept the highest that the administration is willing to go at this time, which is up to the $6 million mark.
That's a pretty good price. Betsy, are you sure you don't want the 6? No? I would venture that you sell it because it is residential zoning. It's not going to be commercially zoned. We already went through this process where you tried to have it commercially zoned. We're giving you $2 million over, or like $1.5 million over what the city appraised it for. So I think that's a pretty sweetheart deal.
Madam Vice Mayor, can I talk?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing Rudy and Betsy Perez. Betsy's here, along with our appraiser, David Rendell. Mark Twain had an applicable quote here. He says, "Buy land, they're not making it anymore." That's relevant to this situation today. This almost oceanfront parcel is incredibly valuable to the city. It completes the park. It could function as a community center. It makes site planning, the library site, much easier because you'll have 2 whole city blocks starting at 75th Street, which is the southern boundary of the library, then leading all the way up to the northern edge of the park. So that's 2 whole city blocks. And this could be a cultural center, one of many that should dot North Beach as North Beach grows and evolves. Our appraiser has determined the value of the property to be $7.25 million. That's the market value using the sales approach. And if you could further indulge me, Madam Vice Mayor and Mayor Minor, I would like to have our appraiser come up and just substantiate the $7.25 million as not being a number that's crazy.
Okay. Sure.
Michael, did Mark Twain give any carve-outs for clients' surface-owned parking lots?
Not that I know.
Good afternoon. My name's David Randall. My address is 1500 South Dayland Boulevard, Suite 1500, Miami, Florida. So I did appraise the property, and this is a very unique property because it has within walking distance to the beach. Not very many properties in Miami Beach are within walking distance to the beach. It also has a view of the beach. Not a lot of properties have a view to the beach. It also has a park adjacent to it. Not many properties have a park adjacent to it. It also has a municipal parking lot adjacent to it. So if you wanted to have extra guests over, they could park there. This is an extremely unique property. The way I approached it is I looked at properties that are superior and some properties that are inferior, and I bracketed the range. And then I also deducted a cost to basically modernize the home. And that got me to the $7.25 million. So if you have any questions. Do you have any questions?
Commissioner Suarez.
Do we possibly want to entertain a third
Appraisal?
appraisal? I don't know what your appetite would be for that, but I think, we have one for 4 and one for 7. I think it behooves us to just get one more appraisal and see where that lands.
So
And how do you pick that appraiser is the question.
That's my worry. It never comes back in our favor.
I would only offer that we've already done 3 appraisals as a city plus the appraisal by the property owner. So
what were the 3?
We've gotten 4 appraisals. Obviously, the appraisals are only going to represent what an across the fence purchase without any of the specifics that we're talking about would entail, that doesn't really capture the detail of this particular property. You know, if we were looking to buy a property, a single-family home property anywhere in North Beach, I'm sure we could get a much better price than we're talking about now. But we're talking about a very specific property that's bracketed by city-owned land on 3 sides that, you know, is the last remaining piece to finish this block. It's not imperative that we purchase this property today. I just think that there's an opportunity that's being presented to us, and we got direction from the commission to explore it. I think, you know, it's worth a conversation.
Now, could we have a professional actually take a look at the 2 different appraisals?
There's 4.
Let's call it maybe.
3 from us,
yeah,
1 from them.
Yeah. Actually have a professional take a look at these various appraisals. And instead of just having another appraisal come in and say, here's where we land, but essentially derive where they think fair value is, taking a look at the mosaic of all these different appraisals.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sure. Wait, look. You have 3
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I'm sorry.
No,
Bernard.
please.
You have 3 appraisals within the $4 million range, and then you get this appraisal from Ms. Perez, which is almost double, okay? Not almost double. So I think we just need to meet in the middle, and I think that's a fair deal. And if not, Betsy, if you think that you can get between 7.2 and $10 million, I invite you to put it on the MLS and get it. You know, and I think that we should stand firm and just say, look, we're going to give 6, which is already very generous, and do a good deal for the city. It's a good deal for you. Sorry, I don't know how much Michael Larkin is charging, because I know he's really expensive. Maybe he'll waive his fees so that you can make a little bit more. But seriously, it's not a bad deal. And if you think that you can get so much more, then I would just put it on the MLS. I would put it out there, open it up to the market, see what you get, and then come back and say, hey, look, I got an offer for this if you want it, you know, but I don't think you're going to get it.
May I?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Betsy Perez, 7605 Collins Avenue. So this is a full circle moment for me and my family. As you may recall, over a year ago, we came before the same commission because we realized that due to the circumstances of North Beach's progress, that our home has become something other than possibly just a single-family home. So I came to you all, and I had a lot of support about changing the usage. In the end, and it was Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, when I met with you, you came up with the brilliant idea that why doesn't the city purchase the property? And I said, that's a great idea. Let's pursue that. I stood before you in right before the last commission left, and you all discussed that you would be willing to purchase the property at a cap of $10 million. So we started with the staff. They've been wonderful. And we got appraisals. We got our appraisals. Not only did we get our appraisal, but we got an actual an expert opinion on their appraisals, and we found out why their appraisals were less than what ours came out to be, and that was several reasons. You know, I have my expert here, but one of them was they didn't use the proper square footage. Another one, they didn't use the comps of the Altos Del Mar properties that are right north to me, and we could go on in the list. So here we are. I feel, being you know, a good citizen of Miami Beach for over 40 years, that I think it's the right thing to do to sell to the city. I think it's very important and a crucial fact in this discussion that you realize this is the last single-family home on that particular block. It completes an assemblage, like I discussed with Commissioner Fernandez. It completes a 2-block assemblage of city property on the ocean front. Going back in history, these lots were single-family homes running from 74th to 87th, and as time went on, they became dilapidated, and the city and the state purchased each one of them, and now you have North Beach Open Space Park, and now you have Altos Del Mar Park. So here we are, last man standing, and So I'm willing to work with you. We've made our decision. We raised our kids. They're all grown and moved on. And my husband and I are willing to come up with a number today for the city to purchase the property.
So what's the number?
Well, so when I met with you all and I explained that my appraisal came in at $7,250,000, and I found out that the city's offering 6, I would be willing to come somewhere in the middle. So,
Betsy.
Yes.
Just give us the number. Go
Okay.
6.5.
That's fair.
It's fair. Sold.
6.5.
Yes.
Okay.
So moved.
Well, if that's the number she's willing to do, let's negotiate from there.
Mr. Mayor, I move, well, whose item is this?
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the staff. You've been excellent to work with, and, you know, I look forward to the process and moving on.
Mr. Mayor, we just agreed.
Commissioner
to-
Fernandez.
We just agreed to purchase an item for, a property for $6.5 million. I would like for the city attorney to put us in the proper posture, like what needs to be done procedurally now to facilitate this coming into a landing.
Just direct us to negotiate the purchase and sale agreement at the $6.5 million amount.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to proffer the motion as stated by the city attorney.
Second.
And this comes back to us for a final vote?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. I mean,
First
if
of all,
we're-
is everybody okay with the $6.5 million? We very cavalierly just said, hey.
Can we just
give it away.
authorize the administration to execute the sale?
Can I make a recommendation as well? While we're working on the purchase and sale agreement, I mean, we're gonna have to find the money. I think a referral to finance, so Commissioner Magazine can also work his magic in that committee
Okay.
simultaneously.
So we'll direct the administration to work on the purchase of the property and send the contract and the negotiated agreement to finance, so we can identify a funding source as well. And then with the recommendation of the finance committee, bring it back to the city commission to finalize the sale and approve the funding source.
That's right.
Okay, so I
Second.
move that.
The acclamation. or roll call?
Eric, just, what was the highest, of the appraisals the city had, what was the highest number?
Highest city appraisal was 4.2.
I just want, if I may, I think one of the things that we also have to keep in mind is that they approached us seeking something different. We approached them, this commission approached them and asked them to sell. They didn't come to us as someone that had the property on the market. The property was not on the market. And we said, we want to buy your property that's not on the market. And that's usually not taken into consideration in an appraisal. An appraisal will see the conditions of the property and the market conditions and all that, but I don't think it takes into consideration that it was us, the buyer, that initiated the efforts to purchase this property. And that they agreed, and I think it was a lot of wisdom from Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez to suggest that when we were having those discussions, because it does complete that parcel, and it was in the best interest, ultimately, I believe, of the neighbors across the street and the area up there. But I do think it's different when a property is not in the market, and you approach someone and you tell them, I want to buy your property, what's your price?
What's the square footage?
Of the total, of the plat, not.
The total plot.
The lot is 7,000. And the street in between is also.
So the building area is a little under 4,000, and the total square footage of the lot is 7,000.
Seems like that's what government does, you know? We buy high and we sell low. Is the opposite of what it's supposed to be. But I will say that
look, this is way better than the commercial zoning that we were getting there, which was going to put the library, the park, the whole parcel in peril. So, you know, I understand that Betsy was very close to getting this zoning, which would have doubled or tripled the price of that property. So this is, I guess, the consolation prize. But the truth of the matter is, are we ridiculously overpaying, and should we overpay by 50%? I don't know.
May I?
Commissioner Bott.
I think we are being penny wise and pound foolish, and I will tell you why. This is not chump change. I'm not suggesting that. And for folks watching at home who are going to blow me up for saying, spend $6.5 million to reward a particular homeowner, that's not what I think we are doing. This is a legacy purchase for the city. This is protecting oceanfront land from a developer with excellent lawyers coming in and weaseling his way through the land use regulations to find the one loophole that will then let him or her overdevelop in the middle of a park, oceanfront park area.
A historic property, by the way. Historic.
And in a historic property. And so I think we need to, you know, the last commission said you have up to $10 million. We're not even close to that. We're not that far apart. And I'm not being cavalier. And I'm on the finance committee. I got the vice chair of the finance committee, which all of my math teachers are going to be rolling over in disbelief. But this is why. Because I think we need to really understand what this is. It is an insurance policy for a city. God forbid we go through Zika, COVID, hurricane, all in the same 6 weeks. Guess what we have now to sell at a premium? More oceanfront land, God forbid, but it's land banking, and I've been saying it for years on MBU that we need to be buying more land, not selling our assets. And now we have an opportunity to not just buy a nice sized parcel, but oceanfront parcel in a part of the city that is booming to the point of pain with development. We are protecting us, ourselves, our future, our communities, the oceanfront from being developed. I say, let's not sweat this one and move on.
And Mr. Mayor, and when this was originally discussed last year, and it was moved in October that we, you know, contemplate up to $10 million, I felt offended, you know, almost when that number was thrown out there, very much offended. And I proposed amending our process that instead of having one appraisal, we follow what other jurisdictions do, which is have 3 appraisals. And I think that, you know, a lot of other governments would have just gone with the $10 million. I think this is fair. We initiated this. We found the middle ground, and it does complete this parcel. I think a buyer that would be in the open market that doesn't own the surrounding land, it would be less valuable to them. It's more valuable to us because we own the surrounding land. And it does complete that assemblage, and it does make our own property even more special and more valuable because of that. So I echo also the words of the Vice Chair of the Finance Committee, and I support this.
Yeah, I had some hesitancy because of the disparity between our appraisals and the number that we're concluding, but having, I don't want to name streets or anything, but I've heard of homes being sold in certain areas that are not this location that are selling for, I mean, in the several multiple millions. That's what property is going for in Miami Beach. So when you look at it that way, it doesn't seem so bad. Commissioner Suarez?
Yeah, not to beat a dead horse, I think we definitely want this property. I mean, the way it was explained to me, when she vacates the street, we have the whole parcel. I mean, that is something that, you know, our grandchildren can one day take benefit from. And so I'm going to be in support. They cannot release balloons there, no.
Do we have a motion?
Yep, it's moved.
Seconded? Second. Let's call a vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry, all in favor, it's unanimous, 7-0, correct?
Thank you.
Correct. When do you anticipate bringing the sale and purchase agreement?
We'll get on the first available finance as soon as we can negotiate
Okay.
the details with them.
Sounds good. Rafael, you want to call committees and boards?
Correct, so we are doing now R9, let's see, what is it? 415, R9B. Kayla's going to be assisting. Just for the record, everyone should have a yellow, looks like this, mine is white, but you should have something that looks like this in yellow. Additionally, you should have little voting pads. If you don't, let me know. Commissioner Suarez, can you raise yours up so they can see what they're looking for? And you also have pencils also, if you need. Do you need any supplies, because we have extras?
I feel like I lost my voting pad.
Kayla, yeah. Anticipating such.
I don't know where it is. I don't know. I mean,
We'll bring them right up.
find it. I don't know if this is his or mine.
So, Mayor, may I start?
Thank you. Anybody else?
It is, no, release number 5 is what you're looking for. It is yellow. Release number 5 is in red in the top right corner. Okay, I think we're ready.
What are we doing?
We're doing board of committees.
Which one?
We're doing, you should have a yellow paper that says release number 5. And everyone should have a voting pad also. Okay, Mayor, may I start?
Yes, it's your show.
Okay, so for affordable housing, which is on page 1, we have Mr. Islam. He is being asked to be reappointed. There's 1 seat, 1 nominee. May we do so by acclamation?
Yes.
We're now doing the Animal Welfare Committee now. We're on Sherry Schwartz. She is the Miami Beach Animal Advocates representative. 1 reappointment seat, 1 nominee. Can we do so by acclamation?
Yes.
Same thing for the next candidate, Lisa Samuel. She's Sobe Cat Spay and Neuters representative, 1 nominee. We're doing R9B, guys. Lisa Samuel, if we could do it by acclamation, 1 nomination, 1 seat. Yes?
Yes.
Unless I hear otherwise, I'm going to go with
Correct.
acclamation.
I'm going to keep saying yes. If
Okay,
anybody
got it.
Obviously disagrees, please speak up.
We do need a vote on page 2, art in public places. We have a total of 4 seats available. We have 5 nominees. So what I would need you to do is write the 4 individuals who you are wishing to select. They are Nick D'Annunzio, who is Steve Burke, Bruce Carter, Michael McManus, and Gabriel Paez. So you have to write 4 of those names. And let me know when you're ready, and I'll collect the URL.
So we need to select 4 names?
4 names out of the 5, yes. This is page 2 of your yellow packet. Anyone else? 6. Commissioner Fernandez. What I'll be doing is I'll be calling out the names of who voted and for whom they voted. So the first one I have here is from Commissioner Magazine. He has a vote for Nick D'Annunzio, a vote for Steve Burke, a vote for Bruce Carter, and a vote for Gabrielle Paez. Commissioner Dominguez votes for Gabrielle Paez. Steve Burke. Michael McManus. And Nick D'Annunzio. Commissioner Bott votes for Nick D'Annunzio, Mr. Carter. So Bruce Carter. Mike McManus. And Gabrielle Paez. That was Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Suarez is voting for Steve Burke, Bruce Carter, Michael McManus, and Nick D'Annunzio. Mayor Minor is voting for Mr. Paez, Gabrielle Paez, Bruce Carter, Nicholas D'Annunzio. So that was the mayor. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is voting for Nick D'Annunzio. Sorry. Yeah, you have voted. Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry, Kayla, I'm gonna start again on that one. I'm doing Rosa Gonzalez, that was for Nick. Gabrielle Paez. Steve Burke. And Bruce Carter. That's Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Now, Commissioner Fernandez is voting for Nick D'Annunzio, Steve Burke, Bruce Carter, and Gabrielle Paez. Can you tell us the top vote getters, Kayla? I'm sorry, Kayla, I couldn't hear. Can you start again, I'm sorry?
Nick D'Annunzio has 7 votes. Bruce Carter has 6 votes. Steve Burke has 5 votes. And Mr. Paez has 6 votes.
Okay, so those are the individuals who will be appointed to this board.
Excellent, thank you. If we could take a moment, actually, we have some breaking news. I'm actually going to allow on the gaming casino, some good news, actually. I'm going to allow Commissioner Fernandez to announce it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and in great part because of your leadership as well. We have been notified by our lobbyists that the gaming bill has been withdrawn, will no longer be heard at committee, and we understand from Mr. Book that it will not be heard at all this session. And this is... This, Mr. Mayor, is collective teamwork. You've been so instrumental with this, making phone calls, all of us as a body, as a city commission, and in particular advocates such as Mr. Brayman and Mr. Codina, who it's not just government alone. And most importantly, the residents who have been making phone calls, sending the emails, making sure that Tallahassee knew that we were not going to have casinos in Miami Beach. But Mr. Mayor, thank you for your leadership. Because you are the head of this government, and this is important for our community.
And yours as well. I think when you sent that email yesterday telling, with a charter flight full of residents.
We'll be making announcements in due time. We'll be making announcements.
Great
about
work,
that.
Commissioner Fernandez, and all of us, really.
Thank you.
And just for the record, Mr. Burke has 6 votes. So we'll verify all these, but maybe go to the next one.
Yes.
So for the Black Affairs Committee, we have Valerie Crawford as the nominee, 1 seat, 1 reappointment, if we could do so by acclamation.
Yes.
For the Board of Adjustment, which 5 votes are required on this one, so 5/7 voters required, you have 2 nominees for 1 vacant seat. This is the at-large category. You have Stephen Krynick and Janet Silverman.
Mr. Mayor, I thought there was some movement here where Haskell Meyer was actually nominated for the HPB, and Janet was going to move, given her financial background, into the financial consultation where there would be an open seat. Am I mistaken, Raphael? Has Haskell been nominated for the HPB?
I have not. Well, Haskell Meyer is a professional seat, financial consultation. This is for the at-large seat. So Mr. Meyer is right now, if you look down on page 3, the 3rd one.
Right, but he is actually, when we talk about who we're going to vote for the professional seat, Haskell Myers nominated, but I believe that he was going to be voted on for the HPB board,
Let me see.
which would mean the financial consultant seat is open, and given Ms. Silverman's background, she could slide into that.
If HPB, you're
7.
talking about page 7. So it depends where you want to, if you wish to do that.
Move her over.
So for that category in the HPB, you would have to vote for either Mr. Meyer or Mr. Finglass. So if you want to take that vote first, you could do that.
I'd like to make a motion too, right?
What are we doing?
Well, for the Board of Adjustment, the professional seat, it's Haskell Meyer. It was my understanding he was being nominated for the HPB, which would leave the professional seat open.
Except that there was.
Commissioner Suarez?
If I can make a suggestion, if we can call the HBB, if we can call the HBB committee now for roll call, and then it'll give us a little bit more clarity on the Board of Adjustment.
Mr. Mayor, on then.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I think, given everything that is happening in Tallahassee at the moment, I think it is in our collective best interest and in the best interest of our historic districts, the best interest of preservation in the city of Miami Beach, to defer appointments for the Historic Preservation Board till March. Session ends March 8th, and I think we should defer that vote until the end of session to have a better understanding of the layout of the land, what Tallahassee has done, where we stand. I think it's I think it's in everyone's best interest. That's just my thoughts on it, and I welcome the feedback of my colleagues.
I thought you were going to go in a different direction with that. I would say, and I know that Mr. Finglass can be a lightning rod, but he was our former chair of the HPB, and he will not be the chair, and he has done the correct thing of not being on the board for 2 years. I think it is critical, in my view, to ensure that somebody with a deep, nuanced understanding of the history, the context, all of it, is there to provide some continuity. And I actually know Haskell Meyer personally. It's why I also nominated him for the Board of Adjustment. You know, he could be terrific in any capacity that he serves in. I feel very strongly that this year, at this time, I will continue to support Jack for appointment to the HPB. And
So you want to vote now?
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez?
If you want Finglass, and I would be supportive of this, I spoke to Danielle from MDPL, and what you could easily do is move Laura into the architect seat that is currently, put Laura in the architect seat and move Jack into the MDPL seat, that way ensuring that everybody gets appointed.
But we have an architect.
Who's the architect?
John Stewart.
No, not in that
actually
seat.
gonna be
It's
Elizabeth Camargo,
Elizabeth
John
Camargo.
Stewart.
I don't know Elizabeth Camargo. I
Oh,
do
she's
know,
great.
well, I mean, I can't, so then, because I'm just saying that if you really wanted Jack, I'm supportive of putting Janet where Haskell is. I promised Haskell my vote, like, way long ago, like 6 weeks ago, so I can't not.
I will
and I'm
accept
the
that
vote-
suggestion.
What, to move Laura, and, well, then we need to take the votes on that. We need to see if Daniel is okay with that. Maybe that's why we need to wait, and I wouldn't wait. I think we should do it right now.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Commissioner Suarez?
So, you know, I want to be cautious. I want to be cautious of our intent of why we're going to, or why we would delay or cause a dilatory action on purpose. And, you know, I think I understand where you're coming from, Commissioner Fernandez, but I think we might be sending the wrong message to Tallahassee by saying, we're going to wait for you guys to act so that we act. I think if we want to have let's just say positive or neutral relationship with Tallahassee, I think, we kind of have to meet them in the middle, and put our best foot forward on not sort of causing these tactics to see what they do in response. And I just want to be cautious because they are watching us. I mean, they're probably watching us right now. And I think it's prudent to stay above any sort of tactics that we may employ as a result of whatever they do. And so, just the other day, I mean, as we all know, they went from a mile to a quarter mile, and now it's back to a mile. And so, I don't think it's wise to have like a ping pong match with Tallahassee in this current climate. But I'm willing to hear what my other colleagues are, and certainly what you have to say, Commissioner Fernandez.
I've stated my position on this. I think that taking this up today could actually influence policy in Tallahassee. And because as you all have well stated, they are watching and they are listening. They're not listening to us. They're listening to other people who have greater influence and might not be the interests that we have as we're appointing these individuals. And so I would just, my position is, I think we should defer and make a decision then. But I'm only one person. This has to be a decision of the collective.
I'll actually,
Mr. Mayor,
second
if I
your
could.
motion to
Okay, we have a second.
I mean,
Commissioner
I was
Magazine.
just going to add my thoughts. Actually, what you said initially sounded good, and hearing my colleague Commissioner Suarez, I actually fully buy into that argument, where I don't want to get in this constant ping pong match back and forth with Tallahassee, because we're not going to win that, right? And they will just continue to
Count on gaming.
counteract our checkers move with chess, right? So the people that I've met with, and this board process is I have loved every step of the process since being elected. The board application process is probably my least favorite part of this. It is just overwhelming to not only us as commissioners meeting with all these people, but the applicants and the time that they have to go through. I've had some of these applicants have to come back to City Hall 7 different times on 7 different occasions. I wouldn't do that for a full-time job, much less the volunteer time. So I think it's a fairness process, and the people that I've met with, whether it be this board or others, I like to think that I'm putting forward people that are good stewards under any circumstances, right? They're not, oh, if Tallahassee rules this way, they're good. If Tallahassee rules that way, they're bad. I'm comfortable that I'm saying, I'm trusting you with making good collective decisions on behalf of our city in any circumstance, and not micromanaging that.
Commissioner Bott.
I think it's not that we don't trust any of these people to make good decisions. I think that some people have reputations which may precede them, and therefore, appointments today may correctly or incorrectly telegraph intent, and we don't have intent. I think we should table this board only. I'm not a fan of delaying either. But I think that we are going to, I've said what I need
By the
to
way, I know you're being careful with your words. You want to, probably the average resident watching now doesn't know what, you want to explain briefly what the legislation is out of Tallahassee? Or the proposed legislation?
Well, the proposed legislation would in essence allow demolition of several of our historic buildings. In general part, those seaward of the coastal control line, or if they are non-conforming, and non-conforming means not constructed to the base flood elevation required by FEMA flood insurance maps for new construction, or designated unsafe by a building official. Unsafe could be a violation issued for purposes of compliance for something as simple as a leaky pipe, and a malfunctioning elevator. Work done without a permit could get you one of these unsafe violations, but it doesn't necessarily mean that a building is not safe for occupancy. And that unsafe language doesn't just apply to the geographic area. Part of the problem with the language is that it would apply anywhere as it relates to an unsafe building. So any building that has anything like that could see itself affected. You know, I don't want them to make this bill worse, which could happen. And I just think I think in fact not only should we defer this, we should open up. We're dealing with very limited names. We should welcome more names. This is a very educated community with individuals who have retired here, who have vast professional experience in a number of trades and professions. We should be welcoming individuals in such a cultural and rich community as ours, with such a strong architectural heritage, to apply and step up to volunteer to serve on the Historic Preservation Board, because I bet you that many of our residents don't even know that today we're voting to fill vacancies in such a prominent board as a Historic Preservation Board in the Art Deco capital of the United States. This is a dream position for so many urban planners and architects and experts in historic preservation. And I know that we have the human resource and capital in our community of individuals who may be interested in that. And we should be, during this deferral period, more broadly advertising these positions to those people. But I certainly would caution right now in taking this action just to avoid unintended consequences.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
I would say that the federal designation was very helpful, because once we said, hey, we're going to sue you in federal court, they backed off of everything federal. I tried to, we started the process for a UNESCO designation for Ocean Drive in certain parts of the city, and there was never really an appetite to do that. And I'm not going to be on the commission more than 2 years. It will take a long time, but I would encourage Commissioner Bott or Dominguez or Fernandez, when you have these types of designations, then you can reverse this hoot and holler and ignorance that's happening up in Tallahassee. And I think the way to approach it is head on, because it will get reversed by a court. They're not going to allow the demolition of like the Fontainebleau. It's just not happening. They
look,
can't, and you know what? And I think we need to be strong, and we need to say, we will take you up to the Supreme Court. We're not going to let you destroy our Leaning Tower of Pisa, because this is our identity, and it's not going to happen. And by the way, when they have bad legislation, it gets reversed. I don't want our policy here, I don't want us to be cowering in front of this board because there's 2 or 3 developers. We should tell those developers that are trying to influence and pass these bad laws that we will tie them up in court. They will pay millions of dollars in legal fees over many years before we allow them to tear down the Fontainebleau or the Eden Rock or one of these buildings. And I think that position of power, that position of knowing that we're doing the right thing, listen, I can't say that I'm always right, because look at the poor South Shore Community Center and how I've suffered and how it's going to be demolished. All I can say is that, and how the community will suffer. All I can say is that I do believe in the court system. I should probably sue you guys.
Okay, Commissioner Bott, and then we do have a motion and a second on the table.
Volunteer.
And if I could
Wait,
just,
no, Commissioner Bott.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, I don't disagree with the general premise of what you said. My concern is that before we even get there, by taking action on the composition of this board today, which does not materially affect, oh, I guess with Stuart Reed now it does.
This is kind of like,
No,
we're just going to give you the Sudetenland.
Hang on,
Remember
you
that?
guys, everybody, hang on. I forgot that we no longer had quorum. That just happened yesterday at 7:15 on that board, right? So up until that point, we could have still proceeded. So we're down 3 people. Stuart's moving. He's leaving Miami Beach. Yeah. So we can't really afford to,
And if I could also say, Mr. Mayor, when we kind of have a domino effect, you know, talking about if Haskell will be on the HPB, then it makes it hard, if we don't know this, then to vote on the Board of Adjustment. So it's hard to take these kind of piecemeal together.
So is that still outstanding with Haskell?
Yes, he's in the HPB seat and the Board of Adjustment seat. And, you know, essentially, I think all of us have met with him, and he is an incredible, I couldn't have been more impressed. So he's the type of person we want to find a role in our city for. And I don't want him to be on the outside looking in because of process. That's my personal feeling, just for one person.
Do you have a proposal of how the vote should go? I mean, no,
Just-
I don't mean the actual vote, but how.
Yeah, I would just say vote as is. I'm comfortable with the people that I've met with, that they are good stewards of our city in any situation. So that's my recommendation, but I respect colleagues on both sides of the issue about giving pause and wanting to move forward. I think I'm in the camp of, let's make this decision. My inbox has been flooded. I think it's fair for the people that have applied. I remember being on the other side of that aisle.
Yeah, so I think though we're contemplating move people around, and I don't want it to get confusing, so we might have to write it out. I mean.
To bring it full circle, I think we wanted to do the HPV board first, and then after that, go back to the Board of Adjustments.
right.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, but there's a vote, there's a motion to.
So I
and a second
withdraw that.
to
You
use the
withdraw your
authority.
second?
I withdraw my second,
You withdraw your second, it's okay.
because we don't have a quorum.
All right.
So would you like to do HPB next then? Okay, so we're gonna skip to page 7.
But so on HPP.
So for the Category 3 at-large resides in a historic district, Mr. Breslin is being asked to be reappointed, 1 seat, 1 nomination. May we do that by acclamation?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to skip Category 4. I ask you to skip Category 4 and turn to page 8. Mr. Stewart is being nominated and qualifies for Category 6 on page 8 on the top for the faculty member seat. That's a difficult seat to fill. You can get an architect, it's difficult to get a teaching architect. So if you do John Stewart in Category 6, that eliminates any competition on number 4.
I'd like to nominate John Stewart for the faculty seat.
So if we may do that by acclamation, that's concurred, so John Stewart's by acclamation, which
Okay.
eliminates him from Category 4,
Yep.
leaving 1 candidate, Elizabeth Camargo. May we do her by acclamation? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so now we need a vote on the water management expert seat, which is Category 5. We have Haskell Meyer and Jack Finglass.
Ralph?
Yes.
If I may, I thought there was a possibility that, that Laura Weinstein Berman could get taken out of the MDPL seat and moved into,
And I would need Tom for that, because I think you're wanting her to move to the architect category? Is that correct?
right,
I don't know her background, so I would need someone, maybe Tom. I just don't know. who
she's
she
an
is.
architect, and then that way, Jack could be the MDPL appointed.
I'm sorry, is that, where's that here? Which page is that on?
It's not.
We're going to.
It's not because she's not up
Well,
for-
then I'm going to 4-day rule that if I don't have that information in front of me.
Wait, I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Commissioner Fernandez?
It's not noticed.
Oh,
I mean, if, we either do what's in front of us,
yeah.
and if we're not able to properly vet something, then I'm not ready to vote on it today. I made my position perfectly clear.
No, and
I
that's-
don't think,
that's
I have
fine.
the floor.
Sorry.
I don't think what we're doing today is a good idea, but we're in this point. But going outside of what was advertised on the agenda, I will not go with, and I will 4-day rule that. So what's before us is before us.
So may we proceed with water management expert?
Can I ask one question? Does MDPL get to choose whomever they want to be in that seat? No questions asked? Do we have
If
to
I remember
ratify it?
correctly, Tom, I think they give 3 names.
Mike is on.
Hold on, Tom. Mike, okay?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. The way the ordinance is written is MDPL and DHT submit at least 3 names for the commission to consider, and then the commission would consider one of those 3 names. But the MDPL seat's not technically currently vacant.
Correct.
Are we allowed to legally do a switcheroo if we defer this?
I think if the board member agrees to it, you could do that.
So she'd have to agree to go up against Elizabeth and then take a vote.
And when is that MDPL seat up, Tom? Is it just
December
1 year
31st of
of
this
this
year.
year?
Yeah.
So
She's got 1 year left.
theoretically, if Jack wasn't nominated, he'd be able to be in that MDPL seat 1 year from now.
Okay.
So what's the, city attorney, what's the posture?
So Commissioner Fernandez has 4-day ruled consideration of the movement, a proposal to move a person in the MDPL seat to free up one of the candidates in the water category to move into the MDPL seat. But otherwise, Commissioner Fernandez, you are prepared to move forward based on the materials before you?
Yeah, based on the material before me, I'm ready. I haven't met with the person for the other seat. I don't know her qualifications. I may have met with the person maybe 2 years ago or something.
Which
but that-
person?
The person that is being contemplated to be moved, the MDPL representative, being moved from one seat to another.
Right.
You know, you're asking me to vote, the body's asking me to vote on something that I haven't been able to vet. And as we all have said, we take a lot of time to vet each one of these individuals, to review their qualifications, make sure that they fit the prescribed criteria under the provisions of the code. And absent having to done that in such an important board like the Historic Preservation Board, I just can't do that willy-nilly.
And I respect that, and I'm not going to talk you out of it, but just for the record, she is currently on the board, and she is currently an architect. So I'm just putting, that's not to convince you, that's just putting it into the record. It's not like I'm pulling at, somebody off the street. And I respect that, I'm not arguing. I'm just putting it into the record.
Thank you.
Yep, of course.
Okay, so this item does that mean we have a deferral?
No, we're going forward.
For you, yes.
So
We
you
still
have,
Haskell and Jack.
for the water management expert category, you have 2 nominees, Haskell Meyer and Jack Finglas. Please select one of those 2 names
On the sheet?
on the sheet, please, and we'll call out the vote.
Mr. Mayor, while we wait for the voting, can I just make a quick comment?
Yes.
I wanted to just take the moment to acknowledge Marcia's efforts in Tallahassee, because I think that, late on Friday afternoon, we found out what was happening, in particular with gambling, and it was Marcia and our team, honestly, that just mobilized to be able to work not only with, obviously, all of you and your leadership roles, but the community to bring together what really was a Herculean, if I can pronounce that correctly, effort. And I just want to, there's so much that happens behind the scenes that our staff is responsible for, and I really wanted to take an opportunity to commend her and thank her for her efforts, not only in preparing for that issue, but also in supporting all of you who have been so active in Tallahassee this year, which we appreciate greatly.
Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
thank you, Marcia.
Mr. Mayor, If I may just add on that, and someone who's very critical of staff.
You are?
I am, I was pleasantly surprised with Marcia and her work ethic and how knowledgeable she was. I mean, even going to like different doors, like she knew exactly where, well, almost exactly knew where to go. We were on the right floor. And I commend Marcia for that. And it's just, it's very sad that, you know, she's moving on to the county. I'm glad she's sticking out this legislative session with us, but I appreciate everything she's ever done. In the one, I guess, couple weeks that I've been with you, I mean, really, you are a great example of a government servant.
Thank you, Commissioner. You and all of you make my job very easy because, you know, you are the ones that are convincing folks. You're the ones, all I have to do is behind the scenes. So I'm very happy to have that opportunity to work with each of you. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity to have worked in the city of Miami Beach for 11 years. And so thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, and she's made herself available day and night and weekends to call us, to update us, to tell us you should be calling this person, you should be, you know, sending this email. She has put her personal family aside when she's had to advance the interests of the city of Miami Beach and Tallahassee. It really is, Madam Manager,
Thank
so
you.
appropriate that you did that.
Thank you.
because
And I just
we
don't
only
want her to
succeed
think that
because
the
of
work
good
is
staff.
done. The work is not done.
No, it's not.
So thank you all very much for your support. We appreciate it.
Thank you. So the votes are Commissioner Fernandez, Haskell Meyer, Commissioner Suarez, Haskell Meyer, Mayor Minor, Haskell Meyer, Commissioner Magazine, Haskell Meyer, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, Haskell Meyer, Commissioner Dominguez, Jack Finglass, Commissioner Bott, Jack Finglass. So 5-2. Mr. Meyer is appointed.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
May we go back to Board of Adjustment, please?
Yes.
And so now that we have Board of Adjustment, if we can move, if I can nominate Janet Silverman for the Financial Consultant seat, Category 5. I'd like to nominate her for that position.
So if I recall correctly, she does have financial experience. I remember seeing that in her resume. If not, we will bring it back, but that's my recollection at the moment.
She does. She
So-
qualifies in the CPAs.
I thought so too.
Very qualified.
So if we do that for the Board of Adjustment, the at-large category, Mr. Kranek can be appointed by acclamation.
Agreed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
James Silver is the same, Michael Goldberg the same. And now we are in the Budget Advisory Committee. Mr. Greaser and Ms. Maj Kagan can be reappointed by acclamation. They're both the individuals who hold the seats. So that will be the Budget Advisory Committee by acclamation, both the two quality, Committee for Quality Education, Commissioner Suarez is nominating, well, appointing, or requesting to be appointed to be the representative of the Quality Education Committee. That committee in the code states that 2 members of the City Commission can serve and act on that board. It used to be filled by Commissioner Alleman, then Commissioner Steinberg, and then Commissioner Richardson. So if we may do that by acclamation?
Yep.
Convention Center Advisory Committee, we have the Palmview Neighborhood Association. Their nominees, Mr. Christopher Glody. If we could do that by acclamation. Cultural Arts Council, we have 2 reappointments, and both Mr. Sexton and Ms. Unger can be reappointed. If we could do that by acclamation. And then for the at-large seats, we have 3 nominees, 3 seats, so we could do that by acclamation as well.
Yep.
We are now on Design Review Board. Sarah Nelson is being reappointed for Category 2 without oppositions, so if we do that by acclamation. On Category 5, Scott Diffenderfer is being reappointed, requested to be reappointed. We could do that by acclamation. Health Advisory Committee, The Mount Sinai CEO seat is being, they have requested to appoint their CEO, Gino Santorio, if we could do that by acclamation. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez has nominated a physician for that category, Mr. Feldman, if we could do that by acclamation. We've done the Historic Preservation Board. I am now at page 8, the Human Rights Committee. For the Human Rights Committee, you have a total of 6 open seats right now, six seats, and you have 7 nominees. So I need you to write down the names of 6 of the individuals listed on page 8.
Which one? What are we doing?
Así ya, está horrible. We need to vote for 2 and 4. So we need to vote for 6. And there's 7 people. Hold, I'm still voting.
So Commissioner Suarez votes for Alan Levine, Jocelyn Thompson, Andrew Black, Audrey Fazio, Jessica Lane, and Gary Martinez. Commissioner Dominguez votes for Ariana Hernandez Rugant, Alan Levine, Jocelyn Thompson, Andrew Black, Audrey Fazio, and Jessica Lane. Mayor Minor votes for Alan Levine, Jocelyn Thompson, Andrew Black, Audrey Fazio, Jessica Lane, and Gary Martinez. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez votes for Mr. Levine, Ms. Thompson, Mr. Black, Ms. Fazio, Ms. Lane, and Mr. Martinez. Mr. Magazine votes for Levine, Thompson, Black, Fazio, Lane, and Martinez. Commissioner Bott votes for Levine, Thompson, Black, Fazio, Lane, and Martinez. Commissioner Alex Fernandez votes for Ariana Hernandez Rugant, Andrew Black, Jocelyn Thompson, Alan Levine, Audrey Fazio, and Gary Martinez. According to my votes, and Kayla, correct me if I'm wrong, Alan Levine, Jocelyn Thompson, Andrew Black, Audrey Fazio, Jessica Lane, and Gary Martinez are the top vote getters.
Correct.
They are deemed appointed. We're now on page 9. That same board, they have one category, which is an attorney, a Florida licensed attorney, and Ms. Skarupa fits the category, and you may do so by acclamation if you wish. The Next Generation Council, the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce has a seat. They have nominated Cole Boucher for the Millennium Action Representative, one candidate, one seat. If we may do that by acclamation. The Normandy Shores Local Government Neighborhood Improvement Advisory Council has nominated their representative, Josh Goldstein, if we can do that by acclamation. For the North Beach Community Redevelopment Advisory Committee, we have, on category 1, we have Betsy Perez and Manning Salazar. There are 2 nominees, 2 reappointment seats available, so we can do that by acclamation. Yep.
I guess Betsy isn't here anymore, but presumably if she moves out of the jurisdiction, let's say in 6 months, we'd need to find a replacement.
Correct. If this category is North Beach CRA or 300-foot radius, if she no longer qualifies,
Okay.
she needs to resign.
So let's just keep that in mind as we negotiate timing and just not forget about that.
She could stay in the neighborhood, but.
Yep,
but
possibly.
Yep. So if we could, so we're doing Betsy Perez and Manning Salazar by acclamation. For the ownership interest in that board, we have a request to reappoint Romina Orozco Encio, one nominee, one seat, if we could do that by acclamation. The real estate seat is it's Ronald Eisenberg, one nominee, one seat available, so we could do that by acclamation if you so wish. Jose Smith for the attorney category, one seat, one nomination, if we could do that by acclamation. Parks and Recreational Facility, for the Youth Recreational Program, we have Sean Smith, that's a reappointment, we could do so by acclamation. For the High Degree of Interest in Soccer, we have a nomination of Gail Dorham, you may do so by acclamation, one seat, one nominee. For the Personnel Board, you have requests to reappoint 2 individuals, Roger Abramson and Aaron Boss-Loon, both are available, seats are available, 2 nominees, 2 seats, so you could do that one by acclamation if you so wish. For the Planning Board, you have for the category 1, it's a vacant seat, which is urban planning. It includes many categories, including urban planning. Matthew Gultanov has been nominated and fits the category of the urban planning category. You could do that by acclamation if you so wish. For the Planning Board, category 2, you have Jonathan Frieden. He's attorney practicing in the U.S., one nominee. It's a reappointment. You could do that by acclamation. For category 3, you have Brian Elias. You have 1 reappointment seat, 1 nomination. You could do that by acclamation if you so wish. For the Education or Expertise in Historic Preservation, you require a vote on that item. You have 2 candidates. You have Elizabeth Latone and Nancy Gagino. So you would require a vote for one, either for Ms. Latone or for Ms. Gagino for the Education and or Expertise in Historic Preservation Board. Now, by selecting this individual, whoever you select, that means that you're recognizing that individual for their contributions to historic preservation, education, or planning. Commissioner Laura Dominguez votes for Nancy Gagino. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez for Ms. Latone. Commissioner David Suarez for Ms. Latone. Commissioner Bott for Ms. Latone. Commissioner Joe Magazine, Ms. Latone. Commissioner Fernandez, Ms. Latone. And Mayor Minor, Ms. Latone. So Ms. Latone is appointed.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Commissioner Fernandez.
could I ask the city clerk to place on the record who had the nicest nomination on their paper?
That would definitely be you with a heart and a smiley face for Ms. Latone in red. Congratulations. So we are now, we're doing category 5 is Mr. Cement. There is 1 reappointment and 1 nominee. You could do that by acclamation.
Yes.
Mr. Needleman, you could do category 6, 1 appointment, 1 for the water management seat, 1 name, 1 seat.
Yes.
So you could do that by acclamation. For the Senior Affairs Committee, you have 2 reappointments, Carolina Cuadros and Ms. Quaid. Both are reappointments. You could do that by acclamation. You have
Yes.
2 seats available on that one. For Oscar Llorente is being renominated for reappointment for the Mount Sinai seat. By acclamation, it may be done so. Ms. Benitez is Federation Towers representative. You may do that by acclamation as well. There's 1 nominee, 1 seat. For transportation, Peter Matos for North Beach Neighborhood Association category. There's only 1 nominee, 1 vacant seat. You could do that by acclamation if you wish. For the VCA, all these can be done by acclamation. Peggy Benoit, Hotel Industry, can be reappointed. There's only 1 nominee, 1 seat. There's 3 reappointments and 3 seats available. Stephen Haas, George Neary, Corey Rice, all may be done by acclamation. And we have 1 new representative for the hotel or at-large seat. She would be the at-large seat. We have Faye Golden, who's being nominated for appointment. You can do that by acclamation. And I'll explain the items on the next page, 16. All these individuals, this is the Beth Edward ordinance that Commissioner Fernandez previously mentioned for the Miami Beach school appointments, but for the quality of education, the PTA and your appointments, if they do not have a child going to one of the schools, then it needs to be voted by the commission. So by acclamation, you could appoint Beth Edwards, Lori K. Davis, and Beverly Heller by giving them 4/7 vote to waive that requirement. We could do some acclamation.
Acclamation? Yes.
Acclamation.
And for page 16, these are individuals who meet the jurisdictional qualifications for the board, except that they work in the city. They don't own property or live in the city, but they work. So it requires, for those appointments, it requires a 4/7 vote to waive that. That's Steve Atkins and Igor, no way, Schattenberg. For Steve is for the LGBTQIA, that's Commissioner Dominguez's direct appointment, and Igor is Commissioner Bott's direct appointment.
Could you please change my vote on, I never got to vote on Ray Breslin. I was a no, and I never got the record to reflect that.
Okay, so.
I just wanted to add that.
So on Ray Breslin, the Historic Preservation Board, we have, then it'll be 6-1. Okay?
Okay. And Steve Atkins and Igor Steirenberg?
We just
by
did those.
acclamation?
Yeah, we
Making
did those,
sure.
yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
This
We're
concludes
done?
another year.
Good job. Thank you.
There's
Thank
still
you
some
everyone who
more.
applied and,
There's still some more that will be coming
Right.
next because there haven't been nominations. For instance, the Geo Bond Committee, there were no reappointments made, so you'll lose quorum at some point if that's the case. So I'll bring those up in February.
okay.
Caleb,
we,
thank you. Go home.
Yeah.
Thank you all and everyone who applied, and obviously congratulations to all the winners. It's a great service to our city, so it is very much appreciated.
And if I could, Mr. Mayor, I was just on the other side of this a year ago. Congratulations to the people that were nominated. The people that were not, please stay involved in the city. Reach out, find ways. That is the backbone of who we are as a community, having so many amazing people that are involved in any way possible. There's fantastic candidates that we voted against. Jack and Nancy are 2 that just come to mind. I'm sure there's some others as well, but please stay involved. Make all efforts, and we'll do the same.
Yes. Let's call R7M, as in Michael.
Mike. R7M, waive competitive bidding, negotiate with Constant Technologies, requested by Commissioner Fernandez. R7M.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Well, this is an item I was sponsoring because it related to the Real-Time Crime Center, and since being elected, I've been an advocate to expedite the construction of it, and we challenged our administration to do precisely just that, and our city manager found a mechanism through which to bifurcate the Real-Time Intelligence Center from the rest of the project at the Miami Beach Police Department to ensure that more expedited path. This relates to technology for that real-time intelligence center, and I believe at our last meeting, one of our colleagues pulled the item, so Mr. Mayor, I think it's probably proper to recognize the colleague that had questions.
Is that you, Commissioner Suarez?
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I originally pulled it from consent because I had some questions. I didn't expect it to not be heard. You know, we've been discussing a real-time crime center for the last 10 years, and you know, just now we're getting around to buying technology to build the infrastructure, and now we're asking to waive a bid. And you know, from my discussions with staff is that, you know, there was sort of a negotiation in the process of this search for technology for real-time crime center. And, you know, I wanted to bring it to the forefront. I want to bring it public of, you know, why are we waiving this bid and what process did we get to come here and discuss it now. So through the chair, I'd like the Chief of Police to discuss.
Yes, please.
Sure. And Mr. Mayor, thank you for calling this item. You know, we have put a lot of emphasis and thought and research into developing a real-time crime center. Right now, we're slated to have it completed by end of December, end of August of this year. And to fully optimize a real-time crime center, the physical space, we need to have the technology that goes into it. My understanding is we can go to open bid, but that would delay the project quite a bit, which we obviously don't want. We're eager to get this up and running. The tools, technology we're going to put inside the real-time crime center helps our officers when they go to a call for service in real time, give them better situational awareness. It helps our investigators post an incident happening, be able to get information quickly to solve crimes. I've appointed Major Garcia to oversee the development of Real-Time Crime Center, review, investigate technology associated with it, and I've asked him to be here today to answer specific questions for the Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, I also have a companion item, C7AC. It's Real-Time Crime Center full-time staffing. I don't know if you want to bring that in right now or keep it
That
separate.
item has already passed, Commissioner, I think. I think that item passed as part of the approval of the
that's
consent.
right. It was on consent. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, and before Eric speaks, I would just like to make sure that everyone realizes that in the body of the agenda item, you have outlined the police department's research relative to this technology in particular. And once they visited, I don't even know, the list is like maybe 10 real-time crime centers, they recognized that there was a particular technology and a particular platform that they felt was in the best interest of the city of Miami Beach. In order to do that, and in order to be able to negotiate this contract, this was the recommendation, and the bid waiver was in December the most efficient way to do that. And so we would like very much the approval today to be able to keep this project on a path and keep you know, hopefully the construction of the project obviously is already on a path, but the technology is critical to the total package.
I move the item.
And generally, I'm not in favor of bid waivers. I'm going to make an exception this time for two reasons. One, it's not a private. It's purely a public safety issue. And I did speak with the Chief Jones, and this would delay it months. And public safety has to come first. And if this is the way it is, and it sounds like you're very comfortable, obviously, with the company as well, and you've done a lot of due diligence, so I'll be supportive.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to close, this they visited 15 police departments in the course of their research, 15 departments. So I think it's been moved and seconded.
I have a motion. You seconding, Commissioner?
I'll second it, yeah.
Call the vote?
So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes 7-0, R7M.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
support, colleagues.
I'm going to call R5AG. That's your item, Commissioner Fernandez. I am co-sponsoring with you.
R5AG is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach amending Chapter 70 of the City Code of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Miscellaneous Offenses by amending Article 1 entitled In General by amending Section 70-1 thereof entitled State Misdemeanors by repealing subsection B thereof, which provides civil penalties for the possession of cannabis, marijuana in an amount of 20 grams or less, and possession of drug paraphernalia, providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. R5AG is a first reading.
I'll also add Commissioner Suarez is also co-sponsoring. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item repeals the civil citation, the decriminalization that was adopted by the City Commission in 2018. I think we all know that there are responsible places for people to possess cannabis. There's responsible places for people to consume cannabis, and I think maintaining it decriminalized sends the wrong message. Sends a message that it's okay to have it, it's okay to smoke it, it's okay to be dealing it, and that is, nothing could be further from the truth than that. And this is to send that message that you want to smoke marijuana, you want to have marijuana, do it at home. You know, there is a place for you to do that, not in our streets. And we want to communicate that message, not just in our messaging, but in our laws, that Miami Beach will not tolerate the public possession and the public smoking of cannabis or marijuana in our streets.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Commissioner Magazine.
Half with you, I think. I would like some clarification. I'm with you if this is for smoking or consumption in public, or even if it is driving under the influence. I think those should be criminalized. Would this be for merely possession as well? Because that's where I start to get uncomfortable if it's some 20-year-old kid or, sorry, Dad, but, Dad over there in the background. Yeah, if they just have it in their possession, they get pulled over, and it's part of just a routine search, I'm uncomfortable with that. But if somebody's smoking in our street, clearly I want to send a message that is not appropriate. So I don't know if there's a way to kind of bifurcate those things. I'd be fully on board if it's for public consumption. Throw the book at them, we don't tolerate it.
Well, I think, and if I may, through the mayor, I think it's important to establish that this is a state misdemeanor. Right now, it is a misdemeanor under the laws of the state of Florida to have this possession of marijuana in amounts of 20 grams or less. But what the City Commission did in 2015 is that we said, notwithstanding the fact that it's illegal under state law for you to have this, we're going to weaken our laws and we're going to send this message of civil citation. And I think it sent the wrong message. I think it created a situation in our community that all of a sudden everywhere it got publicized that Miami Beach decriminalizes marijuana. And now it's okay to come to Miami Beach, to come with your marijuana, because you're not going to be arrested for being in possession of marijuana in public. And you know who ended up being affected most? The quality of life of our residents. The residents who day in and day out are complaining to us about the plume of marijuana smoke in our parks, where their children play, on the beach walk, where they're trying to exercise, on the beach, just everywhere that they go. And it's creating an uncontrollable situation for our law enforcement, that we tell them, what are you doing to control the smoke of marijuana? Well, what can they do when we decriminalize the possession of marijuana? We're telling them, hey,
arrest a guy for smoking marijuana, yet we're saying it's okay to hold marijuana, to have the possession of marijuana in public. We need to send a message. And we need to send a message that our residents are telling us. They're done with the plume of marijuana smoke. They don't want to be smelling it in public. They don't want to be exposed to it in public. You want to do it in private? Do it in private. I've smoked marijuana in private. I've consumed marijuana in public, and I've said it in the past. But that is not the same as in our parks where children are at. That's not the same as in our public property that we should be respecting.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Suarez, and then Commissioner Bott.
I think this is a small discussion, part of a greater discussion on where we want to be where do we want to have our brand of Miami Beach? And last night I was thinking about, yes, there might be a situation where someone has, like a joint in their pocket, but if we really want to be serious about ending the party town and ending the sort of chaos on Miami Beach, spring break is really just like Miami Beach on any weekend on steroids. And so, if whatever we can do to change the brand culture of Miami Beach, where it's not just party town, and it's not we don't enable drug use, and at the same time give our officers, discretion if they need it to make an arrest. And I think that's important. Just giving our officers more tools in their tool shed to crack down on this chaos in Miami Beach. I think that's a good thing. So I'm going to be in support.
So we don't have a vice mayor or a mayor. I'm just going to go for.
We're the sponsor. Okay.
I think I'm next, right?
Yes.
This is for City Attorney Paz. I understood this to be different. Please, could you correct me from this? Or correct me if I'm not understanding this correctly. My understanding is that it is a state misdemeanor, and it is a city misdemeanor. Or it's illegal. And it is not that we have decriminalized. We have just given ourselves the option to either send somebody to court or send somebody through a different path. Could you confirm?
The possession of
clarify?
marijuana is unlawful. It is a state law misdemeanor. The city commission created an alternative civil enforcement mechanism for the possession of less than 20 grams of marijuana to provide officers with the discretion to charge under the civil enforcement mechanism or a criminal enforcement mechanism.
So they
This
currently have
proposal, this
both.
proposal repeals the civil enforcement mechanism so that the only option for any marijuana violation would be criminal enforcement.
And so, Chief, I don't know if I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot, but when somebody gets arrested for possession, how is it determined how that person is going to be charged? I mean, have we taken, I don't know who the right person is, maybe you are,
Well,
Rafael.
and it
How many
depends on-
people have been charged with this other, the non-criminal thing?
It depends on what the arrest is for, right? So if we have a civil criminal, a city criminal ordinance offense for smoking marijuana or hemp in public, right? So we can charge that under the city criminal ordinance path, and the municipal prosecution team, my office, will prosecute that matter. If it's different circumstances, and possession of marijuana, it could be a state law misdemeanor offense, which would be prosecuted by the state attorney's office.
But we currently have the ability to charge somebody with possession and send them to trial.
We
right?
do.
We have the discretion
But
to
we
do
also
that.
have the ability to issue these civil
Right,
penalties
okay.
and these civil fines, which is what the sponsor is proposing that we eliminate.
But hang on. But we haven't, or we're not, or we've done 3. What's the number? I mean, when we do arrest somebody for this violation, what are we doing with the laws that we have on the books? And the reason I'm trying to get to this, because I have a thought on this, shocking.
If I may,
Well,
Mr.
can
Mayor.
we get the chief's answer first?
This is just taking the discretion away.
Please, let one at a time.
Sure, happy to answer that. Wayne Jones, Police Chief. So ever since this ordinance was enacted, I think in the past almost 10 years, we've issued about 10, about 1 a year of these civil citations, partly because the officer has the latitude of exercising discretion, and also because of the way the policy is written. For example, you can't be charged with another criminal offense and be given a civil citation for the possession of marijuana. So if you've got another criminal offense, for example, petty theft, and you have marijuana in your pocket, 20 grams or less, you'll be charged criminally with that as well. If you're in possession of a vehicle and have 20 grams of marijuana on your person, you'll be charged criminally and not civilly. And so despite the fact that we've had this ordinance in place, it's really up to the officer exercising his or her discretion.
Okay, so to that end, I am in 100% agreement with the goals of sending the message loud and clear, the party is over. And I understand that a lot of residents are dismayed that people are smoking in public because they don't want their kids to think it's okay. I get all that. So I'm not trying to undermine any of those goals, so please just hear me out. It will not change the behavior of what happens on the streets because our officers don't have to go with the lesser route. They have the discretion to charge the more onerous way, right? So what this will do, what my concern is, we see that this is a national trend to be more lenient about things. We're not being more lenient. We're not changing the law to say, hey, everybody come smoke. But the way this will be written about is, Miami Beach recriminalizes smoking, and we know from statistics, this is not my opinion, statistically, black and brown people get arrested and go to jail for weed, and white people with more money and more access to lawyers and vape pens, which you don't even know what's in them, or the fancy weed that's got THC that you can't even find when you do the drug test, don't go to jail. And we have an image problem in our city, not just that the party is overwhelming us, but that we are not welcoming to all people of all stripes. And so I'm not trying to remove tools from our collective toolkit. I don't think doing this does anything that will materially change what our officers are doing if we have had for 10 years one sort of diversion a year.
No. Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Well, let me call on Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez first.
Okay, so I was on the commission in 2016 when we decriminalized. And then we recriminalized it or made it a civil citation in like 2017, 2018. And now we want to recriminalize it. But we took a straw poll. Rafael Granado or Paz, either. Do you remember when we did that straw poll on criminalization or decriminalization? Wasn't it like 81% of people in Miami Beach?
It was a large percent. I could look it up.
It was like 81% of our voters wanted to decriminalize. So I'm going to stay with decriminalize simply because we did do this. We did have this at the ballot, and it was something that our residents wanted. I do understand that the people are smoking weed in the street, but like Tanya said, like Commissioner Bott said, sorry that I keep,
it's okay.
I look at you and it's fine. Okay. But like Commissioner Bott said, you can already arrest if you want to, correct? But what is going to happen is everybody's going to point fingers at us and say that we are trying to discriminate. It's exactly, I agree with you 100%. You can arrest right now if you choose to. Arrest them. Open containers, marijuana, you have it, federal law, state law, can't you just arrest under any state, it's illegal everywhere. So, I mean, listen, it just, I don't know, I don't think we should go there. I'm just saying from a political, perspective. It just doesn't make any sense. I would leave it as is. I don't think we need to recriminalize. We already have the ability to arrest for it.
Commissioner Suarez.
We're on the eve of spring break, right? And, we're sending a message that we're trying to end spring break, but at the same time, we're sending a message that it's okay to have marijuana on you if you get pulled over or if you get caught with it. What message are we sending? And, it's also to my understanding that when this ordinance was passed, officers were told not to arrest unless it was over 20 grams. So, I think back to our brand, where do we want to be as a city? Do we want to be a city where you can carry marijuana with you and smoke it at your leisure in a park? Or do we want to get serious about being a resident-friendly, a resident-focused town where we don't allow drugs to be exchanged in our city? So, like I said, we're on the eve of spring break. I really don't want to send the wrong message that we are okay with allowing, drug use in the city. And, like I said, I'm going to be in support of this.
Commissioner Fernandez, then Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I understand what voters said, about marijuana.
And it was only 64%, not 81.
Thank you. But voters also said by 56% that they wanted a rollback of last call. And just today, we voted on that to say that we weren't going to do that on the eve of spring break. So a lot of times, the city commission has sent things to the voters. We've gotten the voters' feedback on it, and even when the voter told us that they wanted something, we left it in our legislative judgment to do what we felt was best in the name of public safety of our city. And I think one of the key things here that is, it's not about the level of punishment. It's not about whether the police officer issues a civil citation or if the police officer effectuates an arrest. It is a message about, it's the message that the city of Miami Beach is sending about the type of city that we want to be. You were not, whether it changes the behavior or not, no. We're trying to send the message. We're trying to send a message that this is not a party town, that we're shutting the door on spring break, that it's not just during spring break, but as my colleague, Commissioner Magazine alluded to earlier, it's around the year. We see in some of our resolutions that we adopt on the eve of spring break that we want strict enforcement of open container. We want strict enforcement of marijuana consumption. But then when it comes to year-long policies like this, we don't stand by what we're asking them to do. And so I think I understand the will of the voters, but for me, this is not political. It was said that this is political. No, this is not political. This is about sending a message about the quality of life of our residents that day in and day out, they're complaining about this. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I move the item.
I think you have the votes. I mean, I'll give you the opportunity, Commissioner. See, now I'm doing it. Commissioner Bott, I'd like to call this for the motion.
I second it.
I'm not making the motion.
I move the item.
I second it.
I think you were pretty strong in your opinion, but I don't want to stop you if you want to speak.
We currently are allowed to arrest people. We have city laws and we have state laws that tell us that we can arrest people. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Will this change that in any way?
In terms of officers using their discretion to make an arrest?
Will officers will they be able to do anything different other than not make do it just a violation or whatever it is. This isn't adding anything.
Can I answer that question?
Sure.
In my opinion, when you issue a civil citation which has 0 teeth in it, it's almost meaningless.
But you've done.
Let me finish. The message gets out, and it shows to me, to the officers, that this is not important to our city. It's not important to the policymakers, that's us. It's not important to the prosecutors. It's not important to the judges, because you could have issued a civil citation for the same offense. We're now saying this is a serious issue in our city, and that we are going to enforce it.
Has Catherine Fernandez Rendell committed to prosecute these?
Is it a misdemeanor?
It is a misdemeanor.
So we could handle the prosecution. And by the way, one of the reasons that we're adding 2 lab technicians, it was for the harder drugs. But the other issue is right now, we can't get marijuana tested. That changes now with us having, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may, because I've met with law enforcement, I've met with our chief of police, I also met with our FOP president, and one of the things that the FOP president told me was that when the ordinance was passed, back whenever, I guess it was 2015, that officers were told not to make an arrest unless it was over 20 grams.
I think that's the biggest issue.
But this here is now, saying this is important to us. We're prioritizing this, and I think our law enforcement who we're asking to work on this. What message are we telling them when we say, oh, you have the option of giving a civil citation? We're telling them, okay, it's not important. We're prioritizing the importance that it is to the quality of life of our residents, the nuisance that it is to our residents.
I'd like to
The
call it for a
possession-
vote.
yeah,
I think you have the votes.
thank you.
And, okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Let's call it.
Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez.
No.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
No.
Commissioner Magazine. I'm sorry, no?
No.
Nope. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for February 21st. R5AG.
There's a couple of, I
Thank you,
think,
colleagues.
quick items that a couple of commissioners asked me. I don't want to open it up to are we in agreement just to try to get it done in the next 5-10 minutes?
Yeah. I'm good for about 30 minutes.
Well, I don't want to overdo it.
And we do have some housekeeping.
And we have a couple of
items.
little housekeeping items as well. So I'm going to call first item R5K. It's Commissioner Dominguez.
Give me one sec. R5K is an order to the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 46 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Environment by amending Article 10 entitled Use of Gas-Powered Leaf Blowers to create definitions, eliminate the financial hardship waiver for gas-powered leaf blowers, prohibit the use of gas-powered chainsaws within the city of Miami Beach, provide for a temporary suspension for storm and hurricane cleanup, and establish enforcement and penalty provisions, and further providing for repeater severability codification. And effective date, this is a second reading, public hearing. I see no one on Zoom on the public, and I see no one here on the convention center.
Thank you, Mayor. This item was originally brought forth by Commissioner Mark Samulin, and it was a gas leaf blower item, and it had an implementation phase, and it's worked out very well. I started getting a lot of complaints from people from noise coming from chainsaws, and for the same reason that they were gas operated. Now, Deputy City Manager Eric Carpenter and Joe Gomez, our Public Works Director, explained that we needed to have some sort of parameters, because if a tree's a certain diameter, there's no way we can have an electric chainsaw. So in this ordinance, they carved out nicely what would be appropriate for an electric chainsaw and what would still need to be a gas-powered chainsaw. This is second reading. I thought it would be a quick one. I think it passed 7-0 on the first time, so if we could call the vote.
I second.
So Commissioner Dominguez makes a motion, Commissioner Suarez seconds it.
Just have a question. In my briefing, if I can turn to our city attorney, mentioned that some of the requirements would be significantly more expensive. Doesn't mean I'll be a no. I'd like to hear more about that.
Yes, Mayor. So we've included the business impact estimate that we're now required to provide by law for this. And right now, for a 3-year cycle, The cost of the gas-powered chainsaws are approximately $3,400. And moving to electric chainsaws with the batteries, the cost for a 3-year cycle would be closer to $20,000. So that's disclosed as required by law.
Right, I guess the question I had was the leaf blowers, I think we're all in agreement, no brainer. The question is the chainsaws, it's much, I think, less used, it's more specific to cutting small bushes, right, I believe?
Well, the chainsaws are used not only for small, but also for big branches as well. So the bar size, 16-inch bar, is about the outer limit for an electric. After that, it's really gas-powered. And so the estimate that we provided, the research that we did, takes that into account, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
And they're just like the prior ordinance, this has an implementation of, I think, a 1-year implementation phase and a hardship waiver that would be available, just like we did with the last ordinance for the gas-powered leaf blowers.
And with the Joe, with the chainsaws, is there a significant difference in noise between the gas and electric?
The electric, the decibel readings are a lot less because you don't have that throttling effect that you have also with the blowers as well, when you have to throttle it, so that it increases the decibel level significantly.
Got it. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
This is kind of like like in theory, it sounds really good, but when the battery pack is pretty heavy for our guys to wear, right?
The battery pack, yeah, they have to carry it on their back.
It's awful. So what happens is instead of being able to be out for hours at a time, they like go for 20 minutes, then they have to take a break. But here's the repercussions of what we're about to do. I get it with the leaf blowers. We're gonna look even sloppier than we do right now. Because you don't realize how many hedges we are trimming all the time. And when we pass this legislation right here, you are gonna see landscape across the city that is zigzagging already. When I was in South Beach, I said to the guys one day, what about the leaves? And they said, with the new leaf blower system, we just can't get them off. So I would wait until the technology is a little bit more advanced, and I don't want to, listen, I don't want to impose this on any person who's already out there sweating. The weather is hotter than it's ever been before, and now we're going to impose these super heavy backpacks. It's just gonna, it's not that, in theory, it sounds so wonderful, but in practicality, you're gonna make our city sloppy because you're gonna see the difference in our hedges. It doesn't have the same throttle, it doesn't have the same power, it's really difficult. It is. I was talking with the people at LaGorce, and that's one of the reasons why they needed more time. They said we switched to battery-powered stuff and we just can't get it done. We don't have enough power, it's really heavy on our guys.
Mayor, I don't want to take too much time. Could I get a straw vote and see if I have the votes, and if I don't, I'll defer it?
Just to be clear, if you want to bifurcate it, because I think you
Yeah.
have the leaf blowers, it's the.
Well, the leaf blowers are already in.
Yeah, it already
Okay.
happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say
Take
the
a straw
same
vote.
thing, bifurcate the leaf blowers.
But they're done.
They're done.
That's
Yeah.
ready
This was an
legislation.
addition.
I would ask to defer just that, just to have
His favorite.
valid concerns
Yeah.
brought up. I would just like to do a little more research.
Okay, let's defer.
Yeah. And I promise you,
mic.
it's not gonna be wasted.
Well, but hold up, Mr. Mayor, I just, there's a phase-in period, and maybe, there is a phase-in period. And if in the phase-in period, we determine, the city is sloppier, which, by the way, I doubt that the city is going to be sloppier. I mean, LaGorce, you look at LaGorce, who can say that the LaGorce golf course looks sloppy? I mean, really,
And it's
who
all
are we
electric.
kidding? I mean, it's probably one of the most beautiful open spaces, green spaces, well manicured. I mean, I don't buy that argument. I think this is a move in the right direction, consistent with our prior policies. And if along the way we realize that indeed the concern was legitimate and that the city is as a result looking sloppier, which I doubt, well, laws can always be changed. That is the beauty about law. You pass laws,
but you change and you amend laws as needed. Because we learn along the process, we adapt, and that's what a governing body does. So Commissioner Dominguez, I support you. I would encourage you to try to push it forward. How great,
30 seconds.
How great for this city commission to be advancing on so many environmental initiatives in this meeting.
Thank you so
Mr.
much,
Mayor.
Commissioner. I'd like to call the vote, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
I'll
just may I
second
say
it.
one more thing? I appreciate Commissioner Dominguez bringing this forward, and I think it's a step in the right direction because everything, I'm going to look at my policy through an environmental lens, and the less that we can get away from CO2 emissions, and having a electric and more of a green energy, I think the better. And again, if things don't work out, we can always revisit it. But I think, we just passed a balloon prohibition. I think, let's take it to the next step and say we're not gonna use gas-powered chainsaws. So and by the way, I have a Tesla. I can drive from here to Orlando, and it's all battery operated. And the technology is getting better every day. So I think we just need to, like Commissioner Bott said, rip the Band-Aid off and move forward. So I'm going to be in support.
Is that Tesla distance before or after the battery catches on fire?
No.
Let's call the
No
vote.
fires.
Call the vote.
Yes, sir. So Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez.
No.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
No.
Motion carries. The item is approved on second reading, R5K.
Okay, one more item before we have some cleanup items, R5Y.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Mayor.
Commissioner,
Clerk,
give me
read
one
it.
sec. I have to find the item, R5Y. R5Y is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 106 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Traffic and Vehicles by amending Article 1 entitled In General, by amending Section 106-6 entitled Parking in Certain Areas by establishing duties of property owners with respect to the prohibition on parking on the outlots of Indian Creek located west of Collins Avenue, north of 41st Street, and updating penalties for violations and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading, R5Y.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for calling this item. This is another effort on my part to bring some order to Mid-Beach, specifically between 63rd Street Bridge and 41st Street. And typically, you can go down, here you go, at any time, and you'll see cars parked on, it's not a swale, but for lack of a better term, it is a swale. And, there really is no way to get up on there, onto the swale without driving over a sidewalk. And it happens to be a hazard to pedestrians, and it adds to the sort of the unruliness of this area. And so this is why I put it forward, and I'm hoping there's going to be no pushback on this. But
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Completely agree with you on this, and in fact, I think one of the things I would love for our city to do, and perhaps we can work on an item on this, Mr. Attorney, and I would love to have you join me, Commissioner, if you're interested. Besides this, I support you 100%. We should look at eminent domaining some of that property to bring it back to the taxpayers, but more importantly, because of the way that land there is positioned, it should really be used so that the buses that run on Collins Avenue have a place to stop and pick people up that's not blocking Collins Avenue and causing a backup of traffic during rush hour traffic. So since you put that image there, it just, it brought that to my mind. But I support you 100% on this. And Mr. Attorney, I'd like to work on an item about looking at acquiring some of that land that's fronting Indian Creek to address some of this and other issues.
I would want to be a part of that, and I move my item.
You have a second?
I second it, and I also want to be a part of that, the eminent domain for that land.
Or acquisition.
Yeah.
Call the vote?
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for February 21st.
Ridiculous.
The city attorney has a cleanup issue.
Yes, so, my apologies. So I believe Mayor Minor would need a motion to reconsider the inclusion of C7AJ as part of the consent agenda, simply so that we could then defer C7AJ and bring it back on February 21st. I would like to be able to provide more information as part of this item and report back.
I move to reconsider.
Okay, so then it would, so the item C7AJ is then pulled from consent and
I make a motion to defer the item.
by acclamation?
By acclamation.
So
Okay,
deferred to
thank you.
February 21st.
And then do
Mr.
we
Mayor?
need to re-vote on the consent agenda?
No, we don't need to revote on the
Okay,
consent.
great.
Mr. Mayor, and when we adopted C4AG in the consent agenda, my intent was for C4AG to be heard at the February Finance Committee, and I just wanted to put that on the record.
So we have that direction. I will notify the finance liaison on
Thank you.
C4AG, February.
And then we also have a few open and continues that we need to announce.
Okay.
I don't have to read the whole title, right?
No.
Okay, give me 1 sec. So we are requesting to open and continue R50 to April 3rd. Okay, so we're requesting, so let's start again. R50 requesting to open and continue to April 3rd. We are requesting to open and continue R5P to April 3rd. We're requesting to open and continue R5Q to April 3rd. We're requesting to open and continue R5R to April 3rd, and we're requesting to open and continue R5S to April 3rd. If we could do that by acclamation, please.
Yes?
Then there was R7C, which was listed as an open and continued, but the administration would be comfortable moving forward with it. I believe that the applicant has been here all day long. It's approval of a plat that would then continue the platting process through the county. And there's a related water main easement that we hope to bring back on February 21.
Yeah, I mean, I had concerns which I raised earlier in the meeting, and I think at least some of us shared. I guess I'd want to hear if there's some irreparable harm that would occur. I don't think it's a controversial item, but that being said, it was publicly noticed as open and continued, and I have concerns about that.
So, right, it was listed on the agenda as open and continued. It was properly noticed and advertised as a public hearing for today. So it is properly before the board. But if you wanted to open and continue, now would be the time to do it.
Well, it's listed on the agenda as open and continued. That's not me opening and
yes,
continuing. It's
and when-
listed as
and-
open and continued.
I move that this item be opened and continued. It
they
was
don't have to-
advertised as such.
Is there any irreparable harm that would occur?
Yes, hi, Nicole Wolf with Greenberg Traurig here on behalf of the applicant. So this is a very lengthy process to have a plat approved. We're on schedule to TCO and open in the fall. After we have this board's approval, we then have to submit the final plat to the county, obtain a punch list, work through all the requirements of the punch list before we can get scheduled for county commission for approval, all of which has to happen in order for us to open. So it is actually a very lengthy process, and we've
But
been.
my understanding is there's a separate application that's going to run concurrently, so
But that's not tied to the plat. The plat can move forward. That's a separate easement that's in the process of being negotiated.
Mayor,
I'm
Mr.
with you,
Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
The Board of County Commissioners approves plats all the time, and it's on their agenda, they just move it, they approve it, and that's it. It is just a
You're
simple.
correct. It's the
a
process
30
to
not even
getting
30
on the
seconds.
agenda.
I-
Takes
And
a
I'm
very
sorry,
long
but
time.
our residents deserve process as well. And our residents were told that this would be open and continue. And I cannot tell my residents who live in this area, who did not have notice that this was going to be on the agenda, that now the last hour of the meeting and the last minutes that we're going to add it on. I'm so sorry, Ma'am. I need to move to open and continue this item. And no one briefed me on it either, and so, like, what do I tell my residents when they ask
Sure.
me about this?
Just for context, the project is fully approved. It's gone to DRB. It's under construction. I'm sure you've seen it. It's on 95 and Alton
Oh,
Road.
I see it from my
It's-
backyard.
Yeah, the plat process is, frankly, we have to be on the commission, but it's almost like a consent item, if you will, because there's nothing actually controversial about a plat. It's just a required process
Second.
that we have to go through.
Second the
So
We have a
I
second.
understand your
Second.
concern. We'll see you
Yeah,
back
and I
in
understand,
February.
but it's, you know, we're not, we
Second
have
open
to follow the process, and I don't know how it became open and continuous, but that's what it was.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Thank
We'll see you
you.
in February.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I think we had a great meeting, so I really
Yes.
appreciate, we got a lot done. Thank you.
Good job, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.